Michael drifted on the edge of consciousness. A faint beeping echoed somewhere nearby, blurred figures moved around him, and the sharp scent of lemon cleaner lingered in the air. None of it mattered. The only thing he could truly feel was Sarah's hand in his. He knew that hand better than anything. The scar on her palm from years ago, the carefully painted nails, the wrinkles shaped by a lifetime together. It felt hot, almost burning. Maybe because he himself was so cold. With what little strength he had left, he tried to squeeze it. Weak, barely there, but she squeezed back, firm enough to hurt even through the haze. It was just her now. Their daughter Laura had kissed his cheek earlier before leaving. His son Vic had come by too, though briefly, his newborn needed him. Michael had been proud of that. He still remembered the tight grip on his shoulder, the tremble in his voice when he said goodbye. Now it was just him and Sarah. Just like the beginning. He wanted more time. He wanted to hold his grandson. Walk his daughter down the aisle. Sit beside Sarah on quiet mornings, coffee in his hand, tea in hers, talking about nothing and everything. 3 years. That's all retirement had given him. Cancer had taken the rest, first creeping in, then striking too late, and finally consuming everything. He had always told his children life wasn't fair. But now, he hated how true that was. He didn't want to go like this. He wanted decades more. To grow old, stubborn, nearly deaf, buried in books and documentaries. But the world didn't care. His awareness began to fade, like a tide pulling him under. The sounds disappeared. The smells vanished. The shapes dissolved. Only Sarah's hand remained. He held onto it, knowing she would be okay. She was always stronger. She had carried him through their darkest moments. She would survive this too. She would live, smile again, see more grandchildren. That thought gave him peace. He focused on her hand, the warmth, the strength. Then, even that was gone. He opened his eyes to a sea of stars. Darkness stretched endlessly, filled with countless points of light. It was breathtaking. He tried to lift a hand, nothing. No body. No form. Just existence. Then he felt it. A pull. Behind him, a massive burning sun drew him in. Heat radiated from it, familiar in a strange way, like Sarah's warmth. For a moment, he let himself drift toward it. Then something inside him resisted. No. He fought. Pushing against the pull, he turned toward a smaller light drifting nearby. The gravity intensified, dragging him back, but he forced himself forward. He wanted to live. Wanted another chance. He reached out, somehow, a hand formed and grasped the tiny light. Darkness again. But this time, it was tight. Suffocating. He had a body, but everything felt wrong. Pressure surrounded him, squeezing, pushing him forward. It felt familiar, but distant, like a forgotten memory. Then cold. Air touched his head. Then more. Then everything. Voices filled the space, excited, worried, but he couldn't understand them. The cold, the confusion, the overwhelming emotions, it all broke him. He screamed. Laughter followed. Relief. Warm hands wrapped him in cloth, but even that felt harsh against his sensitive skin. He was moved toward something familiar, but suddenly stopped. Rough hands grabbed him, placing him on a hard surface. A figure loomed over him. Watching. Not just looking, but seeing through him. He screamed harder. A question was asked. A pause. Then a sigh. And then screams. Not his. A man. A woman. Broken, shattered cries filled with grief and disbelief. He didn't understand the words, but he understood the pain. It was the same sound he and Sarah had made when they lost their son. A deep, crushing realization hit him. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. The man picked him up and walked away. No comfort. No warmth. Just silence and cold. Behind him, the cries continued. A family mourning a child. And somehow, he knew he was the reason. He kept crying because it was the only thing he could do. And far behind him, those screams followed, echoing into the start of his new life. Michael lay in a small crib, wrapped only in the blanket he had been swaddled in when they took him that first night. He could barely see, just vague shapes and shifting light. He couldn't turn his head, couldn't control his limbs beyond weak, useless flailing against the cloth. So he cried. He cried until exhaustion finally dragged him into sleep. He woke to warmth brushing his cheek. A thin beam of sunlight. For a moment, he thought he was back in the hospital. But the silence told him otherwise. No Sarah. No voices. No machines. Reality settled in. He had died, passed through something unknown, and been reborn. The memory of those screams returned, the parents of this body. Their grief echoed in his mind. He tried to hold it in, tried to stay quiet, but instinct overpowered him. He started crying again. A door opened. Footsteps approached. He couldn't turn his head to look, but he heard them clearly. A light appeared slower than a switch, like something being lit. Two figures stood beside the crib, speaking softly. This time, the voices weren't muffled. But he still couldn't understand them. The language was completely unfamiliar. One of the figures leaned closer. A man. Mid-30s, maybe older. Calm. Serious. He raised a finger to his lips and made a soft shushing sound. Michael tried to stop. It took effort, but eventually his cries dropped to quiet sobs. The man gestured. The other figure placed something on Michael's chest, a small cross-shaped object. Cold metal pressed against his skin. A phrase was spoken, and the object grew even colder. The man leaned in again. You should be able to understand me now. Blink twice if you can. Relief hit instantly. Michael struggled, barely managing 2 slow blinks. Good, the man said. Better control than the last one. Michael stayed silent. You are not to attempt speaking. It will be difficult and a waste of time. He continued, voice steady. My name is Vance. You're confused. I will explain everything once. After that, the translation device will be removed. Michael didn't like that. But he had no choice. You have been identified, Vance continued, as a Lifetaker. Someone from another world who has taken the life meant for a citizen of Stunt. A pause. That makes you a murderer. The words hit like a weight crushing his chest. The parents' screams came flooding back. He nearly broke. What you did is not uncommon, Vance went on. We understand it may not have been intentional. Because of that, you will not be executed. A small mercy. You will instead serve 10 years in the military. Your term begins after training. Michael tried to react, but his body wouldn't respond. You will not remain an infant. You will be given alchemical treatments to accelerate your growth. In 1 month, you will begin training. In a year, your body will be equivalent to a 16-year-old. Another pause. If you attempt to escape, you will be executed. Vance stepped back briefly, then continued. You are fortunate. You have high potential. And the family of the child you replaced are veterans. Because of that, you will attend the Stent Military Academy. Not freedom. But not the worst outcome. There is transport at the end of the month. Your treatments begin today. By tomorrow, your senses should be developed enough for language training. The second man reached for the object on his chest. But Vance stopped him. One warning, he said. You will be hated here. Other places would have killed you immediately. Do not take this mercy lightly. The object was removed. The voices faded. They left. Michael was alone again. Blind. Weak. Helpless. And guilty. He had taken a life. Even if he didn't mean to, the result was the same. He thought of his own son. Of the drunk driver who took him. The realization hit hard. He was no different. A woman entered later, carrying a flask. She smelled of herbs and iron. Without hesitation, she pushed the nipple into his mouth. He drank. The taste was strange, thick, slightly sweet, with a grassy undertone. Milk mixed into something else. Alchemical. When he finished, she handled him roughly, forcing out a burp before leaving. Another woman came, cleaned him, changed him, and left. No comfort. No care. Just routine. Between visits, Michael thought. Running wasn't an option. Dying wasn't either. Wasting this life, that felt worse than taking it. So he made a decision. He would live. He would serve. And somehow, he would make this stolen life mean something. That night, the pain began. It spread through his body like fire in his bones. He screamed. The pain burned, then slowly dulled into a deep ache. It felt familiar. Growing pains. But far worse. He had endured worse before, cancer, treatments, agony beyond this. But this body was still a child. And it reacted the only way it could. Michael cried again.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Michael awoke in the very early morning, the fiery pain in his limbs having subsided enough at some point to allow him to fall asleep. He had a taste of some kind in his mouth which indicated to him that he'd been fed at some point in his sleep, and he assumed he'd been cleaned as well. It was an indignity, but one that he'd been very familiar with during his stay in hospice care before he'd passed. He realized very quickly that his vision had improved. The shades of gray that everything had been were starting to become full color, and he could now see far enough to see all of the walls of the room. He lifted an arm, and found that it responded to his will without difficulty. He opened and closed a small hand that he managed to hold in front of his face. It felt clumsy, but it was a vast improvement over what he had been capable of the previous day. He tried to roll himself onto his stomach, but found that to be the limit of his current abilities. He looked around and tried to pick out details around the room that would tell him more about the world. There were no vents, at least not on the ceiling or walls, so he imagined they didn't have air conditioning. The walls were painted a simple shade of whitish yellow and seemed to be made of concrete, though he couldn't quite tell from where he laid. The crib he was in was simple, but well made. The wood appeared to be varnished. He knew the Romans had concrete, but was varnish around in the Middle Ages? Or some equivalent? He had no idea. He saw a table on the far end of the room with a number of cloths he guessed were to be used as diapers, but saw no disposal. Were there chamber pots? Or did they have plumbing? If they did have plumbing, was it closer to Roman aqueducts or something else? His mind grasped for anything he could connect, but found his own knowledge as lacking as the information he could glean. He had a general knowledge of history and old societies, maybe even more than the average person, but he had no way to tell what kind of a society he was in other than they were likely focused on their military given his own treatment. Even if he was able to identify some things, a man had placed a cross on him and translated 2 languages simultaneously. He'd cast a spell. With magic, who could know how far development could deviate from what he considered standard? What he told him also indicated that people from other worlds had been there before, and who knew how they'd impacted history and development there. Were all of the people who'd come there from the Earth that he knew, or were there some people from worlds he couldn't even begin to imagine? His mind swirled with the possibilities for a while, and he let it happen. It was better than the guilt. Better than crying. Better than dwelling on what he'd done. In the midst of his pondering, the door opened, and he managed to tilt his head enough to see a woman in gray approach his crib. She didn't greet him, but simply grabbed a chair, dragged it to the side of the crib. She unlatched one of the sides of crib bars and removed them, then she lifted him up brusquely and propped against the other side, giving him a better look at her. She had a young face, but an old expression with furrowed brows, and her blonde hair was tied in a neat bun that let not a single strand hang loose. She had a stack of thick-looking paper on her lap and was wearing what looked like a gray military uniform with silver buttons. Its styling reminded him of something between the Civil War and World War I. Were women able to serve in the military regularly here? Or was she just in a support role? She held up a card. It was a simple drawing of a man. "Talk," she said, pointing at the picture. She did this several more times, then she held up another card. This time, a simplistic drawing of a woman. "Touch," she said, pointing again. She repeated the words several more times. It wasn't hard to understand what she was doing. Michael needed to learn the language, and it was her job to get him started. He couldn't speak it yet, but giving him a basic vocabulary to understand what was going on around him and get him started had value. She spent the entire day with him, slowly building up the vocabulary, mixing it into simple sentences, and emphasizing a few key phrases. There were some breaks for him to be fed and cleaned, but the alchemist visited only once, and the majority of the feeding seemed to be regular milk of some kind. He found that the words actually came very quickly and easily to him. That made sense given his current physical state as a near infant. His brain was a sponge that was eager to take in everything it possibly could. He wondered how Stent had managed to create this teaching program. It seemed very deliberate and advanced to him. Had it been through the advice of other Lifetakers? Or were they societally farther along than he'd thought? He assumed that these teaching techniques were utilized, if in a different fashion, to teach regular children and had been adapted to life-takers, though maybe it was the other way around. That was another motivator for him to learn the language. He had a lot of questions and could really use a way to ask them. The rest of the month progressed in much the same way. He would awake from a night of agonizing growing pains, followed by being awoken for a feeding and a visit from the alchemist. After that was hours of language training broken up only by regular feedings to help sustain his speedy growth. He went from barely being able to move his head to being able to sit himself up, roll over, stand himself up in the crib, and even say some simple words. They were difficult to say at first, but when his teeth started to come in quickly toward the end of the week, he was able to speak a bit more clearly, though at the cost of tremendous mouth pain being added to the persistent burning in his limbs. Any free time he spent pondering his situation, looking at the four walls of the room, and missing Sarah. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. The people that interacted with him were cold. They did not smile in his presence, they touched him only as much as was necessary, and their tones ranged from neutral to hateful. He couldn't blame them. From their perspective, he was a monster in the shape of a newborn. At the end of the month, instead of a visit from the alchemist, Vance, the man who had fully informed him of his situation, appeared. "It is time to go," he said. "Can you understand?" Yes, he managed, the word feeling particularly awkward in an unfamiliar language coming from an unfamiliar mouth. "Good. I will talk simply for you. We go to a wagon that carries new recruits to the camp. The trip will take 4 days. Understood?" "Yes." He nodded and knocked on the door. The woman who'd been changing and feeding him came in and jammed him into what seemed like a kind of gown and wrapped him in a simple blanket. The gown was a bit odd, but it made sense that they wouldn't bother getting him anything fitted. He wondered how many otherworldly arrivals had worn it over the years. From there he was lifted and taken out of the room he'd stayed in for the last month. He looked around, absorbing everything he could as he was moved. The room he was transported through seemed to be some kind of office. There were simple desks, reams of paper, inkpots, and pens. There were also a number of men and women in dark gray uniforms with silver buttons milling about, writing and talking, though he couldn't make out all the individual parts of the conversation. They walked through another reception-style area and made their way outside. The air was cold. Not quite winter cold, but maybe early spring or late fall. His instructor hadn't told him the words for the days of the week or seasons, so for all he knew this was the weather this world had year-round. The streets were paved, with some of them made of brick, and others of cement. Most of the buildings were simple, uniform, and unpainted. He wondered if that was simply their cultural aesthetic, or if it was because he was in a more bureaucratic and administrative part of the town. The only decoration he saw was a marble statue in the middle of a square that showed a young man in a gray uniform holding a sword in front of his face. There were a number of people in the street as well. Most of them wore gray uniforms, but a few of them wore more casual clothing. He saw several men in long black and brown coats, and a few women as well, none wearing dresses. It appeared as if even the casual clothing instead was influenced heavily by military stylings. He saw a few armed men walking around, but they were wearing green uniforms rather than the gray he'd grown used to seeing. He saw no firearms, instead they seemed to be primarily wielding spears, though one of them had a sword at his waist. There were streetlights, but they seemed unlit and their tops were shaped like ovals. He wondered if they were lit by gas or magic, but as it was daytime he had no way to tell. "Stop moving," said Vance, adjusting his grip on him. Michael couldn't quite manage the word for sorry, so instead he simply did as he was told. They arrived at the wagons, which were surrounded by a large but orderly crowd. The wagons themselves were maybe 10 feet long and covered. Powerful-looking draft horses were being hitched to them as they arrived. Horses were a good sign. That meant the animal life may not be too far from that of Earth. Though, he had hoped for some exotic creatures to be the norm there. He'd spent a few of the boring days in the room imagining that he'd see a dragon, sphinx, or griffin. The crowd was primarily of young men, though he saw a few young women as well. They were all holding packs, and many of them were saying goodbyes to older men and women that he assumed were their parents. Most seemed to be around 14 or 15, and he saw that no one else that appeared as young as himself was there. Vance moved to the back of one of the wagons, where a middle-aged woman in uniform was standing and watching the goodbyes. There looked to be some marker of rank on her shoulder, a silver mark on the black fabric of her left shoulder. He noticed then that Vance had two of those same marks. Evra? Yes, sir. This is the Lifetaker. He has been cooperative. The woman nodded and took Michael roughly from Vance's grasp. Good, the last one was a real dash. Michael hadn't been taught the words that followed. Vance nodded to her. I leave him in your care. She gave a nod and balanced Michael roughly as she sharply placed two fingers on the shoulder that indicated her rank in a crisp and practiced motion. A salute, perhaps? Vance returned the gesture, and he walked away. The woman looked down at him. All right, murderer. If you cry, I will dislocate your arm and call it an accident. If you are quiet and reasonable, you will be okay. Understood. Michael regarded her vaguely annoyed features. Yes, it didn't seem productive to give any other answer. He didn't exactly have a lot of options in the most vulnerable state a human could be in. The start of the trip to the Stent Military Academy was uneventful. The woman who'd been put in charge of him had little interest in dealing with him beyond making sure that he stayed alive until they reached their destination. She didn't have much time for the other recruits either, though he noticed a distinct change in her tone and manner depending on which of them she was talking to. He wasn't moved from the small bassinet he'd been placed in except for trips into the woods to use the bathroom and at mealtime. During those times on the first day, he tried to glean as much as he could. The road they were on was dirt, but packed solid and well cleared on all sides. The trees and foliage looked much like what he was used to on Earth, though he occasionally glimpsed a patch of flowers that looked unlike anything he'd seen before, or a bird with what looked like scaled wings, but he never got as good of a look as he'd like. And for all he knew, those unique things were on Earth too, he'd just never seen them. The first night, when he was briefly outside the wagon for mealtime, he looked up at the night sky of the new world for the first time. The stars were unfamiliar, but beautiful, and with the lack of light pollution, he could see thousands of them dotting the sky. Among them he saw not one moon, but three. One was green, one silver, and one gold. The silver and gold were near one another, but the green moon was farther from them and seemed larger in the sky than they were. By the second day, he was no longer fed milk, only the alchemical mixture that was causing his rapid growth. He was also finally able to walk, though wasn't often given the opportunity to do so. He had his first solid meal since arriving on that day, a simple stew with a mixture of meat and finely diced vegetables. He ate each bite carefully, trying to determine exactly what the contents of it were, but found that he couldn't. His taste buds were completely different from what they were, and stews weren't exactly the easiest thing to determine the contents of in the first place. Overall, it was good, and he was happy to have a little bit more of an ability to feed and care for himself. He hadn't really been able to do so for quite some time even before arriving in Stent. The other recruits had sat at a distance from him when they ate and during travel, but that wasn't terribly surprising. He imagined that every single aspect of his existence was off-putting to them. A man in the body of a 2-year-old that had been marked as murderer. He couldn't say he wouldn't act exactly the same as they did at their age. He was just grateful that they had the expected volume control of excited teenagers. Listening to them talk was a good way to expand his vocabulary. He found that just as the early language training he'd been given had been easy with his currently young brain, his ability to absorb what other people were saying was equally improved. Through his eavesdropping, he also managed to gain more insight into the world, or at least Stent. Most of the other recruits were from well-respected military families that had been attending the academy for generations, but there were several exceptions. Some of them had parents that had distinguished themselves as grunts and earned a spot for their children, and others had shown indications of strong magical talent. The few girls that were there because of that magical talent. It was a waste to keep them away from war because of their gender. He also gleaned that Stent was currently at war with a kingdom to the north called Ticinia, and while there had been a lull in the fighting due to heavy snows that winter, with the thaw the fighting was expected to restart in earnest soon. Talk of Ticinia was in terse and harsh tones. They spoke of them as slavers, rapists, and thieves who would torture the men and women they captured before feeding them to their dogs. A few of them even mentioned they lost their parents on the Ticinian front. It sounded like wartime propaganda to him, but for all he knew it was true. The most important thing he learned from all this eavesdropping was that these children were excited for war. That told him a lot about the world he was in. On the third day, they had to have a long stop because a wagon wheel was busted and needed to be repaired before they could move. They had come to a stop in the middle of a large open field, and those not working on the wagon were roaming about it freely. Michael had eyes on him, but could tell that they couldn't care less if he wandered off. They were another day's ride to the military academy, and he was only starting to be able to walk. If he left them, he was a dead man. He wandered a short ways, but not too far from the carriage, most of the children avoiding him, though a few spat in his direction as he passed or called him words he didn't recognize, but could guess at the meaning based on tone. There was something funny from his perspective. He imagined himself looking at the scene from above and seeing a bunch of teenagers flipping off a toddler and calling him a fucker. It made him chuckle a bit as he got a bit further from the group. He took a deep breath. The new world smelled similar to the old one at least. He could smell the greenery around him, the horses behind him, and even a few flowers growing upwind. He looked up and saw a bird circling above. He squinted, trying to get a better look at it against the sun, but he couldn't make any details. It circled a little farther, and then he realized it was getting closer. Did it see a mouse in the field? The shadow of it got larger. A rabbit in the field? It grew larger still, and he was starting to make out what looked like claws at the end of 4 legs rather than talons. A Michael in the field? He started running, moving as quickly as his little legs could take him toward the rest of the caravan. The griffin closed in incredibly quickly, and he could hear that it let out a screech at what seemed like less than 10 feet from him. Realizing that he wasn't going to make it to the caravan, he did a swift turn and dove forward under the beast's claws. It missed him, and in an attempt to turn quickly at the last moment, it instead landed hard on its side and rolled across the field, flattening a long trail of grass toward the caravan. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Griffin, yelled one of the regular recruits moving toward the caravan. The beast was turning around to look at Michael again, but a number of soldiers in the caravan were moving quickly behind it. It made the snap decision to go for him, and he started to run again as it moved, but a spear very suddenly embedded itself in the beast's side. It let out a wailing roar and started to run away, in a direction other than toward Michael. A few more spears were thrown toward it, but none reached it, and soon it was back in the sky, flying awkwardly with the spear still protruding from it. Michael ran back toward the main caravan, panting hard, his little legs aching. He'd seen a griffin. He was surprised to realize he was more excited by the encounter than afraid. He looked at Evra, who was missing her spear. "Thank you," he managed, realizing it was her spear that had saved him. She smacked him, knocking him from his feet. "You cost me a spear. Stay in the wagon for the rest of the trip." He felt his adult instincts rise to tell her to go to hell, but remembered his situation and instead picked himself up and walked toward the rear wagon. The blow had hurt, but he was fairly certain he could have been killed with a single strike had that been what she wanted. By the time they arrived at the academy, Michael was feeling, he guessed, around age 3 physically. He could talk without too much difficulty, and his movements were growing more sure. It felt very strange to be so small. Now that he could move and manipulate the world around himself a little better, he oddly felt a bit more vulnerable than he had when he was an infant only 2 weeks prior. He hadn't been able to see the academy gates on approach like the other recruits since he was trapped within his bassinet in the back of the last wagon, but from their excitement he guessed they were quite impressive. He only got to see it when the wagons grew still and Evra entered the wagon to remove him. He followed behind her as they exited, practically running to keep up with her strides. He wasn't sure if her pace was out of malice or apathy, but he guessed it was both. He placed a hand over his eyes to block the noontime sun from his face. They were in a wide field near stables, and what looked to be a warehouse of some kind. He could hear what sounded like metal clashing with metal in the distance, as well as the barking of orders carrying very crisply through the still air. There were 5 men there to meet them, all wearing the gray uniforms he'd grown used to seeing. One of them had a blank black shoulder, 2 had a single silver stripe, and 2 had 2 stripes, making them the same rank that Vance had been. The one with the black shoulder stepped forward. "Line up," he yelled with practiced authority. The recruits all ran to place themselves in an orderly line, and due to their speed Michael was forced to take his place on the far end, meaning he had to walk much farther on shorter legs and was the last to arrive. He didn't run, There wasn't much of a point. It wasn't as if he could avoid making a spectacle of himself. The man who'd yelled then walked along the row of recruits, staring at each of them in the face for at least a full second before moving on to the next one. Michael could feel the anxiety from the recruits, not that it was hard to see in the faces of young teenagers. When the man reached him, he could tell that he had to keep himself from spitting on his face, but he resisted and returned to stand next to the other men that were greeting them, nodding to one of them with 2 stripes and then nodding at the other and pointing at Michael. The other man smiled and spoke just loud enough for Michael to hear. Yes, I'd assumed he was the one. The black-shouldered soldier seemed to blush a bit, and the one with 2 stripes he'd been talking to walked over to Michael. He was a tall man, as hard as that was for him to judge from his current height, and he filled out his uniform well. He had to be roughly 40, with thinning white hair, and, while his movements were sharp and formal, his expression was relaxed, but odd. His gray eyes looked over everything like a lion lazily regarding his pride, a predator who was ready to strike, but currently saw no need to. You follow me. Okay. The man raised an eyebrow. Picked up some casual language penitent, he asked as he started walking. You were only supposed to be taught, yes or yes sir. I heard a recruit use it when talking to Evra. The man shook his head. Probably someone whose parents Evra wants to like her. Stick to what's formal while you're here. It'll save you a lot of pain later. Yes, sir. Feels odd, I bet, saying yes, sir to me. For all I know, you're twice my age. Probably not twice your age, sir. The man chuckled without warmth and continued walking. As they moved, Michael could see hundreds of recruits out across the different fields. He saw some practicing archery, some on horseback, others performing marching drills, and a few having some kind of combat practice with what he assumed were blunted swords. They all wore the gray he'd come to expect, and they were all being worked hard. The man opened the door to a 2-story cement building and gestured for him to go inside. He did, and he found himself standing in a long gray room with rows of beds on either side against the wall. He could see a number of people seemingly his own age talking to one another in small groups, all wearing the same strange gowns. For a moment he felt like he'd walked into the most depressing daycare of all time, one for children with cancer based on the gowns they wore, but he knew that the other men there were likely Lifetakers, such as himself. Recruited to be penitents. He could hear one of them crying in a corner, but couldn't tell which. They all turned to look at him and the man that had brought him there, but the man ignored them to look at Michael. You are going to be locked in here with the other Lifetakers until tomorrow. There are bathrooms and showers toward the back. The upstairs is sealed. When the lights go out, go to sleep. I'm assuming you, like everyone here, have a number of questions. Save them. I allow an hour of open questioning every day of training as long as everyone does as I ask. Michael nodded. Good. Please don't try to escape. It's very annoying to tie nooses small enough to fit you. He gestured to a soldier who had entered with him, and that soldier handed Michael a large bundle. He could tell there was a towel and a few more things mixed together. It was a far cry from what he'd started his last life with, but he supposed he needed to start somewhere. Michael watched the man leave and turned back around to see that a few of the other Lifetakers had approached him. One of them, a short blonde kid with a flat nose, stepped closest. And how, he said with a nod. Michael shook his head. I don't speak any Chinese, he said in English. The words felt very strange in his mouth and were difficult to form. He hadn't tried to speak a word in English since he'd arrived. Do you speak local? He asked, realizing he didn't have a name for the language he'd been learning. The other taker threw up a hand and the others began to close in on him. One of them suddenly tried to grab his bundle, but he yanked back, pushing him away. The others started to grab at it, one of them striking out at Michael's face, so Michael made an awkward fist and hit him right back even as he clutched the package tightly against himself with the other arm. His small fist struck true. The others backed away a bit, but then started to get closer, forming small fists of their own. A different one approached, this one with brown hair and eyes. Oi, oi, oi. Lay the fuck off him. The boy pushed several of the others away, and they stumbled back. While he had the initiative, he grabbed Michael's arm and started pulling him away. It's good that you fought back. Makes them think twice about doing that kind of thing again. He kept pulling him away, and Michael didn't resist. Did I hear you speaking English? He asked in English. Yes, you did. He gave Michael a firm pat on the shoulder. Nice. He turned around to look at a small group talking around one of the bunks. Hey boys, we've got another one. He turned back to look at him. Don't worry about those fellas over there. Most of the takers are Chinese or Indian, and they've been awful cliquey since we got here. All they'd have stolen from you was a blanket, but they're paper thin anyway. Where you from? Tell me you're Australian? Hell, I'd take a Canadian at this point. American, I'm afraid. Oh well, never mind then, you can fuck right off. He shook his head, but quickly broke and laughed. I'm just playing around. Beggars can't be choosers after all. Come on, meet the boys. He gestured for Michael to follow, and he did, coming to the other three penitents that were gathered around a bunk. Once they were there, the brown-haired boy pointed at himself. I'm Ollie. He pointed to a darker-skinned boy with long dark hair moving a silver coin between his fingers. That's Marcus. He pointed to a boy with wide blue eyes and black hair. That's Piotr. He pointed at the remaining man, a ginger with a broad jaw for a child, and that's Davi. He nodded at each of them in turn as they were introduced. Hey, I'm Michael. Piotr looked him up and down. American. Unfortunately for us all, said Ollie sadly. There is nothing wrong with Americans, my friend. He paused and leaned forward a bit. Except for their smell. That provoked a chuckle from everyone, even Michael. I take it I'm the only American. The redhead, Davi, shrugged. I'm South American, but it is not the same. Where in South America? Asked Michael. Brazil. Close enough for me, he responded. And you? He asked, looking at Marcus. Marcus slid the silver coin through his fingers again. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, Mr. Mystery over here. Considering he talks as clear in English as you and me, I'd guess he's English, Canadian, American, or Australian, said Ollie. Or I just learned it better than these two. Our accents have all been diminished, for all you know I'm Japanese. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Reported. Michael gestured at everyone else aside from them. So, none of the rest of them are willing to speak local to get along, and we're stuck together because at least we all speak English? Piotr shrugged. We are in an unfamiliar place. It makes some sense to seek out the familiar here. No, they're stupid. It would make more sense to all talk about our situation and seek advantage, said Davi. What advantage? Asked Marcus, chuckling. We're adults in the bodies of children that have been drafted. Unless one of them popped out of his mother's pussy with an AK, I don't think we're going to have much luck. I think the recoil of an AK would be a bit much for us at the moment. No, asked Piotr. Davi shook his head. The more we know about this world, the easier it will be to survive. Awareness is one of the only advantages we can build as we are. It doesn't matter anyway, said Marcus, flipping his coin. We already all tried multiple times. I don't even think they were taught Hume properly. Maybe they had less time to practice it than we did. Hume was the local language. He remembered that from an early lesson. He also noted that if they were all from countries that existed on his Earth, that meant that all the takers were probably from the same place. Unless they were all from marginally different Earths with slight differences, and that didn't seem worth the energy to figure out right that second. How long have you been here? 3 months in this world. Less than a week here. Michael looked at Ollie. A year, less than a week here as well. 6 months, said Davi before he could be asked. 8 for me, though I wasn't keeping the best count, said Piotr. Michael scratched his chin, finding it hairless and smooth, which bothered him a bit. So they kept everyone aging at the same rate until they could get here at the same time? He asked. This one is quick, said Piotr, nodding. We just figured this out yesterday. Along with the fact that someone let slip that takers typically arrive in waves. How long those waves are, though, we do not know. How long have you been here? 5 weeks. Ollie attempted to whistle, finding himself unable to until he made some adjustments. And you've picked up a good amount of the language? I didn't have much else to do. Marcus shook his head. Just language and the same 4 goddamn walls every day to stare at. A disciplined mind can overcome that stress, said Davi, though his brow furrowed a bit at imagining being back in his own blank room. Have you looked in a mirror yet? Asked Ollie, seemingly out of nowhere. No. I haven't actually. He hadn't even considered that he had no idea what he looked like now, aside from that he was a child. It's a real trip, come on. Ollie walked off and Michael and the rest followed. At the far end of the room were 2 long mirrors. Michael stepped in front of one and took a long look at himself. It was disorienting to look into it expecting to see an aging man bald from chemo and withered away and instead seeing a young child. He had golden blonde hair that was getting just long enough to begin curling, bright blue eyes, and rosy cheeks. Along with the gown, he looked like a goddamn cherub from a Renaissance painting. He stared for a few more moments and started to see small motes of golden light in his reflection. Ollie patted him on the back, and the lights disappeared. When he looked back, they didn't return. He realized that the sound of crying he'd heard earlier had continued. It was coming from a solitary bed in a corner. "It's weird, isn't it?" asked Ollie. "We're all fucking adorable." "You didn't make out so bad, though," he leaned in conspiratorially, pointing a thumb at Davi. "You could have been reborn a damned ginger." He feigned a shudder. Davi simply sighed. "I was actually a redhead back home, as I have told you many times now." Ollie shook his head. "Twice cursed. Can you imagine?" Michael started laughing. Not at the joke, at least not entirely, but rather at the entire scene. They were a bunch of toddlers cursing like sailors and insulting each other in voices high enough to buoy a church choir. It was absurd. He laughed long and hard until Pyotr was patting his back trying to get him to breathe. "You all right, my friend?" he asked. Michael shook his head. "No, but there's not much anyone can do about it at this point." Marcus nodded. "This guy gets it at least. This is the hand we've been dealt. Can't do anything about it one way or the other." "Maybe we can't now, but maybe we can in the future," replied Davi. Michael could hear the cries of his body's parents for a moment. "Why would we do anything?" Ollie laughed, thinking he was joking, then his smile faded a bit. "They're going to make us fight a war. Seems like a bad deal to me. We took the life of one of their children. A life they were meant to have. All they're asking is 10 years of service." Michael was still uncomfortable with the idea of being a soldier. He felt no real loyalty to the nation that spared him, but felt it was more likely he could do good for the parents whose child he'd taken if he stayed, even ignoring the practical reasons to do so. Pyotr nodded. "I agree. During the trip here I heard that all those reborn in Tessinia are enslaved. The slaves' children are slaves as well, even though they are born there. This seems a much better deal to me. Not to mention the aging us up. I did not want to have to take my time becoming a man again. I'm far too eager to see how much better drinking will be with my tolerance reset." "I can't tell if you're optimists or defeatists," said Ollie. "I think it's bullshit," said Marcus. "I thought you said there was nothing we could do," responded Davi with as much venom as a 3-year-old voice could muster. "It can be bullshit and we can just have to deal with it. That's how life was on Earth, so there's no surprise it's the same here." Davi shook his head. "Well, one point of agreement is better than none." "I think I can come up with one more thing we'd all agree on," said Ollie. "Oh, we all really hope they're planning on bringing us dinner." They did bring them dinner, and showed them the facilities, which proved that they had at least some form of running water, and assigned them to bunks. There was a heavy emphasis on making sure the bunks were neat, with a hint of severe punishment if they didn't. The majority of the evening was spent talking to the others that could speak English about what all they had encountered and learned while being there. Some of the other groups pushed to stay awake as well, and Michael could hear chattering in Mandarin and other languages he didn't recognize on and off for the entire night. Unfortunately, his new body was so worn down from travel that their chatting was just a blip in the deep and persistent blackness of pure sleep. Everyone was awoken the next morning by the stomping of feet and the arrival of the man who'd escorted each of them to their small barracks. Bleary-eyed toddlers rubbed their eyes to stare the kind of venom at him that could usually only be summoned up by a 40-year-old woken by a neighbor mowing their lawn at 6 in the morning. The man had the same relaxed expression in spite of the formality of his garb and was flanked by 2 young soldiers on either side of him. "Rise and shine, men. Come feel the sun of a new world on your fresh faces." There was some mumbled cursing in several languages in voices high enough to only be heard by certain breeds of dog as all of them began crawling out of their beds. Michael nearly fell as he landed roughly off the side of it. He was still misjudging his size. He had it better than Ollie, though, who did fall with a cry of "cunt." Michael moved over and helped him to stand. "Thanks, Mike," he said as he steadied himself. He slapped the bed. "I suppose I'll grow into it." Pyotr chuckled. "You hope so, at least. You may not make it past a meter." Ollie shrugged. "Being ugly and short is what made me funny in my old life. Doubling up in a second life will only make me more charming." Davi shook his head, lining up and standing formally with his hands behind his back as he awaited additional orders. It looked almost cute, seeing a toddler playing soldier, but it was clear he was taking himself very seriously. Marcus was standing leaning against his bed with his eyes still half-lidded, as if he may fall asleep at any moment. I am Klein. While you are here, I will be in charge of you. In charge of your growth, your training, your survival, and your failures, said the man who'd awoken them. Today, I will be guiding you through what will be your typical day. In general, things will be quite simple. When I, or someone else, tells you to do something, do it. If you do not, you will be punished. No one here will go easy on you. We know that there are adults behind those children's eyes that you've stolen. Do not leave the group and go where we tell you to. You will not make friends here. Penitents that have gotten separated have been found dead many times. One of them, the one that had been crying, stepped forward. Please. I don't know what's going on. I want my mom. He shook his head, his relaxed look changing to one of disgust. Save it. Try that again, and I'll have you thrown in a tomb for the night. The crying one stepped back with tears welling in his eyes again. Any day, without infractions or problems, I will grant a very special reward. He looked around to make sure that everyone was listening. I will allow questions of any kind for an hour, questions I will do my best to answer. Michael looked at Davi, who gave him a simple nod. That was a very enticing reward at this point. All right, let's get the day started. The first thing, I will from this day forward expect your beds to be made and uniforms on. If they are not, your hands will be hit with this. He gestured to a guard behind him who handed him a long, thin piece of wood. Now follow close and pay attention. Klein turned around sharply and opened the door to the barracks. Everyone fell in behind him, and behind them were the two soldiers he'd brought with him. As they walked along one of the paths Michael imagined, they all looked like kids being escorted across the street by a crossing guard. They could see some of the other soldiers across the complex and passed by a man with a single stripe on his shoulder who gave a quick salute to Klein as he passed by and took the time to scowl at them with open hatred. Eventually, they reached a large building with the space above the front doors marked with a green circle with a single vertical line through its center. Inside of it were rows of beds, much like their barracks, but next to those were tubs of water, towels, metal tools, and privacy curtains between them. On one of the beds was a young man grimacing and holding back tears as a middle-aged woman sewed up a gruesome cut on his forearm. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. It was an infirmary, Michael surmised, and they were escorted to the far end of it. There it opened into a smaller room with its doors already propped open. Inside were hundreds of bottles filled with powders, leaves, liquids, and even some live insects. There were beakers, scales, mortars and pestles, and 2 chairs, each with straps on them that gave Michael pause. Next to one of those chairs was a woman holding a syringe with a large needle, flicking it gently. She was young, maybe 30, with dark brown hair and dark circles hanging under wide hazel eyes. She was pretty, in a gloomy sort of way, and regarded them with a small smile that didn't meet her eyes as they entered. Klein turned to look at them. This is Krim, our alchemist. Your day will start with an injection from her to continue your increased growth. Form a line. They all did so, and Michael found himself a little bit behind Marcus, whose dark complexion had paled a bit. They watched as the first of them went over and held out his arm. He winced as the needle was pressed into his arm, but she found his vein without trouble, and when he was done, she quickly cleaned the site of the injection and placed a green leaf over the site of it. He moved to a new line on the other side and waited. Marcus paled more and clenched his hands as they got closer to the front of the line. You all right? Asked Michael in English. Fucking hate needles is all. I used to pass out every time I'd get a shot or need my blood drawn. Well, I'm not gonna offer you a bunch of platitudes about how it's going to be okay, but I will say the woman seems to know what she's doing at least. She's stuck 6 of us so far and has yet to miss a vein or take more than a second. Marcus didn't answer, but when it was his turn he forced himself to move forward, shaking a bit and doing his best to hide it. Krim noticed and leaned down, whispering something in his ear. He looked at her with an eyebrow raised, and while he was surprised, she quickly stuck him and placed a green leaf on his arm. On Michael's turn he approached and held out his arm. Krim grabbed it and stuck him. Unlike the others, he didn't wince or flinch at all, and actually watched as the needle went in. Krim looked at him squinting a bit, but said nothing as she placed a leaf on him, and he went to join the others. He dealt with a lot of needles in a very short time before he died. This was nothing. He looked more closely at the leaf on his arm. It felt tight, stopping the bleeding quickly, and he could feel a slight numbing coming from it. He looked at Marcus. "What did she say to you?" he whispered. Marcus looked up from examining his own arm. "She told me an absolutely filthy joke." Michael smiled. Wow, even more of a pro than I'd realized. After that, they were escorted to a small mess hall. It was clearly meant only for 40 people or less, and given the number of other recruits he'd already seen, Michael assumed that it was meant specifically for special cases like Lifetakers. They were served a breakfast of starch, meat, and fruit, none of which he could quite place. "It tastes a bit like pineapple," said Davi, chewing thoughtfully, "but less acidic." "Whatever it is, it's honestly better than I was expecting," said Ollie. Marcus shrugged. Wouldn't make sense to starve soldiers, even ones meant as fodder. Pyotr closed his eyes for a moment and bowed his head for a moment before opening them to eat. Michael was curious, but decided not to pry. They had all only just met, and while they could have a bit of camaraderie, it didn't seem wise to force any conversation. "So, how did all of you die?" asked Ollie, clearly following a much different line of thought than Michael had been. "I was parked in my car and 2 men stopped next to me in a motorcycle and blew my head off with a shotgun," said Davi, scooping up another spoonful of mystery starch as if he'd been discussing the weather. "Shit," replied Ollie. "Why'd they do that?" Davi forced the food in his throat down. "Not sure. Could have been a lot of reasons. I didn't see their faces. I'd always expected to go that way. It's hard to be a cop in Rio." No one quite knew how to respond to that sensitively, but Pyotr spoke next. "A roof fell on me. It had been due to be repaired, but he shrugged, we were always putting it off until next year." "Guess there wasn't a next year though, huh?" asked Ollie, not expecting an answer. "I was hit by a truck crossing the street. I could swear the walk sign was on, but who fucking knows now? Maybe my girl got some money about it. I hope so at least." He looked at Marcus. Marcus shrugged. "I was hit by an asteroid. So you're about as open about that as you're about where you're from?" Marcus smiled and popped a piece of meat into his mouth. The eyes all went expectantly to Michael. He wiped his mouth. "Cancer." Pyotr shook his head sadly. "That would be my last choice of what has been given." "Did you at least get to try and sell meth to pay for the treatment first?" "You know, the American tradition?" asked Ollie. Michael chuckled. "No. I had good insurance, actually. Just unlucky." Pyotr chewed his food thoughtfully. "You know, one good of what has happened to us, there are many great questions that it has answered." "Oh," asked Michael. "I know now that the colors I saw in my old life are the colors everyone sees. I know that sweetness and savory are similar no matter the body I'm in, even if the amounts I taste are different in this new one." "Assuming those perceptions are tied to the body and not the soul," countered Michael, sparing what he believed was pork. You believe in the soul?" "I didn't before, but now?" "I'd say I've seen some strong arguments for it." Klein stood up at his own table and projected his voice easily across the large room. "Finish up. You have only until first of sun, then it'll be time for all of you to start learning some magic." They were all in a classroom standing on stools at metal tables in a semicircle facing Klein, and a man wearing the same uniform, but with a brown leather shoulder on his uniform rather than a black one. He was a bit younger than Klein, with a full head of blonde hair that was whiting at the temples and a gaunt face. Klein took a deep breath. "I'm sure you all have a number of questions before you get started. I'm going to answer a few of those now, and then it will be time to learn. First off, yes, magic is real in this world. Almost everyone has at least a small amount of magical talent, but only a handful have their magicka channels opened enough to be true mages. Still, there are a handful of useful spells that all soldiers need to know. We are going to be focusing on magic, military norms, and language until you have all aged more. Your minds at this point are better at absorbing this kind of information." He gestured to the man next to him. "This is Tuft. He will be teaching you the basics of magic and the small handful of spells you'll need to know. Once you know all he has to teach, magic studies will cease in favor of other work. If you are found to have magical talent, you will continue to work with him for some time." He nodded to Tuft and took several steps back until his back was against the wall. Tuft looked at everyone. "What I am going to teach will not come naturally to any of you. People here usually begin feeling their magicka channels naturally over time. For you, it will be like forcing a blind man to see." He held up a hand, and a small glowing ball began to coalesce in his palm. He raised his arm, and the light of it grew more intense. Then he closed his palm, and it ceased. Before we can work on actual spells, you'll need to find your channels. Close your eyes. Michael did so, taking deep breaths in the expectation that whatever they were doing would be similar to meditation. He very suddenly felt a jolt and fell from the stool he'd been standing on, landing hard on the floor. He looked around to see a number of others on the ground, some others hunched forward, a few more shaking their heads. What I just did was send some of my own magicka directly into you. A small amount that would automatically seek out your own channels. I'm going to need all of you to pick yourselves back up and close your eyes again. This time, grip the table a little and pay close attention. Once you can find your channel, you'll be able to intuitively push the magicka out without being harmed. Until all of you figure it out, all of you will receive the jolt. Now, he took a few steps toward the center of the room again. I believe I said to brace yourselves and close your eyes again. Michael listened, climbing back onto the stool and gripping the side of the table tightly. A different penitent seemed to refuse, pulling himself out of his seat and onto the table. He cursed in what Michael believed to be Hindi as he made rude gestures. Klein walked over to him and swiftly slapped him across the face with the thin reed he'd been holding in his hand and gestured to one of the soldiers. Take him to a tomb for 2 days. They scooped up the man who screamed impotently in the body of a child as he was taken away. Klein looked back to Teft. Please continue. There was another jolt, and much like the first time it knocked his feet out from under him, but this time he managed to keep from falling by gripping the table. There was another one, and this time he thought he could feel a trace of something. A cold line somewhere in his left arm and the top of his stomach. There was a fourth jolt, and this time he was certain. He could feel a line of cold, like a river of ice, flowing from his left wrist all the way through to his stomach. He could feel smaller dots of cold too, not flowing like the other one, but sitting calmly like still pools. There was another jolt, and this time, when he felt the burst of magicka hit those channels he'd found, he intrinsically knew to disperse it and make it diffuse until it was gone. He rode a few more waves, and when he was certain he had the handle of it, he forced his eyes open. He could see a number of others who had their eyes opened as well. Piotr's were still closed, but Davi's were open and a line of sweat was dripping from his forehead as if he'd been concentrating deeply. Ollie's were open as well, but he didn't look strained at all. In fact, he was looking at everyone with a small amount of confusion on his face. Marcus's were open too, but he was looking around with less confusion than Ollie, as if assessing what was going on. Michael saw Klein subtly point at him and whisper something to Teft. Teft made a subtle gesture between waves aimed at Marcus, and Marcus didn't react at all. He did the same thing to Ollie, and Ollie's eyes registered something, then it went away. There were 10 more jolts until everyone seemed to have gotten the hang of it. Piotr had been nearly the last, but he seemed to be having little difficulty by the final one. 2 others passed out and were taken away by the guards. Teft looked across all of them slowly and nodded. That will suffice for class today. Do try to remember that feeling you have now. We'll be reviewing it first thing in class tomorrow. That was a lot of time to just be standing around with our eyes closed, said Marcus. What are you talking about? Asked Davi. It feels like we just got here. Klein, who'd somehow heard him from across the room, spoke up. It's already been nearly 2 hours, actually. Michael and the others exchanged glances. Teft looked at all of them and smiled condescendingly. You'll find that practicing magic always takes more than you expect of it. Be glad that in this case it cost you only time. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. From there we were all taken from classroom to classroom with a short break for lunch. After magic was language, though unlike before there was a focus on writing and learning the alphabet, particularly any words that were going to be associated with military work. After that was bushcraft, learning basic survival skills with a primary focus on what plants were and were not edible, as well as what animals were going to be a problem. He was relieved to find that most of the animals from his world existed in this one, but there were several additions that were completely new to him. Near the end of the day, when there was still a bit of light, they were brought out to a large open yard with well-beaten gravel and 24 posts lined up in a neat row. Each post had a single blunted sword in front of it, driven into the gravel. The swords were simple with 2 edges of black crossguard, and were maybe 3/4 the size of the swords he'd been seeing the physically older recruits used to train as he was shuffled from classroom to classroom. You are all too small at the moment to engage in any physical training that's too harsh, but there is one thing that you are never too young to start. He took a few steps forward and lifted one of the blades. He took the grip in both hands and, from a middle stance, he twisted his body to slam the blade into the nearest post, causing it to let out a solid thud. A perfect sword stroke. He drove the blade back into the ground and pointed, surprisingly, at Michael, who had made a point to keep himself more toward the back where he could observe before doing anything. "You! Come here." Michael complied. "Grab the sword." He did so again, taking the sword and pulling it from the gravel. It wasn't as heavy as most would expect. He'd known, though, that it would be lighter than it looked. He'd visited a castle once where they'd explained that the average sword only actually weighed about 2 pounds. Still, not the easiest thing for him to lift, though he was starting to realize that he was a bit stronger than a normal 3-year-old should be in the first place. Whether that was a feature of the world he was in or the alchemical mixture he'd been imbibing, he was unsure. "I want you to copy what you saw me do." Michael did so, taking a middle stance and giving the sword a swing with as much force as he could muster. The thud he made was much quieter than what Klein had managed, but it didn't exactly hurt his pride given their size difference. Klein nodded. "Adequate. Surprisingly adequate. Your stance is a bit too deep though, raise it a bit and make sure your grip is firm." Michael listened and squared up. "Okay, now strike and continue striking." Michael did so, and as he did, Klein called another person forward. He would have each of them make a strike, make a few corrections, then move on to the next. Soon, all of them were making the exact same movement, and he was walking the line. You may have been right-handed in your world, but you are left-handed here," he said to Davi. "You will be training both hands anyway, but it is a good thing to keep in mind. He pointed to one of the takers that had been speaking Chinese. "You have some martial training. Forget it yourself, or we will be forced to help you unlearn it." He stopped at the penitent that had been crying on and off all day. For someone who is supposedly actually a child, you certainly picked that up without hesitation. The boy started to tear up. "Don't start now. You have to be realizing it's not working, and I swear by divinity I will have you beaten for it." He gave him a firm smack on the back of the head and kept walking. There was one break for watering, but aside from that they all practiced the same swing for nearly an hour, stopping once the sun was down. Michael found that he liked swinging a sword. He remembered play fighting with his kids, swinging sticks at one another. There was something very satisfying and tactile about swinging the piece of metal in just the right way and feeling the force of it as it struck something. "Good work. Some of you may make half-decent swordsmen." He held up a hand for everyone to stop swinging. Michael nearly dropped his sword, but managed to hold onto it. He had started swinging first, and his arm was lead by the time they'd stopped. "Follow me. One more lesson before supper." They all followed, sweating and exhausted, still wearing gowns that made them look like cherubs, though their expressions and muttered curses were far from angelic. They reached a small building, very close to their own barracks, and were led inside. The building had the same layout as the other classrooms, but against the wall rather than a blackboard, there was a single large mirror. Klein took the position in the center of the room and looked across all of them. He pointed at the nearest person. Sure, he pointed at another, Sanjay, and another, Ren, then he pointed at Davi. Everyone exchanged glances. Some of you probably wondered why we never asked your names. That's because we knew them from the moment you were born. The same way that we knew you weren't from our world. He pointed at the mirror. In our world, Huyor is written across your soul by the divine. Men and women here are made up of their titles and their deeds. Those who can read those titles and deeds on others are known as diviners. They're who held you when you first arrived, who outed you as killers, and they are touched by divinity that grants them their powers. You all have a limited form of what they have. You can all divine yourselves, though you cannot read the souls of others. He took a long breath. Titles and deeds are a source of strength here. Some titles are granted by the divine, others by those who have great titles themselves. Deeds can be won by anyone, though gaining them can be a fickle thing. I want each of you to line up and look into this mirror and tell me what it is that you see. Everyone lined up and watched as each of them took a turn at the mirror. They would focus for a moment, and then they would say 2 things. One would be their names, and the other would be a title that the world had given them. Michael had expected them all to be the same, Lifetaker, but every single one was different. They all had the same theme though. Pyotr held the title of the Resurrected, Davi was simply the Renewed, Ollie was Two-Lifed, and Marcus was Life Thief. Michael looked into the mirror, and this time he focused harder on the golden words that seemed to float in front of his face, that had only been on the edge of his awareness before. Titles. Michael Mann. The Restored. Deeds. His own title made sense to him, given the withered body he'd left behind when he died, and he imagined the others made sense to them as well. Once everyone was done, Klein had everyone return to their seats. It is not only men that can gain titles and deeds. Weapons, beasts, even a mage's spells can earn them. With them come greater strength or sometimes abilities beyond those of average men. Right now you can only read the titles, but with practiced diviners have told us you will be able to read the exact boons that they grant you. This is why there are mirrors in your barracks. Well, this, and to make sure your uniforms are on properly. He smiled at his small joke. You have all done well today. You will be escorted to dinner, and then to your barracks for the night. In the morning, I will grant you the hour of questioning that I promised. Dinner was uneventful, but when they arrived back at their bunks, there were large packs on each bed as well as storage trunks at the foot of each bunk. They were told that they'd be wearing uniforms from this point on, and they would be expected to take care of them. Each one was the same gray color as the other recruits' uniforms, and Michael could tell that they were well used, and probably too big for all of them. His assumption was that they were recycled for each new group of takers, and once they grew out of them, they were taken back for repairs and made ready for the next one. The packs were adult-sized, and each of them contained a change of uniform, a water skin, a small knife, a metal bowl, and a canvas of some kind, also gray, that felt as if it had been weatherproofed. Michael had not been impressed with the aesthetic of Stent, but he hadn't had his brains bashed in with a rock the second he was born, so he supposed that was a minor complaint in the grand scheme of things. He moved the spare outfit into the trunk at the base of his bunk and put the rest of the pack into it with everything else inside. He was excited to wear pants again. He hadn't worn them since he was admitted to the hospital. He imagined his body was wearing them back home, along with a suit. He wondered which one his wife had picked for him to wear into the grave. His favorite had been the light gray with the peak lapels, but she'd always favored him in the black one. She said she liked how severe it made him look, like a fire and brimstone preacher. She had an odd sense of aesthetics, and he missed it very much. His funeral should have been held by now, though that assumed that time passed the same between the worlds, which he had no idea of knowing. His coffin could just now be going into the ground, or it could be long since rotted away, or his body could still be a hospital bed with Sarah holding its hand. Well, if he had had his funeral, he hoped that Sarah had picked whichever suit she wanted him to be wearing and that his kids were helping her. She was strong, but he didn't want her to have to be. He sighed as he thumbed the fabric of the uniform on his bed before he transferred it to sit on top of his trunk. Ollie looked at him sympathetically. Makes you feel like you're fighting to keep slaves, eh? Michael chuckled. Confederate uniforms were a lighter shade, and these actually have a more modern cut to them. Modern for our world, I mean. Despite the fact that they're training with swords, riding horses, and don't have electricity. Ollie shrugged. I blame a wizard. Oh, asked Michael. I could spend all damn day and night wondering why something is one way or another, or a wizard did it, and I can get some sleep. He did a little hop climb to get onto his bunk as if to emphasize his point. I suppose a wizard could have been responsible for a number of these changes, but I think I'll just have the fun of trying to figure out what actually happened. It's not like I have any TV to watch or any books to read. Oh fuck, said Ollie, sitting up suddenly. What? I'm gonna miss the end of Survivor. That prompted a laugh from all of the little English-speaking clique, with even Davi who'd apparently been feigning sleep. The lights were shut off, likely by a wizard, shortly after. Michael had little difficulty falling asleep with how busy the day had been and how harsh it had been on his currently small body. On top of that, the growing pains that night were far worse than any he'd experienced up until this point, with his shins in particular burning all throughout the night. He was used to sleeping through bad pain, but he was awoken a few times to the whimpering or soft sobs of the others in the barracks. The next day started differently from the last. When the lights went on, they all took the time to bathe and put on their uniforms. Klein walked the rows in front of each of them, making small corrections to how the uniforms were meant to be worn, or even how they stood to present it. He had them hold out their hands, and he gave them a quick whack across them with the thin stick he carried. When he reached Michael, he looked him up and down. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. You missed the bottom button. Michael nodded and held out his hand. Klein gave it a quick smack that made him grimace and moved on. When he reached the taker that had been crying, who Michael had heard was named Sho, he hit him once for a uniform infraction and a second time for crying. After the inspection, the injection from Krim, and breakfast, everyone was shuffled into the mage teacher's room before he arrived. Klein stood in the other teacher's place, leaned relaxed against the blackboard. As promised, I will now answer any questions you have about this world, this country, this military, or anything else you're curious about. Raise hands, and I'll call upon each of you as they come up, but don't get greedy and cut anyone else off or I'll shut this down. Several hands bolted up immediately, including Michael's. Klein pointed at a boy in the far corner. Go ahead. What's the mortality rate for takers in your army? He smirked. A practical sort, we usually don't get to that question until much later. First off, it's our army. You and the others here will be penitents, also called irregulars, meaning you will do work different from the average frontline soldier. Behind-the-line scouting, supply raids, hostage-taking, titled beast hunts, the work you do is dangerous, but you're much better off than penitent criminals that didn't come to this academy, or even the average foot soldier. During wartime, I'd say half of you will survive. Outside of wartime, closer to 65%. He pointed again. Magic's real here, but is there anything else like it? Monsters? Other races? Michael already knew a bit of the answer, his encounter with the griffin fresh in his mind. Keeping in mind that monsters to you might be normal to me, we've had this question before. There are dragons here. That always seems to be the one people are most interested in knowing, as well as a number of creatures that spawn from the rifts or normal animals that have gained titles and become something closer to monsters. In terms of other races, there are dwarves, elves, the winged. I've heard tales of others in distant lands, but here in the Hume lands it's mostly other humans. He pointed at Davi. If we are considered criminals, why are we still at the academy? Wouldn't it make more sense to just grow us as fast as possible and shove us onto the front lines? There are not many alchemists with the skills to monitor you growing safely to your full strength, nor are the regular recruit training facilities able to meet your special needs. There is also the fact that takers tend to be more likely to be mages or have other unique abilities or conditions that make specialized training a necessity. He pointed at another man. What kind of life can we expect if we do survive 10 years in our army? You will be given a purse of 50 gold, and we will provide you with a work program in one of our larger cities or towns. You will be interviewed about what you did in your previous life, and we'll attempt to match you to an equivalent apprenticeship, or if we cannot, we will provide you a number of options as an official citizen of Stent. We treat our veterans well here. He pointed at Pyotr, who was sitting next to Michael. Do you have religion here? Do you follow a god? We had many gods once, but all of their names have been lost. We now have only the divine as a whole. The divine is a tool, a source of energy similar to magic, but with fewer practitioners and less general uses. There are those who have been touched by it and granted powers by its grace. It is the divine which imbues on our souls titles and deeds. Is there a priesthood? Klein frowned at him. That's 2 questions, but I'll allow it since it's basically the same one. Diviners are those touched by the divine and given the ability to work certain blessings. They are a valuable resource. Some nations still actively worship the divine as a kind of god and even have priests without an explicit connection to it. We are more particular here. He pointed, finally, at Michael. What happens to takers that are women? That's a good one. They are aged up as you are, but instead of serving the military, they serve the crown. We have found that they are more likely to have skills that aid serving the bureaucracy than the men of your world. If they have no talent in that area, then they are made to do manual labor, cook, and clean. Some with a talent for combat and discipline are recruited to local militias or guards. Those who are discovered to have magical talent are sometimes trained in combat, as are our own women if they have such a gift, but taker women are almost never sent to the front unless they show exceptional talent as battle mages specifically, or by special request. That answer told him a lot. There was a crown, a bureaucracy. It told him more about their attitudes towards women and their priorities as a society. All of that was important, but he knew the real reason he'd asked. If he could wind up there, then so could Sarah or his children, and he needed to know where all they would wind up. It was a foolish thought, he knew, but he chose to have it anyway. He lived one life a little foolishly. He'd made no promises to stop in the second. The next several weeks followed the same formula. They would wake up, dress, be inspected, get punished if they messed up, walk to the alchemist to receive the next injection, breakfast, magic, language, then lunch, stent military norms, bushcraft, and finally combat. As their bodies grew, the combat and physical training began to gain more intensity, though the focus remained on form rather than force. After almost a month of that, he was nearing, he guessed, a physical age of 5 or 6. His uniform was starting to get a bit snug, but he didn't have it as bad as Davi, who seemed to be near bursting out of his every time he put it on. Michael's clique stayed the same, as did the other groups. They didn't antagonize one another or give anyone trouble, but in such an unfamiliar place they all wanted to cling to what was familiar. Spellcraft was difficult for Michael, but he enjoyed it. Feeling the cool channels of magicka in his body, and focusing them to do even simple spell work had a thrill to it. Spells are, on the surface, a very simple thing. Almost everyone can produce a small flame to light a fire, or cleanse a bit of water. More powerful spells can be done with a focus, usually something physical that allows someone to better channel their magicka. With minor spells like what you'll learn from me, you will be using words as your focus. Stent recruits are taught specific phrases for each spell, but we found that takers have a lot of difficulty with that, so instead you will be using words or phrases that you personally associate with the basest component of each spell. A language from your world known as Latin is popular for this. He reached into his coat and pulled a small candle from his pocket that he placed gently on the table in front of himself. He held a single finger to the wick and whispered something. A small flame appeared at his fingertip, and the wick was lit with ease. He raised his finger to his lips and blew, ceasing the spell. This is the first spell you'll learn. A simple flame. You will, in some ways, be developing it yourself, but it's important to keep yourself limited. The first thing you'll do is reach for those channels of magicka within you. Then you'll picture a small flame, no bigger than the one on this candle. When it feels clear in your mind, push your magicka a little past your fingertips and say whatever word it is you want to be your focus. He gestured to the young soldiers watching the doors. Each of them went to small crates and began pulling out candles, placing one in front of each of them. Michael looked at his candle, thinking first about what his focus word should be. He knew a bit of Latin, but he had taken more Spanish classes than Latin ones. He supposed he could use English for it, but that felt lame, for lack of a better word. What was a word that he innately associated with flame that was also fun to say? He felt for the magicka channels inside himself and pushed the coldness within them toward his fingertip, picturing a small, perfect flame at the tip of his finger. Fuego, he muttered to himself. He felt the magicka surge a bit, and a single spark burned his pointer fingertip. Ow, he muttered, placing his finger in his mouth for a moment. Teft, who'd been walking through the rows inspecting everyone, nodded. A good first attempt, but remember to push the magicka out past our fingertip. Otherwise you'll get burned. He turned to look at Ollie, who was sitting next to him. Ollie was sleeping with his head on the desk, his candle lit and burning. Teft looked at the flame with an eyebrow raised. He reached forward and snuffed it between his thumb and forefinger, then slapped Ollie on the back of his head. Ollie shot up, cunt, he said quietly, rubbing the back of his head. Light it again, said Teft. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Ollie shook his head and waved his hand vaguely in the general direction of the candle. Barbie, he said through a yawn. The wick was immediately lit. You pushed the magicka all the way out of your body to the wick so you wouldn't need to use your fingertips? Ollie shrugged. I mean, my channels seemed to push it out an inch from my hands all the time anyway. It wasn't hard. Teft pointed at one of the young soldiers. Get me this one's file. The soldier nodded and walked out of the classroom. Ollie had already put his head back down on the desk. Teft took a deep breath and shook his head, moving on to the next person. It took almost the entire class time for anyone else to manage to properly cast the spell. Pyotr, despite being one of the last to find his magicka channels, was the third to manage a proper cast of the spell with the muttering of plamia as he pointed his finger at the wick. Michael had managed to create the flame by the end of the class, but not long enough to actually light the candle. Marcus did not attend the mage class with everyone, instead going to learn about firearms. He was cagey about it at first, but the fact that he smelled like gunpowder the first time he rejoined them let them guess most of what he was learning anyway. He was getting training as a dragoon, one of the magical-esque gun users that Stent used. One of the takers, Xiao, who was always crying, actually collapsed when attempting to cast the flame spell. Teft went to check on him, gesturing to a soldier to come and grab him. This is what happens when you try to cast beyond your ability. He probably tried to create a roaring fire rather than a small flame. Only those with naturally strong and lengthy mana channels will be able to do more than a minor cast of flame. It's a hungry piece of spellwork. The winner was taken to the infirmary, and the rest of the class moved to language class. It was in this class and Stent military norms that Michael thrived. He lacked the embarrassment of getting things wrong in another language that many of the others seemed to experience, and because he'd spent more than 30 years doing office work, learning military codes, forms, and terms came naturally to him. He'd been circling back per people's last emails regarding the tracking sheets that needed to be converted into 3FS for management. This wasn't much different. In bushcraft, the focus stayed primarily on learning useful local flora and fauna, but as they grew larger, they were slowly introduced to new parts of their standard kit. They learned how to pitch the tents, how to dig latrines, how to store food in the wilderness, and other useful skills. They were told that the main force only learned some of these skills, but irregulars frequently had to camp or live off the land, so there was more of an emphasis on it. Michael was middling at all of it, but he at least didn't have any bad habits to unlearn. Marcus and Davi showed a strong talent for it, but Ollie was completely hopeless, receiving regular smacks on his knuckles. Combat training stayed simple and was usually only a little over an hour at the end of the day. Sword strokes, spear thrusts, shield raises, they were all taught with steady deliberation, and all issues with form were critiqued by Klein personally. Piotr had a surprising talent for perfect form, but Marcus was incredibly fast, and Davi's size quickly made his blows the most powerful. Michael was good all around, and Ollie was okay all around. Meals were all hearty and simple. Michael grew to favor a particular dish that reminded him a bit of Salisbury steak, but made with what tasted like pork. He and the others would shit-talk and tell more about who they were before they arrived there. Davi told stories about kidnappings, drug busts, and murders like most people talked about the weather. Piotr had been a ballet dancer and then a teacher and always tried to move the conversations into a more philosophical or artistic direction. Marcus said nothing about his past, but it quickly became clear that he'd been involved in shady dealings, and Ollie just joked and shit-talked almost constantly. The other takers all seemed to do much the same. The winner started getting extra helpings from one of the women that served the food in the cafeteria, and while he kept up his crying and complaining and pretending in public, when he was in the barracks, he started to give up the act and talk to everyone normally, even forming a bit of a clique of his own. Michael found that he was enjoying it. The instructors could be harsh and the training difficult, but it was clearly designed with their size and abilities in mind. Stent seemed eager to use resources effectively, not waste them, and that was to their benefit. It felt a bit like college to him. Days full of classes, meals with friends, a set schedule. The others had numerous complaints, but even with the hatred and fear he'd occasionally see in the normal recruits' eyes, there were worse ways to start a new life. He particularly enjoyed the combat training. He'd never been in any kind of fight in his old life, but the repetition of swinging a sword and trying to make it work perfectly, it was fun. One day Ollie was taken out of the barracks and not returned to the rest of the group until breakfast, where he sat shaking his head and cursing under his breath as he bit into a biscuit. "What happened?" asked Michael. "I'm a mage. Or, I'm going to be anyway." This body's parents both had high, but not mage-level magical ability, and it's manifested as high potential that I now have to deal with. "What does this mean?" asked Piotr, wiping crumbs off his face with the back of his hand. "It means no more combat training for one thing. I'll be spending time learning spells and burning pathways for my magicka channels, which I'm guessing fucking sucks. My aging will also be slowed since apparently it's easier to learn spells and burn mana channels the younger you start." He shook his head and rubbed his hands across his face. "I'm going to be stuck with a baby dick for almost a year. That shouldn't bother you much." Isn't that more than what you had back on Earth? Asked Michael with a smile. That prompted laughter from everyone, but Ollie, who frowned at him. You're an asshole, Mike. He shrugged, but his smile showed he had no regrets. The rest of the day was normal classes. Magic class was no longer linear for everyone, but instead people that accomplished spells quickly were moved rapidly onto the next spell. Ollie was obviously the star, having already learned all of the basic spells they were required to, and Pyotr had only 2 remaining. Davi struggled the most, being merely 2 spells behind Michael. Michael was either the worst of the best or the best of the worst. He was usually working at least 1 spell ahead of one half of the class and 1 spell behind the rest. You have decent magicka channels, but they're scattered, said Teft as he worked on a spell of tightening. With the right breeding, in a couple of generations your bloodline could produce a solid mage. Unfortunately, for you it means casting your mana outside of your body is difficult, even though you have solid reserves. The spells they needed to learn were Minor Flame, Minor Tightening, Minor Water Purification, Mark, Muffle, Navigate, and Dark Sight. Everyone at the academy learned them. Most were self-explanatory except for Mark and Navigate. Mark let you place magical marker on something. It highlighted it in your vision, letting you locate it more easily, and you could mark it in different colors or patterns if you willed it so. Michael had to hold things to mark them, whispering "Acqui" as he held it in his hands, but Ollie could mark items across a room without effort. Navigate would draw you to the marked item of your choosing. Most military camps had marking stones for important buildings as well as the camp itself. That way, if you were new to the camp, you could simply activate a Navigate spell and find the infirmary, barracks, mess, anything you needed after the first time you found it. Minor Tightening did exactly what it sounded like. It tightened straps, belts, knots, and anything similar. It had a lot of uses, the most important of which was that it would allow them to quickly don armor without assistance. Michael had managed so far to gain Minor Flame, Minor Tightening, Minor Water Purification, and Mark, or as he called them, Fuego, Cordo, Limpia Agua, and Acqui. He still struggled with Navigate, or Dondi, and Muffle. After that he had Dark Sight, which was apparently the hardest to learn. He knew that his Spanish words weren't perfect choices, but they made sense to him, and that's what mattered when using them as a focus. After a magic class, Michael was taken aside by Klein before he could move on to language and military norms. Follow me, Penitent Michael. He did, falling into step behind him, doing his best to keep up with his lengthy stride as they made their way across the campus. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. You already have all that you needed to learn from those classes. Your Hume is perfect and unaccented, and you've familiarized yourself with all of the requisition, maintenance, and even upkeep tasks before anyone else. I'm guessing that doesn't mean I'm going to relax in the barracks during those classes from now on. Klein chuckled. No, I'm afraid not. You will be receiving quartermaster training. Michael frowned. It didn't seem very wise to give a penitent that kind of role. Somehow Klein guessed at his thoughts even though he didn't turn around to face him. You will never do the job alone, but there are times where the quartermasters need assistance, and you will be called on to help. Understood? Yes, sir. They arrived at a large concrete building at the front of which was a counter with a very broad man sitting behind it. He had to be as wide as Michael was tall with a long thick beard that went all the way down to his belt. The man saluted as Klein approached. Knight Commander, he said. Klein returned the salute, placing his hand against his chest with 2 fingers extended. Quartermaster Dugan. This is the penitent I told you about. Dugan nodded, and then suddenly disappeared behind the counter. He then reappeared around the other side, and it was then that Michael realized that he was less than 5 feet tall. Dwarf, said Michael with surprise. Dugan widened his eyes in mock surprise. Human, he said with an exaggerated inflection. Sorry. I'm still getting used to things here. Dugan shrugged. That's not my problem. Can you fill out a 1A? Michael nodded. Can you polish armor? He nodded again. Maintenance of equipment had been the most important part of military standards. Dugan scratched his beard. Did you ever take inventory in your old life? Once a quarter. He nodded and looked at Klein. He'll do. Klein nodded back. I leave him to you then. Have him report back to us for bushcraft. He walked away, back toward the other penitents and their classroom. Michael was still looking at Dugan. He looked wrong somehow. His proportions were all out of whack, and it was making his brain hurt trying to remember if he'd ever seen anyone who looked like that. He knew he hadn't, and that Dugan was a dwarf, which wasn't something that existed in his world. "Do you stare at elves like that too, or is it only dwarves that are so lucky?" asked Dugan, gesturing for him to follow him. "Sorry about that," said Michael, shaking his head. "I'd probably stare at elves like that if I ever saw them." "You have seen them, lad. They're all over the academy." Michael frowned. "Really?" Dugan pushed open the door to the concrete building. "Well, not full elves. Not since they were made to conform by the king a couple hundred years ago. A lot of the students and instructors have a bit of blood, though. Look a bit closer next time. I need someone with an eye for detail to help me out here." Inside the building were rows and rows of shelves and racks. They were filled with clothes, weapons, dried goods, raw materials, and everything else Michael could think of. They moved through the building and to the back where there was a small stable with a single mule and 2 carts, one of which was filled with the dull practice swords that Michael had grown familiar with. Dugan pointed. "Those were just taken off the practice field. Inspect them to see if they need some smithing. If they do, place them in the other cart. The others can stay. When you're done sorting, come to me. We'll fill out a form for how many need repair and then take them to the smith." "Is he also a dwarf?" Dugan shook his head. "Luckily for you, he's a human man. I worry that another dwarf would shatter your fragile mind." "Can I ask one more question?" Dugan sighed, but looked at him expectantly. "Why metal swords? When would make more sense? Wood swords can't withstand some of the other trainees' strength. Makes more sense to use metal. Get to work." Michael nodded, and Dugan left him alone to get to work. He went through each sword carefully, looking for nicks in them, or bends, or even damage to the hilt. It was tedious work, but he had a good view of a training field that seemed to have mages training in it. Occasionally, he'd see a flash of light or hear a small explosion. The change of scenery and new work to do wound up actually feeling like a nice break from the normal routine of his days. Whether it would still feel so novel after a few months of work, though, he was fairly certain he already had the answer to that. When he was done, he walked back in and saw Dugan filling out several papers with his eyes squinted and a quill flying across as he made notes and adjusted numbers. "All done?" he asked, not looking up from his own work. "Yes, sir." He pushed himself off his chair, landing with a small huff, and walked out to inspect the work he'd done. He took a few swords that Michael had put in the damaged cart and moved them back. Then nodded. "You were too cautious. These are for training. A few nicks are no problem." He looked over the carts again. "Overall, though, good work." Michael snapped awake as the lights to the barracks came on. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and looked around, seeing everyone else doing the same. "What's going on?" he asked Davi, who was already pushing himself out of his bunk and onto the floor. "I don't know," he replied, cursing a bit in Portuguese as he shielded his eyes from the light. The barrack doors slammed open and more than a dozen soldiers marched in. Real soldiers, not the young ones that they were all so used to having to escort them. Klein, looking as if he'd hastily dressed, walked in next. His usual relaxed expression was gone, and had been replaced with a look of anger that would have made actual children crumble to see. "Line up. Front of your bunks." "No." Everyone complied quickly without a word. Ollie didn't even mutter something crass as he went to stand in front of his bunk, sensing the immediate shift in the feeling of the room. Klein walked in front of all of them, looking at each of them and their bunks as he passed. When he was at the far end of the barracks, Michael realized something. He didn't look at Ollie, but he whispered just loud enough for him to hear. "Do you hear that?" he asked. Ollie glanced at him, but didn't turn his head either. "I don't hear anything." "Exactly. No one is crying, and this is exactly the type of thing that would normally cause it." Ollie glanced around, looking toward the crier's bunk. "Shit, he's not there." "Quiet," yelled one of the soldiers in their direction, causing them to snap their eyes forward and clamp their mouths shut. Klein walked up and down the line, looking at each and every recruit for at least 10 seconds each, then made his way back to the door and whispered in the ear of one of the soldiers, stepping outside. The soldier pointed at Prakash and to the door. "Follow." He did so. He was gone for 15 minutes, and then another of the penitents was called. This pattern continued for the rest of the night, and Michael found himself regretting the choice of a corner bunk, as no one was allowed to sit for the duration. One of the other penitents actually collapsed, having locked his legs as he stood for too long, cutting off his circulation. His collapsed form was ignored by the soldiers, only told to stand back up once he awoke. Michael watched Piotr, Davi, Marcus, and finally Ollie go. He was one of the last to be called. "You," said the soldier, pointing at him. His legs ached as he forced himself to follow the soldier out of the barracks. The air was cold as he stepped outside, and he was led quickly across the campus and into a medium-sized building outside of which he saw a gallows, a whipping post, and a number of waist-high concrete structures that seemed to be built into the ground itself. They all had small slats at the top of them, and when he looked at one, he saw eyes looking back at him and almost jumped. When he looked again, the eyes were gone. Inside, he saw the other takers all lined up and standing against the wall. They all looked tired and scared, many of their legs wobbling from the effort it was taking to continue to stand. He knew they were all adults in the bodies of children, but the sight was so pathetic it made his heart drop in his chest. He was led through a thick doorway into a small windowless room with a guard in each corner and Klein sitting in a chair looking at him. He pointed at a chair across from him with its back against the far concrete wall. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Sit. Michael did so, having to climb a bit to properly get into the seat. He was grateful to have the chance to rest his legs. "Do you know Shio?" he asked. "He's the one that cried all the time?" He nodded. "Not personally, no. Have you seen him interact extensively with anyone else?" Two names came to mind immediately, members of that little group he'd seemed to form recently. "No. I never really paid any attention to him. They may not have been in his own little group, but he knew an interrogation when he saw one, and didn't have any intention of being a rat." Klein stared at him for a moment, as if giving him a chance to change his answer. Michael stayed silent. "Have you noticed any abnormal behavior from him?" "He cries a lot. Tries to get in good with the natives. Nothing aside from that." "Have you seen him talk extensively with anyone who is not a teacher or another Lifetaker?" Michael thought about it. "I think he was friendly with one of the women that serves food in the mess. I don't know her name, though." Klein looked at him intently for a few more seconds, then turned his head to one of the guards in the corner. The guard opened the door and gestured for him to leave. Michael pushed himself off the edge of the chair and onto stiff and sore legs. He led him to the wall where the other Lifetakers were lined up and had him stand at the end. The remaining Lifetakers were interviewed and soon lined up next to him. Two more of them passed out from locking their legs, but after guards ensured they were alive, they simply left them there as the other guards back at the barracks had. Klein emerged from the room shortly after the last interview. He left the building and everyone else was escorted behind him, made to stand in front of the gallows. Neat rows of exhausted men in the bodies of children looking at the swinging ropes as they were blown gently back and forth by a cool breeze. It was morning, and dozens of native recruits had gathered at the gallows as well, curious as to what was happening. There were no attempts to send them on their way, and as they stood there and waited, more of the native recruits joined them until there was a medium-sized crowd watching the proceedings. 3 children were pushed roughly up the steps by an equal number of guards. One of them fell as he hit the steps and was grabbed and thrown up to the top step with one hand. They had sacks over their heads, and muffled curses and screams could be heard as they were made to stand in front of each of the 3 nooses. Klein walked out to the front of the gallows with a look of rage on his face and looked out over the gathered takers. "Your fellow takers Shio, Tash, and Tion attempted to escape the academy today. An already dire offense." In planning for his escape, Shio convinced Jen Tymond that he was here by accident. That he was no Lifetaker, just a child forced to be here under terrifying circumstances. Because of his deception and her kindness, she attempted to smuggle him and his accomplices out along with supplies and an intention to hide them away in her home village. When they were caught, Shio, who she trusted, took her hostage with a blade to the throat and killed her. She had 3 children and has served here for 5 years. He paused for a few moments. "We have been reasonable to you. Kind in comparison to our neighbors. Witness what happens when you prove you are exactly what we expect you to be." The hoods were removed from each of the guilty, and the faces of 3 weeping 6-year-olds looked out at the crowd. Cash and Tion struggled and cursed through their tears, but Shio just went limp and cried, trying to use sympathy the way a predator baits prey. The soldiers behind each of them looped each noose around their throats, tightening them very far to make them properly fit around their small necks. Michael knew that they weren't actually children, that they were simply men, murderers even, but that didn't change what his eyes saw. There were no announcements, no last words. The moment all three were secured, the soldiers simply stepped back in unison and pulled the levers to open the trap doors beneath them. Their small bodies fell, and even at a distance Michael could hear the snap off their necks, involuntarily jumping at the sound, his body shaking. A few of the native recruits cheered or clapped, happy to see evil punished. Michael watched the bodies of children swing back and forth, lifeless. The image of it seared itself into his mind. It would live behind his eyes, coming unbidden, in the same way that the parents of his body's screams came to his ears. There was 1 hour to sleep, which few of them in the barracks actually managed. After that they shuffled silently to receive their inoculations for growth, with Ollie receiving what looked to be a half, or even 1/3 of the same dose as everyone else. After that they went to eat breakfast. There was no hour of questions, which was what Michael had expected. Michael found it difficult to eat. Images of children's bodies and the scream of the parents whose child's body he took alternating in his mind. He hadn't seen much death in his last life. He remembered a man having a heart attack at the office, which he didn't survive. He remembered his grandmother's body lying still in a casket. He remembered identifying his son's body. It was mangled, but his face was unmarked. He remembered kissing his forehead as he cried. He had been steeling himself for the fact that he'd be fighting and likely killing, but that was going to be war. He would have adrenaline in his veins and friends at his side to protect. "I can't blame him," said Marcus, breaking the silence that had hung over their table. Davi scoffed. "He killed a woman." Marcus nodded. "That I can blame him for. Trying to escape, though? I can't blame him." Davi, who'd had no trouble eating, gave a shrug in agreement as he took another bite of bread. "I don't understand trying it now," said Ollie. "When we're so small and weak. Waiting until our bodies had aged more would have made more sense, right? Unless he had a thing for it." Fyodor shook his head. He manipulated others through sympathy. That is an easier thing to gain with the face of a child. He looked at Marcus. "I thought you were resigned to your fate here." Marcus shrugged. "I'm mercurial. I understand what Shio was thinking. We're going to be fighting for this country for 10 years, doing what sounds primarily like suicide missions for the chance at amnesty and a job. All because I died and grabbed the wrong speck of light." Michael shook his head. "No. We deserve this. If you kill someone accidentally back on Earth, you'd also face punishments, repercussions. Doubly so if it's a child. We deserve this, and worse wouldn't be unexpected. Besides, the commission we earn goes back to the families whose children we took from them. It's the least we could do for them." Fyodor smiled at him. "You wouldn't happen to have been Catholic in your last life?" Michael sighed. "Lapsed, but yes." Ollie patted him on the back. "Don't worry. I'm sure a priest will arrive soon to bugger you, and you'll feel right as rain." Michael shook his head. "I wish I'd been reborn alone. That way I wouldn't have to spend another lifetime hearing the same tired jokes over and over again." That bit of levity brought everyone out of their funk a bit, and Michael found that he could force down his food a bit more easily if they kept talking. The rest of the day stayed somber, and no one was at their best with the lack of sleep and exhausting night. He struggled to perform even the spells he thought he'd already had a good handle on. The teachers in Klein were far harsher in their critiques and corrections, and the number of young guards had tripled. By the time everyone had gone to their barracks for the night, no one stayed up to talk or joke. Everyone simply collapsed into their bunks and fell immediately into a dreamless black sleep. The rest of the week passed by similarly. There was a somber and oppressive air that had settled over everything. There were a few highlights, with 2 more takers being found to have high enough magic potential to train as mages with Ollie, and Michael finding that he had a talent for shields beyond what he'd expected, even managing to deflect a few of Klein's blows without difficulty, half-assed though they were. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. At the end of the week, rather than the barracks, everyone was taken to an outbuilding that no one recognized. No one asked any questions. The number of guards, the presence of Krim, and Klein had everyone too nervous to do so. Inside the building there was a middle-aged woman, wearing a black robe and no military insignia. Her hair was black with a few threads of gray and hung loose and wild in stark contrast to the other women at the academy. There were several pews that had been pushed against the wall, and there was a long metal rod stuck into a brazier in the center of the room. A few yards from the brazier at the far end of the room was a small altar, and a golden symbol of a circle with lines extending from it in alternating lengths, making it look almost like a sun. It was probably the most ostentatiously decorated place he'd seen at the academy so far, and he still found it Spartan. He guessed it was a chapel to the divine. "Line up," said Klein. They were all in a kind of line anyway, but Marcus shifted behind Michael, who suddenly found himself at the front. Klein looked at them with a frown that hadn't left his face since he had Shio and his accomplices executed. "Today, you will be receiving your brand. This is usually reserved for when takers are much older and your bodies are more able to handle it, but due to recent events we are required to move up the timeline, and all of you are at the minimum age at which survival is a near guarantee. The brand is exactly what it sounds like. A mark seared into your flesh. Those in the Stent army who are required to lead takers have a brand as well, and through that we can cause you pain." He rolled up his right sleeve a bit, showing a scar that looked like an X made up of curvy lines with a line through it. "They are only used in extreme circumstances, and at the end of your term they are removed." He looked directly at Michael. "You're first." Michael looked at him. It made sense as a method of control, but even with his guilt he found it difficult to come around to being branded like a steer. He took a step forward and hesitated. Klein looked at him with what he thought was a bit of sympathy. "The faster we get this over with, the faster you can all get back to your barracks." Michael didn't look around. He remembered that there were a dozen guards, and he was a child. He moved forward toward the robed woman. She looked at him, and through him, and he realized that she had to be a diviner. "Remove your shirt." Her voice was soft, but had some steel to it. He complied and knelt. She produced a small length of rope and gestured to his mouth. He took it and bit down. She grabbed the handle of the iron rod in the brazier, brought it out and stepped around too quickly for him to see the size of the brand at its tip. He wasn't sure if he should be grateful for that. There was nothing for a few seconds, then it hit. His jaw clenched on the rope as searing pain hit his right shoulder, tears forming and falling in the corners of his eyes almost immediately. The diviner removed her hand a moment later and placed her hand on his head, muttering under her breath in a language he didn't understand. The pain was terrible, but when she finished speaking it became worse. His body jerked backward, and he clenched his teeth even harder, his hands forming into fists as he felt the brand sear into his soul just as it had his body. He collapsed forward again, tasting blood in his mouth. "He's still conscious." "That's rare even for older takers that are branded," said the diviner as she helped him to his feet. His legs wobbled a bit, and the rope fell from his mouth along with two of his teeth and a globule of blood. Krim came over to examine the teeth and made him open his mouth. Just baby teeth. They were due to come out soon anyway. She took him over to one of the pews and gave him a soft cloth to clean up the blood from the side of his mouth while she cleaned the brand. The cleaning was painful, but quick, and she bandaged it swiftly afterward. He watched as Marcus took a few steps forward, then whipped around rapidly and tried to run. He did a surprisingly good job, ducking under several grabs and making it to the door, but was grabbed by the collar at the last minute and dragged forward. Despite his small size, it took 3 guards to hold him down as the diviner pressed the brand into his skin. Unlike Michael, he lost consciousness. While Krim looked him over, Michael heard her whisper to Klein, "Don't hold it against him. He has difficulty with needles as well." It was a lame excuse. Michael had gleaned enough from Marcus to know that what the brand represented was far more terrifying to him than any pain it would cause. Still, Klein gave her a nod as she went to clean and bandaging his wound. No one else tried to run. Pyotr was the only other person to remain conscious after receiving the brand, but Davi awoke from unconsciousness after less than a minute, as did a few others. Ollie was knocked completely out. By the end of it, the small chapel to the divines smelled like a barbecue. Several of them were taken to the infirmary for more intensive treatment, and the rest were escorted back to the barracks. Michael slept on his chest that night. A month passed without anything else significant happening, and things fell back into routine. Wake up, treatment, magic, language, lunch, military norms, or quartermaster duties in Michael's case, bushcraft, conditioning, and combat. As they started to gain greater mastery of the magic, language, and norms, more time was devoted to combat. This coincided with their physical growth from small into large children. It made sense. There was less they needed to learn magically or through language, and they could handle greater amounts of combat and conditioning, so it was a smart transition. The physical conditioning was made up of mostly running. Running fast, running slow, running while holding something, running uphill, running downhill. It was only occasionally broken up with a number of exercises he recognized from his old world. These included push-ups, squats, lunges, and even burpees. It was unpleasant, but he seemed to have less trouble than everyone else. Waking up feeling loose while everyone else had to basically drag themselves out of bed. He wondered if it was just a matter of perception. He remembered what it was like to have old bones and muscles that ached. Michael was finding his new body to be aging very differently from his old one. His jaw was becoming more defined. He was taller than most of the others, and while he'd been a bit of a pudgy kid in his old body, this time he was lean and strong. Davi was the only one in their close-knit groups that was taller than him, and he was also much larger, his jaw already defined enough as a child to cut glass and a naturally angry set to his eyes. Pyotr had an average size and build, but his arms seemed a bit long for his body, and his black hair and blue eyes made him look very striking, though the frequent sunburns he experienced from his pale skin ate into that impression a little. Marcus was the shortest of them, aside from Ollie, and had a narrow frame and face that made him look somewhere between a fox and a rodent, depending on if you wanted to compliment or insult him. He kept his hair long, somehow managing to hide its length whenever they were taken to have it clipped, and he had the darkest skin of all of them, looking Greek with a heavy tan. Ollie, of course, was the smallest because his growth had been slowed for magical training, and he did not appreciate that. Between his size and constant shit-eating grin, he was very punchable, but they all had the maturity from two separate lives to keep them from doing so, most of the time. In the barracks during the short hour before the Baroque lights were shut down, Michael found himself curious about what Ollie was doing. He no longer participated in combat training or bushcraft, and instead spent that time doing additional training with Teft and the others that had shown mage potential. We've been learning more spells, but mostly we're being taught how to weave spells of our own. It's kind of a balancing act between how much magicka you can channel, how many focuses you can hold, and what you're trying to do. If I wanted to shoot a bolt of lightning at someone, for instance, I would have to be sure my channels could handle what I'm imagining. If I use just a word as the focus, that can make my imagination run too wild. If I have a string of words, that can make it more specific and easier to channel magicka toward. If I have a phrase and a physical focus I associate with what I'm trying to do, then that makes it even easier, though there's always a limit to what's possible. We're encouraged to experiment with only the basics for now, settle on specific spells that we can create reflexively, and not try and do any improv as it's dangerous. The more settled a spell in your mind, the more likely it is to gain a title or deed to it as well. What about the burning magicka channel pathways? He scowled. That shit sucks so much as you wouldn't believe. It feels like if scratching a chalkboard manifested as a drill moving through your body. Said Michael, gripped a bit by the visceral description. What does it do, though? It makes your channels stronger. The more channels you connect, the more easily you can move magicka through your body. I thought it was easy enough already, but I do find that I'm much less spent when casting after forging new channels. Pyotr, who'd been listening in, piped in. How do you do it? Ollie shook his head. You guys don't want to do it. It sucks, it hurts, and you guys still won't be able to throw fireballs or anything like that. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Pyotr shrugged. I can think of other reasons it would be useful. I want to live a full second life, with drinking, friends, and maybe a woman or two or three. This could help me survive. Michael nodded, agreed on most points. He wasn't so sure about the women and drinking, but he'd hold that decision until after he hit puberty again. He knew well that making choices about all that at this juncture was pointless. None of his currently prepubescent thoughts on sex were going to matter anymore once the testosterone started flowing again. Ollie sighed. All right, I didn't realize you were both such masochists. He flexed his small hands a bit. The first step is to feel your mana channels. Michael did so, feeling the line that moved from his left wrist to the pit of his stomach, as well as the dozens of smaller cool pools scattered throughout his body. Now, you'll need to channel your mana, but just in one of the channels, almost like you're going to cast a spell, but not quite. Michael found one of the small pools that was very close to another one, and started to work up the magicka in the pool, feeling it grow cold like ice. Ollie, whose eyes were closed, continued. Good. Now you need to focus all of that magicka toward the edge of that channel, in the direction that you want to connect it to. Michael started to push it, feeling some resistance as he did so. You're going to have to push harder than that, said Ollie with his eyes still closed. He must have been sensing what they were doing somehow. Michael listened, pushing the magicka harder, trying to imagine it forming a drill that was rotating at a point. The resistance gave way, and his entire body shuddered with so much discomfort that he pulled back immediately. He opened his mouth and rubbed his face before shaking out his hands, feeling a kind of unpleasant wriggling sensation all through his body, as if he'd just seen a roach. Ollie looked at him. I told you, it's ass. Michael nodded. Your description was apartment. Pyotr's eyes were still closed, and while his face twitched a bit, his expression remained calm. Michael, impressed, closed his own eyes again. He repeated all of the steps, but this time he braced himself for the discomfort. He nearly pulled back again when he broke through the resistance, but pushed this time, gritting his remaining teeth. It wasn't painful exactly, but it felt wrong, and it was a very difficult feeling to ignore. Still, after nearly 10 straight minutes, he connected the two pools. He opened his eyes, forcing deep breaths to make the feeling of wrongness leave him. He didn't feel any different. Ollie nodded. Do that a dozen more times, and you'll start to see some improvement. I've had to burn hundreds of the fucking things so far, he shuddered. Michael shook his head. He thought he would try it again, but doing it again right after the first one just wasn't something he could push himself to do after a long day of learning and training. Ollie turned to Pyotr, who was sweating profusely, and frowned. Whoa. Take it easy, he said, grabbing his arm. Pyotr opened his eyes. Did I push myself too far? Ollie closed his eyes, shaking his head. Yes. 3 channels at once the first time you do it is way too fucking far. Michael shook his head, flabbergasted. Pyotr shrugged weakly, seeming exhausted. I am used to discomfort. It was not so difficult, and you are an excellent teacher. Ollie nodded. I was and am, yes, but still you need to pace yourself if you do that again. Prakash had to go to the infirmary for rushing through burning channels. Michael frowned. I'm sorry, did you just imply that you were a teacher? At a trade school. I taught mechanics. Michael let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. Thank God. For a second I thought that you'd been in charge of molding young hearts and minds. That would have made me question Australia's sanity even more. Fuck you, he replied in the high-pitched tones of a child. Pyotr and Michael shared a laugh. That's what I get for helping you assholes. I do appreciate it, said Michael. As do I, said Pyotr with a nod. Good, you're both fucking welcome. Almost as if on cue, the lights were shut off. A few people meandered in quiet conversation, but most everyone went straight to their bunks to sleep, too tired to keep talking. Michael sat there quietly for a few moments. It had only been a short while, but he already felt recovered from forging that small channel. He closed his eyes and sensed his magicka again, finding 2 more nearby ice-cold channels the size of small pools. He repeated what he did before, pushing himself through the resistance and discomfort until he'd forged another channel. He panted for a few minutes, and then pushed himself to do it one more time. If he did a few a day, he would eventually have them all connected. Even if he would never be a true mage, having a few more tools in his arsenal could only help. The next day Pyotr struggled to get up and move. Try to forge some more channels last night? Asked Michael. Pyotr shook his head. No, I am still exhausted from those first 3, I think. It may be some time until I do it again. Michael nodded, but frowned to himself as he did so, wondering if he was doing something wrong that kept him from being so exhausted by the process. Klein pointed at Davi, who'd had his hand raised for nearly 5 minutes. It had taken quite some time to earn another free hour of questions after what had happened with Shio, but Klein had finally allowed another one that morning. Why don't you have a ton of guns? He asked. That was a very good question, thought Michael. They had access to people from other worlds, and their society didn't seem exactly backwards when it came to innovation. With their focus on the military, firearms were an obvious choice. He already partially knew the answer, thanks to what Marcus had told him, but he still wanted to know why they weren't more widespread. We do have guns. It took several takers who'd overestimated their engineering abilities blowing themselves up to accomplish it, but eventually we had rudimentary firearms. Unfortunately, they do not work well with magicka. The more complicated a machine is, the more trouble it has when someone has magicka, and we found that even very simple firearms were more prone to misfires, or worse when someone with even a low magical potential uses them. There are very occasionally those who are born with no magic affinity, and they are recruited as sharpshooters. He nodded at Marcus. Dwarves, who have no magic channels, also use simple firearms. It's one of the reasons no country in the Humelands has ever tried to invade them. He pointed at Michael. Are the Humelands the only place with humans? He shook his head. There are humans on every continent as far as I know. It is believed that we are the largest concentration of them here, though if that's true or not was lost during the cataclysm. Michael nodded. That made his admittedly foolish dream of maybe locating his wife when she died, or even his kids when they passed, even more foolish. They could be anywhere in a large new world that he didn't even know the scope of. That was assuming they could only reincarnate as humans, or that they would reincarnate at all. The cataclysm was something Klein had mentioned before. Some kind of event that destroyed the Humelands capital and caused massive rifts and monsters to appear. Before it had occurred, the Humelands had been a single country. Stent claimed to have held the true heir to the old throne, but apparently so did every other country. Klein pointed at another person, Ogun, he thought. Do you have holidays here? Special days you celebrate? Yes, Klein answered simply before pointing to someone else. Michael had noticed he did that a lot when the questions were cultural or recently historical. Marcus and Davi both believed it was to keep them from being able to fit in too well. If they did manage to desert, then they would be easier to pick out as takers and so easier to round up and hang if they needed to. Faraway historical events didn't seem to matter as much, as they were such common knowledge that a few others had already known about the cataclysm before the question had even been asked. What are these Ticinians we are to be fighting like? Asked Prakash. Klein's relaxed smile that had only recently returned faded. They're savages. They dress in rags, indulge in slavery and serfdom. Their women have no rights, and their men are treated like dogs. They claim that they are owed Stent's lands due to a marriage more than 300 years past. They have mercenaries do their fighting for them because they are cowards. Michael raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Pyotr. They both knew propaganda when they heard it. That didn't mean they were immune to it, but this was a bit less subtle than it tended to be in their own countries of origin. After that, Klein's appetite to answer questions seemed to fade quickly, and he only answered 2 more with quick responses before everyone was shuffled to their next class. Magic class was next, and at this point Michael had learned all of the spells he was required to, so he was instead shuffled early to help Dugan. Once Dugan had realized his knack for paperwork, he'd started to have him fill out and correct the majority of the basic forms. When he wasn't filling out paperwork, he was helping him to load wagons and move supplies from one area to another, sort out freshly arrived goods, or even help with the maintenance for the weapons and armor. Michael very quickly became an adept hand at sewing buttons or patches onto uniforms, polishing brass buttons, and even hemming pants. When they were working, Dugan indulged Michael in answering the occasional question, though for the most part he seemed very wary of what he said, and didn't seem like much of a conversationalist to begin with. Since their first meeting, Michael had noticed a number of people with strange features he wouldn't have recognized before. Oddly wide eyes, slightly pointed ears, fingers just a bit too long, even patches of hair in unnatural colors. Whatever had happened to the elves in Stent, it was long ago that their traits were only minor in their descendants. Do you know how long Ticinia has been fighting Stent? Michael asked as he threaded a fresh needle. Long time. Michael sighed at the non-answer. Do they have a lot of dwarves there? No. Only a small mountain range there. Most of us that live below the Humelands are in Swandia. Michael nodded. He'd heard of that country a few times. It was apparently some distance to the east. Do dwarves worship the divine? He asked. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. Dugan snorted, startling Michael a bit. Our gods still have names. They live beneath the earth, carving our homes and leaving behind what is needed for us to live. We can touch them. They are not merely floating words of gold and blessings given by some wispy priest. Michael raised an eyebrow. That was the most he'd ever gotten Dugan to talk. He was about to ask a follow-up question when Dugan stood up and walked away, returning with a stack of papers for Michael to work through. He sighed. The work wasn't too dissimilar to what he'd done for a living in his last life, which made it easy, but left him feeling a bit jealous of Ollie being able to spend his time learning magic. When he was done, he was shuffled back in with the regular group, and the rest of the day was normal until it came time for combat training. It was spear practice that day, but instead of being given one, he was instead given one of the no-bladed swords and told to stand to the side and wait by Klein. Shortly after, Teft and Ollie appeared. Ollie needs to start more practical combat training, said Klein as he gestured for Michael to stand across from him. He's been learning his shield spell, possibly the most important spell in a combat mage's repertoire, but it needs training in active use. You're going to be attacking him. Oh, said Michael, brandishing his sword a bit and smiling shamelessly. He was more than a foot taller than Ollie at this point, and while his swordsmanship wasn't quite at Pyotr's level, he was able to hold his own against everyone else very well. Ollie just shook his head at him. Brains over brawn. Michael shrugged. I've got both over you, so that should be fine. First we'll establish a baseline, said Teft, gesturing to Ollie. Form a shield a foot in front of you and to the side. Ollie nodded and muttered, "Oh fuck," under his breath in English. Michael raised an eyebrow. Ollie smiled through his concentration. I figured it's the focus phrase I'd most easily remember when I needed to bring up a shield in front of myself. Michael chuckled. He knew Ollie's flame spell focus phrase was Barbie, so this wasn't much of a leap. If he looked closely, he could see a slight shimmer of purple light floating to Ollie's side, and if he reached out with his channeling, he could feel vaguely that something was there, but not ascertain its exact shape. He hadn't been able to do that before he'd started forging a few channels every night before bed. Klein gestured to Michael, give a swing at his side, a little to his left. Half strength. Michael took his stance and swung. He hit the purple haze in the air, and he could feel it start to give, but his blade bounced off of it. Teft looked at Ollie. Okay, adjust it based on the fact that was half strength. He nodded and a bit more magicka flowed from him. Klein looked at Michael. Full strength this time. Michael inhaled, took his stance again, and exhaled, this time putting his full force into the strike. This time his blade smashed into it, but he felt no give at all. Teft nodded. Good. I think you have an idea now, though keep in mind his strikes are going to vary in strength, but your shield shouldn't. You always want it prepared to take the strongest possible strike your opponent can muster. Klein nodded. Okay. Simple movements. Start striking. Keep it slow to start, but put what force you can into the strikes. Michael nodded and started attacking slowly, just as he did with the others when they practiced sparring. His slow attacks were met with Ollie's shields each time, and they fell into a rhythm quickly. Speed up, said Klein as he started walking in a circle around them. Michael did so, though he kept his movements simple. Ollie kept up with little difficulty, raising a hand quickly in front of each blow. Those hand movements are unnecessary, said Teft. They may act as a minor focus, but with your magicka reserves you shouldn't need to rely on them for basic attack shielding. Ollie gritted his teeth a bit, but slowly stopped raising his hands to move the shield to intercept Michael's blows, though his hand kept twitching. They were sped up a few more times, and Klein encouraged Michael to slowly add complexity to what he was doing. He was getting tired, but he kept up a consistent series of blows that he moved to random points of attack. Ollie, on the other hand, was growing more confident, his fingers no longer twitching to block every blow, and his eyes slowly stopped focusing on just Michael's hands, and instead seemed focused on his chest, from where he could see all of his movements in his peripheral vision. To make things harder on a warrior attacking you, you should add some pushback to the shield whenever he makes contact, as if it were a real shield in your hand. This hurts their arms over time, and can throw off their balance, said Teft, scratching his chin. The shields Michael was striking quickly shifted from annoying to painful as he added a pushback to each blocked blow. Soon his arms were screaming at him, but he kept it up. Break, said Klein. Michael lowered his blade slowly, trying to slow down his breath. The first few times someone had just dropped their blade, they'd been rewarded with a swift smack to break them of the habit. He placed the sword in the temporary scabbard and got himself some water, drinking greedily from the ladle, though his hand was shaking terribly. Ollie got some water too, though he seemed completely fine, and shot him a smirk. He then walked back to the instructors. Klein met Michael halfway. Remember, you have 2 hands. Don't hold yourself back too much. Michael nodded, taking his place across from Ollie again and readying his sword. Start, said Klein. Michael moved immediately, sending out 3 quick strikes. Ollie was surprised enough that he actually raised his hands to summon the shield, just as he had been doing when they'd first started. Michael stepped closer to Ollie and threw out a few more, though Ollie was ready this time and blocked all 3 of them, pushing the shields back at the point of impact to cause some reverberation. Michael did 3 more full-strength overhand blows that Ollie blocked easily due to their predictability, and while he was focused on that, Michael took his offhand off the hilt of his sword, took another step forward, and struck Ollie directly in the middle of his face with a punch. Ollie fell backwards, kicking up dust. He let out a pained groan as he brought his hands to his face. Blood was gushing freely from his nose. It was broken. Klein bent down to look at him, then looked over to one of the young soldiers guarding them. Go tell the infirmary to be ready for a broken nose. He looked over to Teft, who nodded back at him. Michael would realize later that this was planned, a common lesson given to combat mages to be prepared for anything, as well as for others to attack them in unexpected ways. At that moment, though, Michael found that he wasn't seeing Ollie hurt in front of him. He was seeing his son Vic, the time he'd misjudged a jump from the swing and broken his arm. Michael walked toward him, feeling a familiar heat growing in his right hand. He took several steps toward Ollie. Klein and Teft turned to look at him, and their eyes widened. Michael knelt down next to Ollie and raised his hand in front of his face, over his broken nose. It was glowing gold, and Ollie didn't even wince as it touched him. Michael felt suddenly tired, and the glow of his hand faded. He removed it from Ollie's face, to see his nose completely restored. Only a bit of still wet blood showed that it had ever been damaged in the first place. Michael looked at his hand, where the heat lingered still. He recognized it. It was Sarah's hand, the same feeling he'd had when holding it in the hospital as he'd died. Touched by divinity, said Klein, standing from where he'd been kneeling by Ollie. And a healer at that. Ollie stood back up too, blinking and wiping some blood away on his sleeve. Thanks, mate. Didn't know you could do that. He looked at Michael, staring at his hand and flexing it. Guessing you didn't either? Michael shook a bit as the heat in his hand faded. He didn't want to lose it. What? Teft stood and looked at him. I've heard that gaining blessings like this can be very disorienting. Klein nodded. Don't think he needs the infirmary, but we were near the end today anyway. He looked out at the rest of the training yard, where everyone was pretending to keep up their drills as they tried to catch glimpses of whatever was going on. We're breaking early for dinner. Head to the mess, then to bed. He looked back at Michael, who was starting to finally accept the coldness of his hand. Go. Eat. Michael nodded, his head foggy. Oh, okay. He shuffled around behind everyone else, Ollie helping to make sure he didn't run into anything, and helping him to get his tray together before they sat down at their usual spot in the corner. After a few bites of a piece of bread filled with warm cheese and a vegetable that resembled broccoli, he was feeling aware and finally able to focus on what was going on around him. Punch hurt like hell, but the pain and everything was gone the second he touched it, said Ollie through mouthfuls of food. Klein said something about him being touched by the divine dot. Strange that the god of this place would bless someone from another world. Though the will of God, or gods, or whatever is not for us to know, said Piotr, gesturing with his spoon. Not too different from our own. We didn't have any, said Marcus. Frankly, I don't know that they have any here either. The divine could just be some innate thing people have here. Like magic. Well, they said they used to have individual gods before their names were lost. That they were very present before. Is our ability to see our titles and deeds not enough proof of their existence? Not to mention what Michael just did. How do you lose their names? Does that make sense to you? These people have writing. How do you lose something like that? Unless it's all made up in the first place. Ollie shrugged. A wizard did it. Piotr chuckled. He's joking, but that's a good point. There's magic here, things that are different from the rules of our home. Why doubt it? It's too easy, said Marcus. Davi, who'd been busy stuffing his face, nodded. He's right about that. The explanation is too simple. Truthfully, none of this matters anyway, said Marcus. You're the one that started the argument, said Piotr with the condescension of a professor correcting a student. Marcus ignored him. The important question is whether or not his healing can remove scars. Davi raised an eyebrow and nodded, understanding his meaning immediately. Michael did too. If that's what you want, then I would do it for you as a friend if I can. I don't think that would be a good idea though. Marcus nodded, spearing a piece of meat. It wouldn't be. At least not yet. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Are you okay? Asked Piotr. Michael nodded. I'm feeling okay now. What I did had an odd impact. He flexed his hand a bit. But yeah, I'll be okay. That's good, said Davi, wearing a rare smile. I would not mind having a friend who can heal my bruises. Michael felt much better the next morning and felt fairly fresh during his morning visit to the alchemist and breakfast, but he was taken out of his quartermaster duties by Klein. I've been told by Tef that you have nothing else to learn in this class. From now on you'll be spending your time with the diviner on base to cultivate the abilities we discovered yesterday, after which you'll report to Dugan. Michael nodded. He'd expected something like that. It was basically the same thing that happened to Ollie when it was discovered he had mage potential, or when it was discovered that Marcus had none. Is it uncommon to have a taker with the ability to heal? Diviner healers with that ability are rare in general. There have been others with a touch of the divine, but no healers in my lifetime. Most healers are kept from the front due to their value, but because of your status as an irregular, we may be lucky enough to have one on our front lines. Michael thought about that. He wouldn't mind not seeing the front or being sent on any of the dangerous missions it seemed that irregulars were typically assigned to. It won't keep you from any of the normal assignments. Takers aren't given any exceptions, but if your ability as a healer is significant enough, it'll give the family of your body a greater price, and your decade of service is more likely to be cut. Klein seemed to be able to read minds. Our terms can be cut? He nodded. There are special cases in which they can be shortened. Severe injury, commutation by a general or royalty such as the king. I know of 2 mages that served only 7 and 8 years, and 1 warrior that was actually elevated to the nobility when he lost a leg saving a general. If our terms can be cut, can they also be extended? Klein smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. Yes, but most of the reasons a regular recruit's term would be extended are reasons that would lead to irregulars being hung. He pushed open the door to the small chapel and walked inside. The woman who had branded them was lounging across a pew, reading in a spot of sunlight. When she saw them, she pushed herself up to her feet inelegantly and rested the book open on the edge of the pew to save her page. Mira, said Klein, nodding in greeting. This is the one I told you about. She stretched, choking down a yawn, and looked at Michael. The first one I branded, I remember you. She held out a hand. Michael took it and gave it a firm shake, his years of meeting people once and never again in his old life, as an office worker taking over. She returned the shake and frowned. I was hoping for a kiss. I didn't realize that was a typical greeting here. Klein sighed. It's not. A handshake is fine. Not for a proper gentleman or lady, she replied. He is no gentleman and you are no lady. I'm a distant relative of the king, you know that. Yes, and my great-uncle thrice removed, and twice returned was the king of all the Hume lands himself. Michael chuckled. Klein turned a bit toward him, as if remembering he was there, and he coughed to clear his throat. You will teach him more of how to be a diviner with a focus on his newly realized healing blessing. Yes, I know. We talked about it last night, and a little bit this morning, she smiled slyly. Klein masterfully kept any expression from his face. It was odd seeing him act so normal. He wasn't too strict, though Michael's knuckles were still a bit sore from a sweat on them a few days ago, and Michael had the impression that he approached things more informally than the other instructors on the base with 2 stripes. But he was demanding and showed no favoritism, nor did he joke or speak with any of the takers beyond his role as an instructor. He supposed he was the same at home versus at work, and he didn't even work with people that were culturally considered child murderers. Well, unless he wanted to count those few times he worked with the audit team. I leave him to you. Recruit Dent will help you if he makes trouble, though this one never has. She looked at the young recruit standing at the edge of the room who'd followed Klein and Michael inside. I'm fairly certain I can pummel a child if I need to. It's why I would have made such a great mother. You can take Recruit Dent with you. Klein shook his head. Not with the incidents we've had recently. He stays. She shrugged. All right then, fine. The poor boy can stay here and be bored looking at an old lady and a man in the body of a child talk about the divine. I'm sure that's exactly the kind of action he was looking for when he signed up. Old lady seemed like a bit of an exaggeration to Michael. She had to be in her early 40s at the latest, but he supposed there were some differing norms between worlds. Glad you agree, said Klein, turning around. I'll have someone retrieve him later. I expect a report on where he stands. He walked out of the room, leaving Michael alone with Mira, guard aside. She looked him up and down. So, you healed a broken nose yesterday? He nodded. Think you could do it again? I'm not certain. Well, there's only one way to find out. She started walking toward the doors. Come on, let's get moving. The infirmary is a bit of a walk. They arrived in the infirmary with their guard in tow. Mira did not shorten her strides or slow her pace as they walked, so Michael had to effect a kind of half-walk, half-run in order to keep up with her. She was tall for a woman, though the people of Stent had so far seemed to tend toward the tall side in general. Inside were the usual rows of beds, a few with the curtains drawn, and at the far end was the alchemy lab Michael visited every day for his injections. There were 2 medics attending to a patient at the far end of the room. Don't worry, said Mira. No more shots of cursed well water and fortifying draft for you today. Cursed well water? She kept walking as she spoke, yanking back a few curtains to the surprise of the young recruits inside as she moved. Yes, there's a village in southwestern Stent where a witch cursed a farmer's well to cause things to age and decay on his farm. That water is what's used to age you. It has to be mixed a very particular way, though. Without it, I'd bet we'd just be bashing takers' heads in as babes like this Ficht. We hate to let bodies go to waste, though. She pulled away another curtain. This one will do. She yanked the curtain the rest of the way to the side, revealing a young man who was somehow still asleep. His hand was wrapped heavily in a cast and slightly elevated by a leather strap. She smacked his face a few times, and after a heavy snore he awoke. What? He blinked bleary-eyed. Diviner Mira? He shook some of his sleep away, wincing a bit as the motion moved his hand. Divines. I'm not dying or something, right? It's just a broken hand from Endo's damned faint. No, you're not dying, she said before muttering a bit quieter, at least not until you get to the front. What? She pointed at Michael. So, give it a try. See if you can heal him. He turned his attention to Michael, his face contorting from confusion into a scowl. A taker? Get that bastard away from me. It was bad enough I had to see those creepy little monsters walking to the alchemy room this morning, waking me up. He may be able to heal your hand, said Mira. I'm happy to wake up a different recruit, though, if you'd prefer. The young man's face contorted a bit before he nodded. Fine. I don't want to fall behind too much. Mira looked at Michael, gesturing toward the young man with a nod of her head. Michael nodded back to her and focused on his right hand. He tried to recall that heat he'd felt in it, the touch of Sarah's hand as he'd passed. He inhaled deeply, the sounds of the hospital room fading. His hand started to grow warm, then hot, and a golden glow began to radiate from it. He moved toward the young recruit and gently placed his hand on the boy's cast. His hand heated a bit more, and then the glow faded, as did the feeling of his wife's hand in his own. He stumbled back a bit, feeling winded, and flexed his hand. Does it feel better? Asked Mira. I can't really tell, replied the recruit. Mira slapped his wrapped hand, causing him to jump. Hey, he exclaimed, yanking his hand back quickly from her and cradling it. He looked at it and rotated it at his wrist a few times. He then started to tear off the cast. Mira grabbed his hand again and pulled it toward herself, pulling a small knife from somewhere and cutting off the rest of the wrapping away. Oh wow, he said, flexing his fingers. It feels just like it did before it broke. It's not even purple anymore. He looked at Mira. Thank you. She gestured toward Michael. Thank him, he's the one who did it. No. Mira shrugged. I'll leave that up to the divines to judge you on that. A medic approached from the far side of the room, a bit of blood on her sleeve. What's going on over here, diviner? Just testing this irregular to see his healing blessing in person, Marta. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Reported. The medic frowned and leaned toward the patient, squinting at his hand and moving his fingers and squeezing parts of his palm. Well, it's safe to say that it's working. The medic looked at the young man. I'd say you're good to return to your class. I believe I saw them starting some physical conditioning, carrying buckets filled with rocks across the old jousting lanes. The boy frowned. You're sure it's completely better? I mean, I can stay here a bit longer if I need to. The medic nodded. You're fine. Get out of here. I'll be letting your instructor know that you left at exactly a third of sun. Yes, ma'am, said the young man, pushing himself out of bed and gathering some belongings. The medic turned to Mira and Michael. Do you think you could do that a few more times? Mira looked at him. Well, can you? Michael took a breath. He was feeling winded, but healing that recruit had felt right. The first purely helpful action he'd managed to take since he'd gotten there. The screams of the family he'd been taken from seemed quieter in his mind. I can, he said. The medic nodded and gestured for them to follow. He was taken to 3 of the worst cases. A young recruit that had been thrown from his horse and broken his leg, a new cook from the main cafeteria that had accidentally cut her hand deeply, and a recruit whose shield had shattered from a strike, breaking his arm and covering him in painful splinters. The last one had taken the most out of Michael, and after he watched the last of the splinters push themselves out, he'd nearly fallen as his legs began to give out. Marta caught him, as if she'd been ready for it, and put him gently in a chair, starting to examine him even as she placed him down. Exhaustion. He's as tired as if he'd been doing an hour straight of intense physical conditioning. She stood and poured him a cup of water that she then took a small amount of powder and mixed into it. Drink this, she said, handing it to him. He took it and drank it quickly. It tasted a little bit like lemon water, and he felt a bit of his strength return. He handed the cup back to her. Interesting. Recovery from using blessings must be quicker than actual physical exertion. Mira raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. After a few minutes, Michael was able to bring himself back to his feet without too much trouble. I think that's all for the day, said Mira. Don't want you to have to put him in a bed here too. The medic nodded. I mean, I wouldn't mind. You just saved me a lot of work. I may even be able to get some reading done. Are you reading the new Soldier's Slave? Asked Mira, leaning in. Not the new one, I'm too behind, but maybe I can bring that down to 1 today. Mira made a bit more small talk, and then they made their way back to the chapel. So, can regular mages do any kind of healing? She shrugged. They can kind of help to heal. They can use magic to perfectly set bones, sew skin back together, or even stop bleeding with liberal application of fire, but mages with those talents are better used offensively than as medics. They don't really heal anyway, so much as facilitate another person's ability to heal. What's Soldier's Slave? He asked as they neared the chapel. A very graphic romance. It's on its 4th issue. The 5th is out, but I don't know when a copy will make its way here. Is there a library or? There is, but it's full of history and military strategy. Dry stuff. We usually have to wait for a copy to arrive here and get a mage to do a few ink transfer spells to make copies. How does the author get paid? Paid? She has a patron that sees to her needs. Every book has a dedication to her. To the esteemed Countess Saravania. They reached the chapel again and walked inside, the door held open by their recruit escort. So, said Mira, clapping, we've established that you can't only heal broken noses, which is an excellent start. She walked into a door off the side of the chapel, behind the altar, and returned wheeling out a large mirror. Both the recruit and Michael moved to help her, but she gestured them away. I'm not so old I can't move a mirror on wheels. I've been older than you, replied Michael. Moving large furniture is a 2-person job no matter your age. Bah, said Mira, leaving the mirror in the center of the chapel. Stand in front of the mirror and read me out your titles and deeds. Michael nodded and moved in front of it, waiting for the spidery gold script to settle into something he could read. Titles. Michael Mann. The Restored. Deeds. Blessings. Healing Hand. Michael read out what he saw, noting that the Blessings section was new. You see no information aside from that? Asked Mira. He nodded. Those touched by the divine all have the ability to be diviners. While all takers should be able to read their own titles and deeds, you should be able to read anyone's. You should also be able to draw out far more information than what you can see now. How? He asked. Empathy, putting yourself into their headspace. It's easier to do if you know the person, or if they give you permission to divine them. Once it's trained enough, though, you'll be able to read people whether they want you to or not, whether or not they're very different from you. The recruit coughed. Excuse me, ma'am, it's nearly the second sun. Michael is to report to Dugan the quartermaster. Oh, guess I lost track of time. We'll pick this up tomorrow then. She looked at the guard. You can take him away. He nodded, and they began walking out of the chapel. Michael could already tell that Mira was going to be very helpful, and not only for developing his skills as a diviner. She had freely shared a number of things about the world that he'd so far only been able to guess at. They had nobility aside from the king. There was a patronage system for the arts. Ink transfer spells were used likely instead of a printing press. There was a library on the academy premises. And the inoculation that had been aging them was made up of cursed well water, meaning curses existed as did witches. Unlike Dugan and Klein, she spoke very freely, which meant that he'd be able to greatly increase his knowledge of the world outside of the academy. The next few weeks everyone was moving more and more towards some kind of specialization, with only a few exceptions. Ollie continued his mage training, with occasional help from everyone else when he needed to learn how to implement his spell during active combat. Marcus was always gone for large chunks of time, only to come back smelling of gunpowder. Pyotr and Davi did not gain any more specializations, but they excelled in combat training, especially Davi as he grew physically larger than everyone else. Michael spent no more time in mage training, language, or military norms. Now his mornings and early afternoons were all about learning divining and supply work. After that was an increased amount of combat training and the start of physical conditioning. They were physically reaching around 12, and the stirrings of puberty were starting for several of them. Michael had so far avoided that fate, it seemed his new body was a late bloomer. Michael stood, staring at the recruit who was doing his best to remain stoic, but had several beads of sweat forming on his brow. Michael could understand that. He was a recruit from a minor nobility based on the ring that was on his pinky finger. He had standards to meet and a family to make proud, but he hadn't really expected to be dealing with a taker, a murderer, in the body of a child staring at him to read his soul. Suddenly, Michael could see the boy's titles and deeds. Titles: Bran Neath. Deeds: Tamer of Heavyhoof. That's the first time I've seen a deed. Is Heavyhoof a horse? Asked Michael. The young man gulped. Yes. He was a titled wild horse that lived near my family orchard. It took me years to earn his trust, but just before I came here I was able to start riding him. Very impressive to have a deed so young, said Mira. Most of you don't earn any until you make it to the front, though a few of you manage it in the exercises or during the festivals in those years they have them. So, I can read his titles and deeds at a basic level, but there's a deeper level that I should be able to see on his and my own? She nodded. Yes, eventually titles and deeds will show you generally what benefit they confer, then later they'll show what the benefit is exactly. There are some who can even see the shadows of titles and deeds before they are going to be granted by the divine, but very few can manage that even after a lifetime of practice. Michael nodded. He learned a lot about his healing ability and being a diviner, but the progress was slow on the ladder, or at least it felt slow. According to Mira, he was making progress with blazing speed. It was apparently very difficult to teach actual children touched by the divine how to read anyone but themselves. That didn't surprise him. He had kids, loved them to death as children, but empathy was a rare attribute for them. As an adult with a near lifetime of experience who'd met many different kinds of people, it made sense that he was having a much easier time with it. The rest of the day passed by relatively uneventfully. Dugan and him spent the majority of the afternoon retrieving and transporting arrows for archery practice, and when they were done he went on to conditioning and sparring. At this point they'd learned all the basic movements for swords, spears, shields, and daggers, as well as a fair bit of basic hand-to-hand combat. Michael had noticed that the physical conditioning helped him with his healing as well, which meant as it had been amped up, he'd been able to heal more people in the infirmary every morning, and as with the first time he recovered by the time the regular physical conditioning occurred, then he recovered from that by morning, though his fellows always complained of soreness and misery. Maybe his own tolerance for it was just higher. He'd experienced plenty of soreness and misery in his old aging body even before the cancer. In the cafeteria, Klein told everyone there would be a series of announcements after dinner in the same classroom that he typically answered their questions when they'd earned the privilege. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. What do you think that's about? Asked Ollie, using magic to hold his spoon at the tip of his finger as if he was balancing it perfectly. Doesn't matter, said Marcus. You going to eat your meat? Asked Davi, his voice cracking as he pointed at Ollie's plate. Ollie shrugged and pushed his plate toward him. Davi tucked in immediately, inhaling the meal. I'm not looking forward to that, said Michael. Ollie patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I don't think he's going to eat you next, though I'm not completely certain of that. Maybe they do things differently in Brazil. I'm sure it's Americans that have the most famous cannibals, said Piotr, defending Davi, whose mouth was too full to respond. Americans have the most famous everything, replied Michael. Comes with being the largest exporter of culture in the world. Culture and human meat, replied Ollie, affecting a kind of spooky tone to his voice as he spoke. I was talking about puberty. The first time was rough enough. Ollie shook his head. I disagree. I can't wait to have some hair on my balls again. Hairy balls is the thing you're most looking forward to, replied Marcus with a grin. Ollie flipped him off. I am just glad that I'll have the wisdom to avoid some of the mistakes I made the last time, said Piotr. So many bad decisions that came from having full balls and a beautiful girl watching. That I understand, said Marcus. Though there are a few mistakes I wouldn't mind making again. Davi finished his plate and the food Ollie had given him with a large gulp. I think it'll be a bit tougher here. I wasn't exactly lacking for girls back in Rio. He looked over at the middle-aged women in the cafeteria. Already even they are starting to look very appealing to me. How old were you when you died? Asked Michael, surprised it hadn't come up before. They knew about one another's professions, relationships, favorite movies and songs, but hadn't spoken much about their deaths. I was 28. That made sense. To him the lunch ladies felt like appropriate targets for lust, but he'd certainly adjusted his standards as he'd aged. He hadn't exactly been a prize himself before he died. How about you? Asked Davi, wiping his face. I was 62. No wonder you're such a grandpa, said Ollie. I was 36. That's funny, I would have assumed you were 7 years old with the way you talk, replied Michael, quick to get him back for the grandpa comment. How about you, Marcus? I was 32. Everyone looked at one another with surprise. That's the first time you've answered any of the questions we've asked you. He shrugged. This one doesn't matter, he looked at Piotr. How about you? I'd guess somewhere in your 40s. 56, but I have a young soul, he said with a twinkle in his eyes. He took a sip of his water and frowned. What do you think the drinking age is here? He asked. If they have one at all. I think I heard Mira mention that one of the recruits that was escorting us had the smell of beer on his breath, said Michael. He went red, so I'd assume it wasn't allowed, but I'm not sure if that's because of his age or because he was on duty. Or both. Marcus had a bit of a twinkle in his eye as he heard that, and a smile formed on his face. Piotr pointed at him. But that means there is beer on base. I'd prefer something stronger, but I should probably pace this new body for a while. They all finished their dinner and were shuffled to the classroom, standing at their desks as they awaited Klein. Everyone immediately keyed in on the fact that the chalkboard in the middle of the room behind where Kilna would stand was now filled out. There were multiple categories on it, such as spear, sword, and hand-to-hand, but there were also categories for spellcraft, writing, form, and a scattering of other categories. After everyone had a few minutes to speculate, Klein walked into the room, everyone going silent as he entered. His relaxed smile had returned, though it had taken quite some time. He gestured to the board. Things are going to be changing a bit around here. I'm sure all of you have noticed that we have been moving slowly away from what you can learn at a desk and to what you can learn in the field. From here on we will be dedicated entirely to combat and physical conditioning. A few of you will continue your additional specialized work, of course. Along with that, we'll be implementing a ranking system. All of you will be ranked weekly based on your performance in all of these categories. There was some muttering. You may be wondering why you would compete. For one, those who rank first will receive 1 full day off the following week. They will also have additional food options in the cafeteria and will be able to request items from the commissary. Finally, you will be given a silver piece to use in said commissary, or to save if that's what you wish. Michael saw Marcus perk up a bit. The rankings will begin tomorrow. Get some sleep. Everyone began standing and were shuffled out of the room. Michael shook his head. They'd waited until all of them were going to be flooded with hormones to add in a competitive element to their training and privileges they hadn't had before. They knew exactly what they were doing. The next morning started similarly to the previous ones. The lights in the barracks went on, and everyone got up and got into their uniforms. Klein came in and inspected everyone's uniforms. If he found anything out of place, he would have them do some number of push-ups or squats. Michael had forgotten to close his collar, and so had to start his day with 20 push-ups. They weren't too bad, his new body was in good shape. Then they were taken to the infirmary. Michael was greeted by the medics there while he waited in line for a shot, and one of them asked to borrow him from Klein so that he could quickly heal a broken toe. Klein agreed, and Michael healed the recruit, who, unlike most others, managed to give him a thank you before getting his socks and boots back on to head to breakfast. He'd become a regular fixture in the infirmary, and as he talked to the medics, most of whom were women, he could feel the eyes of the other takers bore a hole into the back of his head. Marcus went to get his shot before him, and he couldn't help but notice that the alchemist seemed to take extra time with him. He couldn't quite hear what either of them said, but there was some shared laughter, and when she placed the leaf bandage on his arm, she did so slowly, her finger delicately checking how secure it was at the edges in a long, slow motion. His own shot was quick and clean with no fuss, though she'd mentioned before that she appreciated that he didn't flinch at all. Michael had realized that the mixtures in each of their syringes in the morning seemed to be different from what they usually were as well. Sometimes they had a slight reddish hue to them, other times they were clear like usual, and sometimes they were even slightly blue or purple. They weren't just different day to day, but they were even different person to person. He assumed that maybe everyone's doses needed to be adjusted on a case-by-case basis. They were then escorted to breakfast, but it quickly became clear they weren't heading to their usual mess hall. "It would be very bad if they weren't planning on feeding us," said Davi. "We're an investment." "It wouldn't make sense to starve us at this point," replied Michael. Davi was in luck. They were being fed, but instead of the smaller, more private mess, we were led to the general cafeteria. Klein looked at everyone before leading them in and said, "There was a kitchen fire last night, and the usual dining hall is closed for repairs. You're all large enough to defend yourselves at this point if there's trouble. Don't be stupid." The general mess was much the same as what they were used to, just bigger. Long tables, receptacles for trash, benches. Humans had communal eating pretty much locked down across worlds, it seemed. The cafeteria was loud, with chatter echoing off the walls and dispersing everywhere, but there were pockets of silence as they entered. Michael could see hate in the eyes of many of them, most of whom were larger than their group. The average age was around 15 from what he could tell, with only a few being maybe around 18. He imagined they were near leaving for the front, or were focused on specialties that needed additional training. He remembered hearing that 16 was considered an appropriate age to be sent to war. That didn't seem any less arbitrary than the age that was considered acceptable back home in the States. Though most of those he knew that enlisted at that age had spent all their time blowing money on ugly cars and uglier women. The recruits in the cafeteria with him then were actually expecting to fight a war. Han, a taker Michael didn't know very well, tripped and fell as he got nearer to the food, and Ollie went to help him up. There were snickers from the nearby seats indicating that they'd tripped him on purpose. Michael didn't think it would be wise to make a scene, but he could feel a few of the others bristle. Still, they all managed to get their food and find seats without any more trouble. They wound up scattered, but all of the little cliques they'd formed managed to sit together at least. Halfway through their meal, a few of the regular recruits approached them. One of them leaned against their table and grabbed a piece of bread off of Ollie's plate. Davi flipped the fork in his hand around quickly, but Pyotr gave him a light tap under the table, and he put it down. "Makes me sick that we have to eat with you fucking murderers." Michael wasn't certain the word was an exact translation for fucking, but it definitely had the same feel to it as it came out of the recruit's mouth. He looked at him. He could understand why he was doing what he was doing. He was 15, had everything to prove, and a fresh target had appeared in front of him. The two next to him were his friends, and they'd all likely egged one another on to make trouble. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Michael was able to pull up the boys' titles and deeds. There was only a name. Clint. "Why don't you give Ollie back his sweetbread?" said Michael. The boy stepped back suddenly. "How do you know my name?" "Your mother told him in bed last night," replied Ollie with a sneer that looked incongruous on his still youthful face. He was still hovering around being physically 9 or 10 due to his delayed inoculations. "Not helping," said Michael. Clint took the sweetbread and crumbled it in his hand over the middle of the table. "My brother was taken. I remember my mother crying as his body was taken away. I hope he died the second he made it to the front. I would even shake the filthy Tessie hand that killed him." Michael and Pyotr exchanged a glance. They didn't want any violence. Marcus, Davi, and Ollie on the other hand seemed ready to throw down. Another recruit approached and placed his hand on Clint's shoulder. Hey, mess with some of the other ones. Leave them alone. Clint looked back at him. They insulted my mother. Don't care, pick someone else. Clint shook his head. Fine. They aren't worth it anyway. He walked away with his friends in tow, and the recruit that had asked them to leave exchanged a nod with Michael and left. What's that about? Asked Marcus. I healed his hand, said Michael. He apparently plays the viola in his spare time, and if it had healed regularly, then he likely would have lost some dexterity and been unable to play. He didn't thank me at the time, but I guess he felt he owed me. How many favors do you think you've collected? He asked, his eyes glinting a bit. None. I healed them because they were hurt, and it's what I should do. They owe me nothing. That many, huh? Said Marcus with a raised eyebrow. He slipped a small orange-like fruit into his coat. Michael assumed he was saving it for later. The rest of breakfast went by without trouble, and from there Michael went to his usual diviner training, but after that he joined the rest of the group for physical conditioning. They were all wearing heavy backpacks and walking up and down a large hill. Even from a distance, Michael could see they were all already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Klein smiled at him and the other specialists as they arrived. All right, everyone. You all can take a short break, get some water. I have to catch these boys up with you. He looked at Ollie, the other two mages, Marcus, Han, and Michael. I want you boys to put on these packs, run up that hill, walk down it, and run back up. You'll take a break when I tell you to, and if you fall I'm adding more weight to your pack. Come on, I'm half their size, muttered Ollie. You and the other mages are permitted to use magic to carry them, but if I hear another complaint, I'll make you drag two up that hill. Ollie shut up for once. Now, the longer you can keep this up, the longer a break everyone else gets. Keep that in mind. Michael looked at his exhausted fellows who were just returning from getting water and were still panting heavily, exhausted. What are you waiting for? Go. Michael ran and grabbed one of the packs, whispering Cordo, to cast a tightening spell and adjust the straps for himself automatically. He had felt exhausted from all the morning's healing, but he was mostly recovered by the time he'd arrived at the field. He ran up the hill, arriving at the top just before Marcus, who'd had to adjust his straps manually since he lacked magicka. Michael walked calmly back down, forcing himself to take deep breaths into the pit of his stomach. When he reached the bottom, he turned back around and bolted up the hill again, dodging around Ollie and a backpack that floated a foot behind him. This repeated several more times, with him running up the hill, resting on the way down, passing by the others, and then doing it all again. He was tired, but he just stayed focused on putting one foot in front of the other. He saw the others stumble a few times, but he managed to keep his footing without issue. At one point he realized that Ollie and the other mages were no longer on the hill as he'd stopped passing them. Next, Marcus wasn't on it anymore, then even Han was gone. He didn't care, he just kept running up and climbing down. It felt good to be so focused on a singular mindless activity. It reminded him of doing data entry, it was almost meditative. Michael, yelled Klein from the bottom of the hill. Michael shook his head, as if coming out of a daze. He was very unused to Klein using his name directly. He looked down to see everyone else at the bottom of the hill, no longer looking tired or sweaty. Come down here, said Klein. Michael did so, sliding a bit at the foot of the hill as he came down it. Take that off and get some water. Take 10 and meet us at the training field for sparring. Michael nodded and went to the nearby barrel to ladle out some water. There was a guard there watching him, and Piotr lingered behind. Do you know how long you were doing that? He asked. Michael shook his head as he finished the first ladleful of water. He felt exhausted, probably the most tired he'd ever been in his current body, but with even that bit of water, he was already beginning to feel better. Nearly an hour. What? He asked, choking on his water. Piotr. Get moving, yelled Klein. Piotr nodded and started running after the rest of the group. He knew he'd been doing it for a while, but running uphill for nearly an hour at his current physical age seemed beyond what he should be able to do. There was something else going on. Novel. Michael caught up with the rest of the group as they were being paired off. They were starting with sword and shield, which was his favorite pairing, and, because he and Piotr were the last two to arrive, they were paired together. They took some time to put on their lightweight boiled leather training armor suits that smelled of all the sweaty bodies that had worn them before, and took their places in one of the small circles made of stones. Pyotr dropped into a low and practiced stance very quickly. He was graceful, which made sense. He'd been a member of the Russian ballet before he'd retired. Michael took a more conservative middle stance. He didn't worry about being pretty, just wanted to make sure his footing was stable. The guard watching them clapped once, the signal to start, and Pyotr took 2 elegant steps toward him and lashed out with his sword. Michael batted it away with his shield and sent his own blade toward Pyotr's arm. Pyotr twirled, and Michael stepped forward for a shield bash, but Pyotr managed to meet it with his own shield and send out another strike. They went back and forth for a while with neither of them managing a solid hit on the other. Klein eventually reached them on his rounds. Pyotr, don't go easy on him. He's not tired. I want this sparring at full speed. I want to know who the best is. Pyotr nodded in acknowledgement, and Michael pushed forward at that second, trying to take advantage of how distracted he was. He twirled away from him, but that was exactly what Michael wanted. He threw out a leg and nailed Pyotr solidly in the center of his back, moving forward for another blow. The one thing Klein always coached Pyotr on was to never show his back, but it was a bad habit he was finding hard to break. Pyotr recovered more quickly than Michael expected and managed to hit his leg with a solid blow, causing him to fall over. Before he could recover, Pyotr had a sword pointed in front of his face. Klein nodded. Good reaction, but Michael would have had you if he'd chosen to use his blade instead of his foot. He looked up and hollered. Change partners. Next Michael fought Cash, then Ikon, both of whom he had the advantage over for the majority of their fights. Then he was unlucky enough to be against Davi. Davi already had the square jaw of a man, and red whiskers were starting to grow across his upper lip. He was almost a head taller than Michael, and while they were still using swords and shields that were not quite at the weight of the real thing, he could have easily handled them at their full weight. Michael smiled at him, and Davi smiled back. He knew he probably wouldn't win, but he was damned well going to give it a shot. When the soldier clapped, Michael tried to take the initiative, rushing forward and swinging above the small round shield he was holding up. Davi raised his shield in time to block and brought down his own sword in an overhead strike, mirroring Michael's own. Michael threw his shield up to meet it, forcing it to bounce off. He'd hoped that would make Davi take a step back, but instead he threw his bulk forward, shoving Michael back with his shoulder. He followed that up with a half-dozen more powerful strikes. The main problem with Davi was, even though he was big, he was also talented. He didn't rely entirely on his strength, and his technique was nearly as good as Pyotr's. He was also still very fast in spite of his bulk. Michael managed to block or parry all of his attacks, maneuvering himself well to keep from taking the full brunt of any of his blows, and threw out his shield where Davi's head would be only for him to back up at that moment. He knew at this point he wouldn't be able to win by strength or technique, so he began to consider guile. Old age and treachery always won out over youthful strength. At least a pin he'd been gifted by a young kid he trained to replace him when he'd retired had said so. He began to work his magicka along the longest channel. He had that extended through his left arm. He'd managed to extend the range at which he could cast spells to nearly 1.5 feet since he'd started forging new channels every night. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. He stepped forward, feinting with his sword before bringing the edge of his shield toward Davi's face, as if he was going to hit him with it. Davi again dodged before it could land, but this time he said, "Cordo," as his left hand got within range of Davi's helmet. The clasp on it rapidly tightened and dug into the bottom of his chin, the front of it sliding in front of his eyes. With him blinded and distracted, Michael squared up for a shield strike and slammed it into his shoulder. Davi fell backward and dropped his sword. Michael quickly put the metal of his training sword against Davi's neck. Davi started to force himself up angrily, then stopped. He peeled the helmet from his eyes and undid the strap and began to laugh. Michael started to laugh too and held out his hand. Davi took it, and Michael pulled back hard to lift him up. "Esiu Cuseo," he muttered. What little of his accent had come with him into his new body bleeding through. "I was not expecting that," said Davi, rubbing where the strap had dug into his skin. "I wasn't expecting it to work." Klein walked over to them. He frowned and squinted at Michael. He'd been observing another 2 takers when Davi had gone down. "How'd you do it?" "I, used the Titan spell to constrict his helmet strap. It pulled down the front of the helmet and blinded him. I'd only expected it to distract him, not blind him." "That's not fair," said another taker from nearby. "We can't use magic in sparring." Klein turned to him with an eyebrow raised. "Who gave that order?" He looked out at everyone. "You should all be looking for ways to win fights against stronger opponents. Regulars will be able to rely on their brothers standing next to them in numbers, but you will all be sent on assignments where you're much more likely to be outnumbered or up against those stronger than you." That said, he looked at Michael. "That trick won't work on most helmets or in most encounters. I wouldn't rely on it." Michael nodded, and Klein tilted his head back up. "All right, one more round with your current partner, and then you savages can eat." There were some cheers, and Michael reluctantly returned to the pit with a smiling Davi. "You're going to enjoy this, I assume?" he asked. Davi gave him a smile and a nod. Then he did enjoy their rematch immensely. When they were finally done for the day, almost everyone was beaten and bruised beyond reason. They all ate dinner like zombies and washed away tremendous amounts of grime and sweat in the small cold showers before returning to their barracks for the hour of light they were given before bed. Michael felt rough too, but not nearly so bad as everyone else. Many of them were already snoring heavily in their beds, including Ollie and Davi. Marcus was spending an ungodly amount of time in the bathroom, but Michael wasn't feeling too eager to find out exactly why. Michael readied a clean uniform for the morning and then walked over to the nearest of the two mirrors used for divining. He usually focused more on forging channels or just chatting with everyone else before bed, but this time he was curious. He looked into the mirror and started to bring the golden lettering that swirled in front of him into focus. Titles: Michael Mann, The Restored, Deeds, Blessings, Healing Hand. He didn't focus any harder, taking a quick moment to make sure there hadn't been any changes. Then he looked closely at his The Restored title. There was a small amount of text floating near it. Spidery and small, but definitely there. He brought his full attention to it, and very suddenly the text revealed itself. The Restored. Grants major recovery. He held it in his vision for a few moments, then blinked the divination away. It was what he'd suspected. He recovered quickly after burning Magicka channels, after spending all morning healing people, and now with his performance at the physical conditioning. He still grew tired, obviously, but he took far less rest than everyone else to recover. Did everyone else have an ability tied to the titles they received as takers? Someone had mentioned that takers tended to have advantages others didn't. His recovery ability was incredibly useful, not very flashy, but it was definitely the exact kind of thing that could help a soldier. He'd have to try divining the others when he got a chance, though when he'd practiced on them before he'd only been able to pull up that first layer of information. He yawned and turned around to head to bed. He took a few moments to do a short walk around the barracks and heal those with visible injuries, for which they were all grateful. They'd mostly been hurt by Davi, so healing them kept them from feeling too vengeful about it and any unnecessary fights from starting. He arrived back at his bunk and laid down a few minutes before the lights turned off. He spent a half-hour burning another 2 Magicka channels, then fell asleep. At the end of the week, their first rankings went up. Michael had attained first in shield and overall conditioning. He thought his performance on the hill the other day was the reason for the conditioning award, but the shield was a very welcome surprise. His other rankings were middling, with his sword being the only thing of note sitting at 5th, but he was last in nothing. Ollie and the other mages obviously crushed in the magic categories, but they were the bottom 3 in all physical categories. It seemed a bit unfair to include them, but they were starting to catch up physically, and there had to be a starting point for them somewhere. Davi was the only other person with 2 top rankings, sword and hand-to-hand, but Pyotr had the one for best overall combatant. The rest were scattered among the others, a good reminder that it wasn't just his little clique that possessed talent. The one thing that was suspicious to him was Marcus. He'd placed 4th or 5th in every single category except weapon maintenance, but of course when he'd asked him about it, he'd deflected. Michael suspected he could have ranked higher in a few areas, but was unwilling to stand out more than he already did. With his new privileges, Michael got himself an extra pillow, blanket, socks, and gloves from Dugan. These weren't part of the standard kit and would be his to keep. He'd bought the socks and gloves a bit larger than he needed. He had a feeling that his body had a ways left to grow. He still had a silver left over and chose to save it. In the cafeteria, most of the others requested something breaded or fried, but Michael asked for something from one of the cooks' homes, a specialty dish from where they were from. He was rewarded with a delicious fish soup and an extra portion at mealtime from the woman he'd complimented on making it, while Davi and Pyotr had to deal with mediocre fried chicken from a culture they'd never seen fry anything. He understood their impulse. It was food that reminded them of the old world, but it seemed better to focus on what the new world had to offer. At least, that was his high-minded thought at that moment, as if his every other thought hadn't turned to what the rest of his family back on Earth had been doing. Pyotr had discovered that there was a small lake on Academy property, and he, Davi, Ollie, Marcus, and Michael had requested to go to it on their day off. They spent the day learning how to swim with odd new proportions and came back to their bunks refreshed from a full day's rest, though Michael still spent a bit of time with Mira and briefly visited the infirmary to heal who he could as they'd grown used to. When the barracks were clear all, but then, Marcus had everyone follow him into the bathroom. "I know we're all getting to that age, but I'd really prefer to avoid the circle jerk," said Ollie as Marcus made his way to the corner. "Sorry, man, that's not the plan today," Marcus said with a smile. "I know that's what you were really hoping for, though." He took out his knife and pried out a large tile from the corner of the room. He reached in and grabbed a small metal bucket with a lid on it. He angled his face away, and he used the knife to loosen the lid a bit. Michael's nose was immediately assaulted by the smell of alcohol, so strong he was certain it was burning out what little nose hair he had. He shook his head and squinted as Marcus showed off a vile-looking brown slurry with chunks of fruit floating inside of it. "You made hooch?" asked Pyotr with a smile. "Like they do in the prisons?" Marcus nodded, pride clear on his face. "That's why you were taking all that fruit." "I thought that might be the case, but was not certain." "Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator." He reached back into the hole and pulled out a ladle, one of the same ones used at the water barrels. "Damn it, is that the one that went missing?" When Dugan reported it missing, it got Patel beaten. "Patel's an asshole," replied Marcus. "Besides, I didn't want to drink directly from the bucket." He dipped the ladle into the brown slurry and held it up. "Who's first?" Pyotr grabbed it without hesitation, a bit spilling on the floor as he did so, and took a deep long sip. His face flinched a bit as the burn hit him, then shook his head, quickly letting a hiss of air out from between his teeth. "That is disgusting. It's like if a pitcher of sangria was raped by the devil." In spite of his words, he took another sip, his face contorting again as he did so. Ollie reached for it next, and Marcus pulled the ladle away before he could grab it. "I don't know, man. I may need to see some ID." "Fuck you," replied Ollie, reaching for it again and taking a sip. After that was Davi, whose pale face immediately flushed from the alcohol. Then it was Michael's turn. "Well, I guess it turns out you're never too old to be peer pressured." He took the ladle and had a long sip of his own. It burned like fire all the way down to his stomach, where he immediately felt it start to prepare an unfortunate future for him. "Damn, Pyotr. Your description was spot on." He coughed a half-dozen times with his eyes streaming tears. Marcus then had a sip of his own, managing a slightly more controlled look on his face than the rest of them had managed. Michael guessed he'd been having tastes here and there before he decided to share his bounty. "Another round?" he asked with a smile. Everyone but Michael awoke the next day in a haze of misery as the after-effects of the alcohol took its toll on all of them. Michael likely would have felt the same, but he had the luck of his high recovery preventing him from being too hurt by it. Only Pyotr managed to get out of bed at the same time that he did, though he looked miserable doing it. "I used to wake up hungover on eggnog and still went to dance as the Rat King on Christmas. This is nothing." Michael laughed a bit at that and decided to be proactive for his friends. He retrieved all of their canteens and filled them with fresh, clear water. Then he helped each of them get into their uniforms and get their beds made so they wouldn't be forced to do extra squats and push-ups with hangovers. In Ollie's case, he had to literally carry him out of bed and toss him into a cold shower to get him moving. He sent some uniquely disgusting Australian curses in his direction for that, but he could stomach that more easily than the hooch he'd ingested the previous night. He saw Marcus talking to a few of the other penitents, the ones that had also earned some silver by making it to the top of the boards, and saw them slip him some copper coins. He approached him. "What was that about?" "Just a little side business. It's not like we're going to be able to drink all that shit ourselves." "You sure that's a good idea? They had Lee caned for fighting a regular the other day. Who knows what they'll do if they catch you with this?" Marcus shrugged. "I'll take the risk. Eventually, we're going to have a chance to get out of here. When we do, We'll need some extra scratch to get by. The more we can gather before then, the better off we'll be. Michael frowned at that. He knew Marcus wanted out, but on his terms, smarter terms than the ones Xiao had taken that had gotten him hung on a short rope. I mean, you weren't planning on spending all that silver you earned on gloves and blankets, were you? He hadn't really considered what he was planning on doing with the money beyond getting himself a few creature comforts. They were interrupted by the entrance of Klein and their soldier escorts. They scrambled to stand in front of their bunks and ready themselves for uniform and bed inspections. Michael realized too late that while he'd managed to help all of his friends tidy their beds and uniforms, his own bed was still unmade and his uniform improperly buttoned. Klein stopped in front of him, frowning as he looked at him and his bed. "Hold out your hands." Michael looked at him, surprised as they'd been doing mostly physical exercises instead of the hand beatings since they'd reached a certain physical age. Still he complied, holding out his hands. Klein smacked his knuckles twice in quick succession with the thin reed. "Now drop and give me 50. On your knuckles." The next 2 weeks went about the same. Michael continued his diviner training and gained more stamina both as a healer and also in general, his muscles, heart, and lungs recovering from exercise and exertion more quickly, meaning they strengthened faster, and he continued forging magicka channels before sleeping. He maintained his top spot in physical conditioning, though he ceded his leadership in shield twice to Han, who had an equal talent for it, but a smaller frame that made him less able to take repeated blows. By the 4th week, things had changed. Almost everyone had started to hit puberty, including Michael himself. He was around 14 physically, and the hormones produced by his rapid aging hit him like a semi-truck. Within a week his limbs started growing a painful inch longer every night. His emotions became uncontrollable, and he was reminded of how maddeningly horny it had been to be a teenager. He found himself dreaming of his wife as well as all the girlfriends or wished they could have been his girlfriends from his old life. He even found himself having fantasies about Mira, Krim, and a handful of the medics. He didn't act on them, but his fellows made more than a few attempts. Those attempts all failed miserably, for reasons that Michael had already figured out, hence why he had made no passes himself. If you were in these women's shoes, and a 14-year-old with the mind of an old man who you considered a murderer tried to flirt, it would be understandably off-putting. The only woman that ever returned any of the flirtations was Krim, but she was subtle about it, and it was Marcus whose overtures seemed to be the most reciprocated. Something about that made Michael nervous, but he couldn't put his finger on why, and had to trust that Marcus's previous life gave him enough sense to not do anything too stupid. Some of the takers were so persistent or even aggressive that they received canings in the yard, though even if the flirtation was very minor, it could still end in canings if the woman pressed the case enough. A few of the other takers gave into their hormones with one another, but Michael pointedly ignored that. He did not want to spend what mental energy he had thinking through all of the fucked up ethical and moral problems that did or did not represent. It made more sense for him to simply turn around in his bed and cover his head with his second pillow to get some sleep. Injuries started to become more common as well as their regular sparring matches became more aggressive. Michael was regularly called over to heal broken hands or fingers so that they could continue their training without needing to be sent to the infirmary. Fights outside of sparring became more frequent as well, with everyone seeking any reason to get in one another's faces and throw down. Michael had hoped that the wisdom and experience of a previous life would keep his hormones from making an idiot of him, but even he wound up in a meaningless scrap over nothing more than once, though he managed to keep his scraps quick and subtle enough that he avoided being sent into a tomb or getting a caning. The worst part was that they were starting to spend more time with the regular recruits. The tension had already been high between them, but now that both sides were moody and hormonal teenagers, and one side hated the other, the results were to be expected. Michael managed to avoid any real trouble with the regulars. He was well known as a healer at this point, and at this point had healed at least 3 or 4 members of every class. Most wouldn't go out of their way to help him, but it seemed to reduce the overall aggression toward him and his closest friends. He wondered what the point of mingling with them more was. Was it to increase their combat effectiveness by sparring and interacting with fighters they were unused to? Was it to make them become more tribal and hateful as a form of motivation? Was it to keep irregulars in their place? Was it to bring them closer together by getting them used to working together? He couldn't figure it out, but given how deliberate everything else about their training regiment seemed, he knew there had to be a good reason. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. There were 2 new classes added where they were blended with regular recruits, archery and horsemanship. The reason given was because there was only one archery range and only one field on which the horses were regularly run. The horsemanship instructor was a man named Destin. He was younger than most of the others, with medium-length red hair and dark brown eyes. He walked with an obvious limp that Michael surmised was the reason he was an instructor rather than being on the front. He stood in front of new recruits and the takers, pointing at different equipment, identifying the saddle, then the bridle, and a number of other pieces of equipment. He took an extra moment on the stirrup. These, he said, are actually thanks to a taker like all of you. He pointed at where they were all standing, a few yards away from the regular recruits. He went to continue talking when his eyes hit Michael, and he stopped for a moment, staring at him. He looked confused. "Are you okay, sir?" asked a regular. He shook his head. "Oh, sorry about that. Little too much sun this morning," he smiled, and there were a few polite chuckles. As I was saying, stirrups, unlike firearms, have been one of the most useful inventions brought here by a taker. They allow us to put our full force into striking enemies with sword and lance. He continued on for a while, before showing everyone the proper way to mount a horse, and having everyone try once. He seemed to be paying particular attention to Michael's face when it was his turn, but said nothing as to why. Archery class was a bit more simplistic. The teacher was actually a woman, an old huntress and militia member who'd earned a rare commission there for heroic actions during a Ticinian raid on her village. She showed them proper form by firing from her quiver until it was empty, then had everyone else give it a try. Michael was surprised at how accurate the bows were, at least when they were in other people's hands. He didn't need to draw the string back nearly as far as he expected to have it sink itself into a target even 30 feet away, and while movies and TV had told him that he should arc the shot upward, it really didn't seem necessary unless he was very far away, and even then he felt it would just make more sense to wait until his target was closer. The final surprise of archery was how damned much his fingers and shoulder hurt by the end of it, though he was feeling much better than his fellows by the end of the day. Michael continued to think about what he should do with the extra coin he was earning by making the top of the lists as often as he was, and he eventually settled on something. He managed, after a number of attempts and requests, to get a short meeting with Klein. "You have 2 minutes, Penitent," he said, standing in the classroom where he'd just gone over another hour of questions from the penitents. "I want to send my extra silver to the family of the body I took." Klein's eyebrows raised. "That is a very unusual request. I know I can't make up for what I took from them with silver, but I want to make the effort." Klein frowned, his relaxed smile falling away. "No one's ever asked. At least not during my time here. You aren't allowed direct contact with your body's family. I don't need to be in contact. You can send it to them. I just want to do what I can." Klein took a deep breath. "I'll send it for you. I'll let them know that it was you that sent it. I can't promise that they will respond, though I think it would be for the best if they didn't." Michael nodded. Silent acceptance was likely one of the best possibilities. He didn't really need the silver. He worked in supply with Dugan, who when he'd sold the new gloves to him, had actually smacked him upside the head and told him to save his silver. There would be chances to spend it during peacetime on much better things than old blankets and rags. Michael reached into his coat and pulled out the coin he'd gotten so far and handed it to Klein. He took it carefully, weighing them in his hands, and nodded. "You're dismissed. Go back to the barracks." After a few more weeks, Michael was looking at himself in the mirror. He took a moment to divine himself, and when he saw no changes and was unable to reveal anything new, he cleared it and instead looked at his face. His blonde hair was long, nearing shoulder length, and fell in waves on either side of his head. His eyes were piercing blue, and he had a strong jaw and fine features. He was as tall at that moment as he'd ever been in his old body, which meant he was hovering just a little over 6 foot and would likely grow even more. He had a swimmer's build, with wide shoulders and a large chest, and under his uniform he knew there was a lot of lean and powerful muscle. He sighed. He looked like a stereotypical version of Prince Charming. He hadn't been ugly in his old body, but compared to the one he had now, he had been a troglodyte. He'd noticed a few stares of female mage students, though they quickly corrected them when they remembered what he was, and even the medics, lunch ladies, and archery teacher had all started treating him subtly more kindly in all respects. Some men too, but he felt it was more likely because of a general subconscious aesthetic appreciation rather than any attraction for him. He deprived the soul that should exist in that body instead of himself a life of ease, at least when it came to women. There were some benefits to being plain, or even ugly though. Would he have developed a good sense of humor in his old body had he been so handsome? Would he have worked as hard or been as determined? Would he have passed over his wife for a more beautiful woman? Probably not that last one. She'd be too smart to have been involved with that shallow version of him. He flexed his hand, briefly feeling the warmth of her touch. "I know what you're thinking," said Ollie, appearing at his side. "Hitler's wet dream." "What?" asked Michael with a chuckle. "I mean, look at you, man. You could be on a German propaganda poster. And you could be in an advertisement for dog food. I guess we're both missing out on our calling." They went from the barracks to their inoculation. They were getting smaller doses, he noticed, with less of the well water mixed into them and more of the strength draft that Mira had mentioned. It apparently helped aid the recovery and growth of muscles, as well as the density of their bones. It was actually given as a drink to the regular recruits as well, but it was more effective intravenously. There were still variations in everyone's shots though, with Marcus's in particular almost always having a subtly different color to it. He'd been able to pick up a lot of new information between her and his visits to the infirmary every morning. He guessed that the well water had ceased because they were already physically where they needed to be to fight, at least if the ages and look of the regular recruits was any indication. After that they were escorted to breakfast, but instead of going from there to the diviner, Michael and everyone else were shuffled to a large auditorium. It was filled with several hundred recruits, all of them sitting on hard benches. Michael found himself next to Marcus, and soon after several of the instructors began showing up, as well as Krim the alchemist and Mira. Krim gave a wave to Marcus and stood only a few yards from them against the back wall. Shortly after everyone was seated, a number of knight lieutenants like Klein appeared on the stage at the far end, with one of them standing in front of all of them. Michael couldn't tell his rank from where he sat, but he'd guess he was the general in charge of the academy. He had white hair brushed back and a cleanly cut goatee, but Michael couldn't make out any more details from where he sat. He heard a giggle from behind him and turned briefly to see Krim talking to a tall recruit with blonde hair similar to his own. He recognized flirting when he saw it. He turned back around when the general started to speak. "We are now nearing the time when your training is nearing its end. Starting next week, for 2 weeks we'll be engaging in a series of exercises. You will all be divided into teams, with each team being given separate and conflicting objectives. Each team will be made up of 50 recruits, with a commander selected from the eldest recruits that have remained for officer training. You will be wielding blunted swords, staffs, your hands, and your wits. We expect broken bones, and a healer from the capital has been sent to help to keep you all on your feet, but I advise caution. It's all too easy to end a life if one is not careful. There will be additional information provided by your instructors. You are dis-dash. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere." Michael didn't hear the end of what the general was saying as Marcus launched himself toward the man who'd been flirting with Krim and tackled him into the wall. Before the man could recover, Marcus began raining down blows on him, undisciplined, violent haymakers and strikes very different from what he'd been being taught. Michael leapt toward him and grabbed one of his arms. The archery instructor, Anna, grabbed the other, and they yanked him backward, though he kept struggling toward the older recruit who spat out a bit of blood as he pushed himself to his feet. He took a few steps toward Marcus, as if he was going to attack him back, but Michael fixed him with a stare that told him he'd let Marcus go if he attempted it. Klein appeared, having walked swiftly up to that part of the auditorium. He was wearing no smile, and his face was red with rage. He grabbed Marcus by the collar and gave him a firm open-palmed slap to the face. "Calm down." Marcus pulled against Michael and Anna's grip again, and Klein revealed the brand on his arm. He clenched his fist, and Marcus doubled over in pain, forcing Michael to hold him up or he'd have fallen over. "Calm down," repeated Klein, keeping his brand exposed. Marcus looked as if his rage would continue for a moment, but he very slowly pulled himself together. He almost seemed as if he was waking from a daze. Klein looked at Michael. Let him go and heal Clemson over there immediately. Michael let go and moved to Clemson. The recruit stepped back. Don't worry, he's a healer, a diviner, said Krim. He nodded, and Michael placed a hand on him, fixing a number of bruises and what he suspected was a crack in the portion of his skull near his eye. He was escorted out of the auditorium along with the rest of the irregulars and taken to where they'd watched their former fellows hang only a few months prior. They'd all grown a lot more familiar with all of it. Having watched one more hanging, twice weekly canings, and a few of them even being put in the underground stone cells called tombs. They were all made to stand in neat rows and watch as Marcus had his shirt and jacket stripped off and was then manacled to the post. Klein watched as it happened and rolled up his sleeves with a grim look on his face. A guard appeared and handed him a long, thin, and wicked-looking piece of wood. It had a leather-bound handle and was thick on the handle end, growing thinner and thinner further down. I know there have been some fights with regulars. I've seen black eyes and hidden scars, but most of you all did well to keep them concealed and small, as did the regulars. Thanks to that, I've kept the discipline at a minimum. He gave the cane a few test swings. This is a lesson in prudence. For attacking a fellow recruit, 5 strikes, he took a few steps toward Marcus, who was staying stock still, but his hands strained against the chains. For interrupting General Aiken in the middle of instruction, 10. He raised the cane high and brought it across Marcus's back with perfect form. The sound made Michael jump, but Marcus didn't so much as whimper. He stayed silent for the 2nd, and the 3rd, and even the 4th strike. On the 5th, he let out a slight groan, and from there it was over. He wailed as the next 10 strikes landed, his body jerking violently with each strike. Michael looked away and caught a glance of Krim standing off to the side, watching. Her face was contorted into an expression of worry, but whenever a strike landed, Michael noticed something. The hint of a smile curling at the edge of her mouth, a little bit of light in her eyes. She was excited. She'd wanted this to happen. Had that been why the dose for Marcus was different? Michael tried to think back to the ones he'd noticed were different and who'd been given them. Had they all had fights after? Or been more aggressive? He honestly wasn't sure, but he was certain of the joy on her face. Klein finished and held out the cane for the guard that had brought it. He rolled his sleeves down and pointed at 2 other guards. Take him to the infirmary. They nodded at him and moved to remove Marcus from the post. His back was bloody and covered in deep cuts from the cane. Michael couldn't imagine the pain. Klein moved to the rest of the group. Many of you are older than I am, but that doesn't mean you're wise. It doesn't mean you're intelligent or capable. It just means that you've managed to live in a world where it seems living is a much easier thing to do than it is here. He finished, buttoning his sleeve. All of you can still act like fools, as Marcus has shown. Be wary of the fool within you. He turned to look directly at Michael. If I see that you healed him, I will add 5 more strikes to his punishment and give you 5 as well. You may heal him the day before the exercises begin so that he may participate. Understood. Michael nodded as he looked at Krim with gritted teeth. Understood. Michael, as well as the rest of the irregulars, spent the rest of the week preparing for the upcoming exercise. There was additional instruction about how to kill your opponents that basically amounted to wailing on them until they agreed they were down or harming them until they could no longer move. After that, they'd surrender whatever colored rag represented their team. A number of soldiers would be walking in the midst of the exercise to ensure nothing was taken too far and to remove anyone who became too harmed to continue so that they could be taken to the healer they were bringing from the capital. Michael was told that he may be removed from the exercise to help if there were any severe injuries, though that wasn't expected. His usual routine of training with the diviner and helping the infirmary to heal everyone was unchanged. Thanks to that, he visited Marcus often, but he was moody, and very often he was in the company of Krim, who was checking on his injuries. Michael healed him slightly whenever he could, but the issue of his power requiring touch and a golden hand was that it was very visible. Still, he seemed to be able to ease his suffering at least a bit. Seeing Krim was maddening, but Michael was old and experienced enough to remain professional with people he hated. He'd worked in an office most of his life after all, but this was definitely the greatest test of that skill he'd ever had. He'd thought she was, if not kind, at least neutral and capable, but seeing her forcing down a smile as Marcus was caned had shown him otherwise. Michael was certain she was manipulating him, and he guessed that she was doing so just for the fun of it. She might have had a reason beyond that, he supposed. A brother that had been stolen away by a taker, or maybe a child of her own. She was old enough that it could have happened. Michael didn't particularly care, though. She'd hurt his friend, and while he felt generally a need to redeem himself for the life he'd taken when entering the world, Marcus hadn't deserved that. He wanted to hurt her, but couldn't see any wisdom in that, at least not yet. She was literally injecting things into his arm every day as well as those of his friends, so even indirect action against her would be foolish. If he took action before Marcus realized what she was doing to him, it could also blow up in his face. Still, the injections were slowing, and he had far more access to the infirmary than anyone else. He had subtly tried bringing up the idea that she was using him, but Marcus had shut him down quickly. His hormones and her manipulations too fresh for him to overcome, in spite of the fact that Marcus would have been the last person to show this kind of naivety. Michael knew from raising his children that if he pushed too hard, it would just further solidify Marcus's attraction, so he left alone. His other option, of telling Klein what had happened, had issues as well. Krim seemed to be a long-time fixture of the academy, a person whose words had weight. Michael had no way to prove his suspicions about her to him. It would likely be his word against hers, and he worried that he could bring more suffering to himself and the others if he said something without solid evidence. Even with proof, there was a good chance anything he said would be ignored. No, he needed to wait for the right opportunity. At the end of the week, he was finally allowed to fully heal Marcus, and by the time he was done, there was not even a scar to remember the injury by. He waited on Marcus to get into uniform, and they were escorted under 2 guards to the morning classroom for their final instructions before they moved to begin the exercise. All other recruits are currently being given final instruction on what their roles will be in the exercise. Those being groomed for command roles are being told their orders. Those acting as messengers are being given their routes. You may have noticed that all of you have not received any instructions. This is because you're irregulars. The jobs you're going to do on the front will be varied and seemingly random. I've seen irregulars ordered on raids, assigned to kidnap nobles, forced to hunt titled beasts that have grown fat on corpses, assigned to guard nobility visiting the front, or even made to kill rats for the cook. The jobs that you do will be decided on by whoever your leader is for this exercise. I will not be there with my brand to keep you from doing anything foolish, but there will be others with a similar brand in the field, watching you. Perform the roles as you are required to, and you will be rewarded. This and the Festival of Blades are the 2 best opportunities for recruits to earn titles and deeds before reaching the front. It should have already been made clear how much those can impact your survival. There were some nods from the others, and a few muttered questions about what the Festival of Blades was. Michael had heard about it from Mira. It was a floating holiday based around a week when all 3 of the moons became sharp slivers in the sky. It happened around once every 2 years and was celebrated with tournaments and justs in the old style. It was frequently used in Mira's books as a way for a beautiful maiden to be seduced by a visiting knight, or for a young maiden to receive the favor of a gruff man she'd never noticed before. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. I'll be assigning you each to groups of 4 or 5. Blame the foolishness of the dead for a few of the groups being short. The groups are based on who we've noticed spends the most time together. When you are sent to the front, all of you will be separated. Enjoy the company of your fellows while you can. He arranged a few slips of paper in front of himself on his desk. I'm going to call out the names of each group. Your instructions on who to report to are on the desk in front of me. You will have time to pack your own bags, then report to supply for a breastplate and your weapons. After that, you'll be escorted to the woods north of the campus. The area of the exercise is heavily guarded and monitored. Do not be foolish. There will be much less hesitation to hang you now that you're grown. That statement was met with silence, and he started to call each group. Michael, Piotr, Marcus, Davi, Ollie, all of them stood, and Michael was the one to retrieve the orders. Klein held up a hand to stop them from walking away immediately. You are allowed to use any advantage you have, except you, he said, looking pointedly at Ollie and Michael. You must stick to shielding and your staff. No fire or lightning. Our healer will only be able to do so much. He turned to Michael specifically. You cannot heal someone who is already dead by the rules of the game, but if you see a broken bone, do not hesitate to make our visiting healer's job easier. They nodded in response, and Klein dismissed them. Michael peeled open the letter as they moved to their barracks to grab their packs. We're reporting to Black Team in the northwest corner of the woods. Leader is a recruit named Lance. Lance, said Ollie with a raised eyebrow. Bit on the nose, isn't it? Is funny. Word for a Lance here is different from English, but still, he has the name. I wonder what other names are like that here, said Piter. Ollie shrugged. A wizard did it. How does that apply here? Asked Michael. Ollie shrugged again. Ask the wizard. They made it into the barracks and grabbed their packs. Michael made sure to pack an extra blanket and uniform. Being in the woods for 2 weeks was not going to be a good time. He hadn't enjoyed camping in his old life, and he didn't expect that was going to change in this one. Still, it was definitely something he'd need to get used to. Once they were packed, they went to supply. There was a long line, but none of the other recruits gave them any trouble. In general, they'd seemed to grow used to the takers, and many of them even acknowledged or made small talk with Michael in particular, since he'd been healing so many of them so regularly. When they reached the counter, Dugan waved Michael forward. He reached behind the counter, away from where he'd grabbed everyone else's things. This breastplate is newer and should be a bit more comfortable, and I just rewrapped this sword's hilt. He spoke without expression, ignoring a dirty look from a nearby regular that had heard him. Thank you, Dugan. I'm surprised you went to the trouble. You're a good man. Saved me a lot of work. Crack some skulls. Will do. The rest of them picked up their breastplates, helmets, swords, scabbards, staffs, black pieces of cloth, white pieces of cloth, and a sack of rations. The black cloth was to mark their team, and the white cloth would mark them as dead so they could walk themselves safely back to the campus if they'd been eliminated. They stepped to the side and slipped on the armor, tightening it with magic, though Marcus had to do it by hand. Ollie's armor was made of boiled leather since too much iron could interfere with magic at a high level. Once they were prepared, they made their way to the north exit from the academy. Michael was surprised to see the horsemanship instructor, Destin, on the way toward the gate, mounted on a white mare. He was staring at them, and when Michael gave him a wave of acknowledgement, he seemed to be looking right through him. Michael assumed the man was going through something and put his hand down. It felt odd, passing through the gate with only a nod from the guards, but they followed the path outward and found a number of smaller trails that led them to their destination. The black camp was marked by a large flag in the team's color, and it was already full of a number of recruits building simple fortifications, patrolling, and generally keeping themselves busy. 2 acne-faced guards at the gate note their arrival. Mark the flag, then head toward the large tent straight back. The commander will give you your orders. Michael went to the flag and channeled some magicka before whispering Akwi to mark the flag so he could easily navigate to it later when they were returning from the thick forest. He and the rest of the penitents then made their way toward the large tent in the back. It was darker inside, and their eyes took a moment to adjust. Looks like our murderers have arrived," came a voice from deeper inside. Their eyes adjusted, and they saw in front of them a young man sitting with a bright smile, perfectly coiffed brown hair and soft gray eyes. He was sitting in a chair behind a crude wooden table, but sat up and offered his hand. "I'm Lance. I'll be in charge of you for the exercise." Michael, in the lead, grasped it firmly and shook it, his old office life training kicking in easily. "Michael," he said as Lance released his grip. His handshake was perfect, firm, but not too firm. He went down the line to the rest and shook their hands too, getting each of their names. Once he was done, he motioned for them to sit with him around the small table. I expected a map," said Ollie. Davi shook his head. "No need for one. The area is relatively small and empty, and its edges are marked by guards." "Exactly," said Lance as he leaned back. "We also already know that each group is in one corner of the woods, so as long as we mark something in our own corner, we have a general idea of where to go. By the end of the 2 weeks, we'll know every creek, thornbush, and tree. That said, I already have scouts and patrols starting to sweep over everything for landmarks, water sources, and any other groups they encounter." "The exercise isn't meant to begin until the horn sounds," said Davi. "The exercise started when we got our fucking orders," replied Marcus. It was the first thing he'd said in some time. Lance pointed at him. "Exactly. Do you know what our orders are as Black Group?" he asked. They shook their heads. "Our goal is attrition. We want to have the most people remaining and the most kills by the end of the 2 weeks." "Simple, at least," said Piotr. "It is, but it's also difficult and high risk." "I'm guessing we weren't told the other group's orders?" Lance smiled. "We weren't told them, But I already know, he held up a blue piece of fabric. Blue is meant to guard a large amount of cargo that is in their camp. He placed it down, picking up a red piece. Red is meant to destroy as many supplies as they can. That includes our food, any fortifications we make, tents, flags, any of that. He picked up a green piece of fabric. Green's objective is to take as many flags, supplies, and hostages as possible. Michael raised an eyebrow. Seems like all of the objectives really fuck with everyone else. Some seem particularly unfair. Lance shrugged. The judgment of success is weighted. The groups with harder goals aren't expected to achieve them as well as the groups with easier ones. So, what'll you have us do? Asked Ollie. I mean, you want us to patrol, knock some heads, mess up people's plans? That kind of thing. Lance smiled. You're smart, that's exactly what I want you to do. Don't give him too much credit, said Michael. You're giving us free rein? That's right. I'm going to be giving everyone else precise orders and jobs, but you five I just want out there mucking everything up for everyone else. Causing chaos, making it so that everyone else has a bad time. Does that sound like something you all can do? This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Michael and the others exchanged a glance and looked back at him. Yes, I do think that's something we can do. Lance nodded. Good. I'll want reports once a day starting tomorrow. Until then I'd recommend a meal and rest. The horn will likely be sounded soon. They nodded and started walking out. Michael, curious, looked at Lance for a few extra moments. He seemed relaxed, but he had a tremendous amount of pressure on his shoulders. He would be spending the next 2 weeks making decisions that would affect not only his career and life instant, but those who followed his orders as well. No one would die, but the jobs they received and the experience they gained could be life or death for them in the future. Lance's titles and deeds became visible to him. Titles: Lance Craig, heir to Solda, heir to VYM, heir to Lomar. Deeds: victor of the Festival of Blades Joust, Wyvern Slayer. Michael memorized what he saw quickly and stepped the rest of the way out of the tent. That was a very impressive set of titles and deeds. His deeds were less impressive than those of the instructors, but they were more impressive than the majority of working soldiers and guards at the academy that tended to have only one or none. The heir titles were interesting to him. Mira had said that titles can be granted by those who have powerful titles themselves, and kings were often the most powerful individuals in any country due to the strength of the titles they inherited. He wished his divination was a bit more advanced so that he could directly see what benefits all of those titles and deeds granted Lance, but so far he was only able to divine himself at that level. In any case, he was glad Lance was on their side. Michael and the other found some clear space and set up their tents together before sitting down on some hard ground and chatting for a while. So, any ideas? Asked Michael. Muitas, said Davi. I'm cooking a few things up. I think for now we should wait until the scouts and patrols start reporting back, then we can take that information and build on it. Good sense, said Pyotr. Michael opened his pack and grabbed the sack of rations, opening it to examine it. There was some fresh fruit and bread inside, as well as some dried meat, but most of it looked to be hardtack that was meant to be softened in water and rice. He took a piece of bread and some of the fruit and started to eat it. He looked around as he chewed. Where's Marcus? I think he's still in his tent. Michael forced his food down and started to respond when suddenly a horn sounded. The sound of it seemed to be the perfect volume to be heard all across the forest evenly, which led him to believe it was magical in nature. Guess things have gotten started. I'll make sure he didn't sleep through that. Michael pulled the flap of Marcus's tent open and saw that it was empty. He pulled his head out, feeling a pit in his stomach. Did any of you see him leave? He asked. There was concern and the shaking of heads. Maybe he went to take a piss, suggested Ollie. With his weapons, rations, and everything else that should have been in his tent, asked Michael. A really long piss, maybe? Michael ran a hand across his face. We should tell one of the soldiers monitoring things, said Davi. No. We do nothing, said Pyotr. Michael turned to look at him. Nothing. If we say something, we risk bringing him trouble. If he is making an attempt to do something foolish, we should give him the space to do so and hope for best. Perhaps he is simply going to hide for a while. His woman troubles seem to be having a very bad effect on him. I once took a trip to Siberia when a woman broke my heart. Even the cold of that place was not enough to numb the pain. Poetic, said Michael dryly. So we have to toil and cover for him? Asked Davi. Pyotr shrugged. You can do as you will. My choice is to do nothing. This, he gestured vaguely at the camp, is not important. We may have gotten swept up in it, but it is a game. If he wishes to sit it out, I see no problem with that. I like games and look forward to showing a few of these youths how to move properly. What if he gets into some shit? Asked Ollie. He could drag us into it. Davi shook his head. He's not the type of guy to drag others into his problems. He just makes them bigger for himself instead. I don't think he'd fuck us like that. Michael thought about it. Pyotr wasn't wrong. These games weren't important in the grand scheme of things. They'd all just gotten swept up in them, in training, and in the academy, because it was all they'd had since they'd woken up in this world. Perhaps that was the intention. There was a war waiting for them, and potentially a full life after it. This was just the start of things, and Marcus was not a child, even though he looked it. Michael sighed and sat back down. He took another piece of bread out and popped what looked like a grape into his mouth. Hopefully Marcus would get all his teenage angst out doing whatever it was he was doing. Michael found himself thinking of the exercise more from Pyotr's perspective. It was a game, and he found that he really wanted to win it, pointless or not. Michael crouched down in a bush doing his best to ignore a thorny branch digging into his side. He knew that Davi and Pyotr were on the other side, dealing with similar discomforts as they waited. This was far from the hardest part, but it was the most annoying. Every other element of what they did was at least active, had some momentum, but waiting for the action, that was tough. After what felt like forever, Ollie emerged from the cover of several trees, running as fast as he could until he feigned a fall and rolled across the ground. For young recruits with blunted spears and green flags on their arms followed him, but one of them held out a hand to keep them from approaching him too quickly. The leather means he's a mage, be careful. Another of them scoffed. Come on. Mages are restricted to defensive spells only for this. It's not like he can throw a fireball at us. Unless I decide to cheat, said Ollie with a smile as he pushed himself a bit off the ground. He's bluffing, said another. He would have tossed it at us back there if he wanted to. Not that I'd put it past a taker. He spat at the last word. It's more of a joke than a bluff, but call it what you'd like, said Ollie, starting to push himself up. In just a few moments, I'll be making you all disappear one way or another. Stay down, said the green in the lead. We're going to be taking you hostage. Will you come easily, or do we have to beat you until you're wrapping a white rag around your arm? Oh, beat me. That's definitely my preference. Love a good wallop. Michael heard a whistle from Davi and leapt from the bush. He struck out with his sword at the leg of the nearest green, using his full strength as he did so. He crumpled quickly, then he followed it up by kicking away his staff. Davi ran from the bush he was in and tackled a different green, the momentum and force throwing his target into a tree and winding him. Pyotr slipped quietly behind another one, who was too busy processing the ambush to react, and he gently placed his sword against his neck, tearing the green rag from his arm. The last of them moved toward Ollie, raising his sword to strike him, but his staff bounced off a translucent purple shield. He followed it up with more strikes, trying to get at least one good hit on Ollie before he was taken down, but Ollie just stood up casually as he was being attacked and pretended to yawn and examine his fingers in the face of his attacker's frustration. Michael gently tapped the man on his helmet with his sword. Just drop it. The green frowned, panting, but dropped his staff. Michael tore his rag from him, and from the man he'd kneecapped who was writhing on the ground in pain. Sorry about that, said Michael, kneeling down next to him. He placed a glowing hand on the boy's knee and healed him. While they'd been told that they needed to take it easy with their strikes, Michael decided to take advantage of his healing to hit as hard as he wanted as long as he wasn't striking anything vital. He could be a whole lot rougher than anyone else with no long-term consequences. He'd felt a bit guilty at first, but had quickly realized the other recruits hit penitents as hard as they could anyway, and they had no way to fix them up afterward. The recruit stopped writhing as his kneecap mended. Oh, you're that healer taker? Michael nodded. That's me. He looked at the others. Any of you need some healing? The one that had been tackled into a tree by Davi raised a shaky hand, so Michael healed him as well, his shoulder popping audibly back into place. The four tied white rags around their arms and started making their way to the edge of the games. They'd made it nearly a week, so they at least had that going for them. How many is that? Asked Ollie. 9, said Davi. The greens are easy to bait. Should we head back for the day? Asked Pyotr, sheathing his sword and stretching. I don't know, said Davi, eyeing the rags in his hand. Feel weird not having an even 10? Asked Michael. He nodded. We could ambush someone taking a piss again, suggested Ollie. Though I felt a little bad sending them off the field with soiled trousers. Davi shook his head. They already started pissing in pairs or sticking to the latrines in their camps. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Let's just head back, said Michael. If we run into anyone on the way, then we'll take care of it. Fair enough, said Davi. Michael whispered, Dondi, and activated his navigate spell to sense where he'd marked the black camp flag. He started walking, keeping his eyes and ears open as he moved. They weren't the only ones who'd thought to ambush people as they made their way through the woods. As they got closer to the camp, they caught sight of a group of more than a dozen Reds running through the forest toward it. They all crouched down and started moving more slowly. There was the sound of fighting, and as they drew close they saw what looked like 30 Reds attacking the camp. They hadn't yet breached the fence that Lance had constructed, but they were enjoying tearing it down. It was one of their objectives after all. Camp looks mostly empty, said Ollie. Lance is leading an ambush on a green raid on some blue supplies. They probably won't be back for a bit longer, supplied Pyotr as he crouched to get a good look. What's the play? Asked Ollie. Well, I don't want them fucking up my tent and stealing our rations, so I suppose we should get involved, said Michael. There were nods of agreement. Maybe we start at the SI dash. Hey, I see some blacks hiding over there, yelled a Red pointing in their direction. 7 of them broke away and started running toward them. Shit, they all stood and ran. Their goal was attrition, and so far they'd taken only actions where they had the advantage. It made no sense to stand there and take a beating. They ran until they reached a small wooden bridge over a river. Michael tripped at the end, and when the others turned to help him, he waved them off. Just run. I'll hold them for a bit. You loop around and finish them off. Davi nodded, and they kept running as Michael brought himself to his feet. He drew his sword and took his place in the center of the bridge. He felt cool. There was really no other way to describe it. He was staying behind to cover his friend's retreat in the face of a superior foe. He had a sword, shield, and armor that glinted in the sun. He could see one of the moderator soldiers leaning against a nearby tree wearing all white. He gave him a wave, and the man nodded back. The Red that were in pursuit didn't even slow down when they saw him standing there. There was no honorable one-on-one attacking on the bridge. It was wide enough to fit 3, so 3 attacked him at once. He parried one of them and managed to catch a staff on his arm rather than his head, but took a painful blow to the hip that nearly made him crumple. He stumbled back a bit, and they followed up their first hits with 3 more. This time he only managed to block 1, though his breastplate took another impact, rattling his teeth. The 3rd blow was a staff across his faceplate, causing a loud ringing in his ears. The blows weren't lethal, but they easily could be. He considered falling down. He'd already bought some time. No one would blame him. He wasn't going to be able to take out 7 pursuers himself. This wasn't a movie. He wasn't the one. He wouldn't be able to reasonably block all of the blows anyway, and the only way he could throw out a decent strike was if he gave up on defending himself. He smiled, even as he nearly fell to a knee. There was an idea. He placed his left hand on his chest and started healing himself, his body quickly recovering. The glowing hand caused the 3 on the bridge to stumble back, and Michael launched himself forward. He smashed his blunt blade into the shoulder of the Red on the end, knocking him into the water, and kicked another in the chest, throwing him back into the others behind him. The 3rd one smashed his own blade into Michael's shoulder, but he ignored it, feeling it heal even as he smashed his elbow into the recruit's helmet and knocked him into the water too. 3 more stepped forward, all with blunted swords, and rained down high blows on him, knocking him to his knees. He roared and launched himself into the nearest of them in a tackle, pushing him back and slammed his hilt into the knee of another, causing him to lose his balance. He brought himself back up and shoved the last one off the bridge and into the water before he was struck again. This time he had no idea what hit him, but he fell backwards. He felt them swarm him, not even trying to grab for the rag on his arm, but instead just beating on him. The moderator likely should have stepped in, but Michael had little faith that there would be any intervention on his behalf. He rolled onto his stomach and smashed his fist onto the foot of one of them before swinging his sword wildly as he pushed onto his knees to hit a few of them and give himself breathing room to stand. He kept healing himself as he fought, but the combination of the exhaustion from healing and fighting at the same time was rapidly depleting him. The fight continued that way. He would force himself up, get a few good blows in, take enough strikes to be brought down, then somehow force himself up again. He and his attackers were all panting, exhausted, and in many cases, wet. He punched one in the face with the hand that gripped the hilt of his sword, and his helmet was rocked by a staff. He stumbled and healed himself, then he swung his sword at the nearest of them, who fell. Soon he was fighting only 6, as one couldn't get up anymore. Then it was 5. Then 4. He wondered where his friends were in the back of his head even as he stumbled forward and brought it down to 3. One more tripped over in exhaustion and didn't stand back up, then it was just one left. In their exhaustion, it was just Michael and the last red leaning on one another, supporting each other as much as they were pushing the other to fall down. Michael won that contest, and the other recruit stumbled and fell. Michael fell onto his knees looking at the groaning teenagers that surrounded him and smiled, laughing a bit. He'd done it. It was ridiculous and pointless, but he'd had fun and he'd won. He pushed himself to his feet, wobbling a bit as he did, and started to pull rags off of each of the reds he'd brought down. He forced the last bit of energy. He had to heal those of them that were badly hurt, but he couldn't heal exhaustion. He held the bundle of red rags in his hand and heard some light clapping. He looked over to see the moderator nodding at him with an impressed look on his face as he clapped. Maybe he wasn't as bad as he thought. Michael waved and stumbled forward, moving back toward the black camp. Michael's recovery ability was working overtime as he made his way toward the camp, and by the time he'd reached it, everything seemed to be resolved. He saw a number of men in red still groaning on the ground, with far fewer in black scattered among them. Lance was barking orders to people that could be heard from a ways off, and Davi and Piotr were standing with Marcus, who had a rough-looking bruise over his eye, and chatting. Lance saw him before the others did, and his eyes widened as he saw the red bundle in his hands. "How many is that?" he asked, the attention of a few others moving to Michael. 7, he said, reaching the interior and sitting on a fallen log to catch his breath. "Not bad for an old man, eh?" "Not bad for a young man either," said Lance, nodding before he barked out a few more orders to the others. Michael couldn't help but notice that Lance was holding an even bigger bundle than Michael's own under his arm. Clearly his titles and deeds had granted him serious benefits, or it was valor he'd stolen from his men, though so far he didn't seem to be the type. Davi, Piotr, and Marcus approached him. "Wow," said Piotr, pointing at the bundle. "You know, it's not like we would have actually died if you'd let them pass you." "Obviously not. In that case I would just kept running and used Ollie as a human shield." They shared a laugh. "Where is Ollie, by the way?" He took a rough blow to the leg from a staff. Something shattered. "He was carried off by a moderator," said Piotr. "Damn," said Michael before looking up at Marcus. He looked dirty and had his own bundle of multicolored rags tucked into his belt. "You okay?" He nodded. "I've been back since this morning. Must have just missed ya." "Want to tell us what you were doing?" asked Davi, his cop voice bleeding out. "We've been covering for you with Lance." "No." Michael pinched the bridge of his nose. The fight had exhausted him, but in some ways he found Marcus's answer more tiring. On top of that, it was obvious what he was doing. Would it be so hard for him to just talk to them? "Man, fuck you," he said, shaking his head. "What?" asked Marcus. "I said, fuck you," said Michael calmly. He considered Marcus a friend, but Michael was too tired to keep his thoughts to himself at that moment. "I'm going to my tent. If you need me, I'll be there, not off fucking around somewhere, doing some shit that could get everyone else in trouble or hurt." He didn't wait for an answer and instead just crawled into his tent and laid out on his bedroll. It hadn't taken any damage, though a few other tents in a section with a broken fence had. He climbed inside and pulled a ration from his pack. He dipped a few pieces of hardtack and forced it down. It was early, and for a moment he thought he'd just lay there in silence to think and recuperate, but like any old man planning to just rest his eyes, he was soon snoring and dead to the world. Michael was startled awake in the middle of the night. He could hear yelling and commotion just outside of his tent. He sat up slowly and grabbed his sword, peeking slowly out of the tent flap in case they were being attacked. He quickly realized that wasn't the case. He saw a number of white-clad soldiers, Klein, Mira, Krim, and a few other officers he didn't recognize. They were all talking to Marcus, who was standing in the midst of them, unarmed and holding his neck as if his brand had been activated. Pyotr and Davi were standing near him. Michael pushed the rest of the way out of the tent, leaving his sword behind as he approached the commotion. Found dead in the northwestern part of the forest. He'd been dead for nearly a day, with the murder suspected to have taken place last night, said one of the officers he didn't recognize. The last person to see him was another moderator that evening. He pointed at Marcus. You, Lifetaker, were seen in an altercation with him recently. On top of that, there have been stories all over the forest of a black soldier bringing down others alone all across the woods. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Marcus, who was flanked by 2 guards who had him by either arm, stayed silent. Do you have anything to say? Asked the man. I didn't do it, said Marcus. The man sighed. We already spoke with Lance, who confirmed you, and the other penitents only recently returned to camp recently. Would you care to elaborate on where you've been? Taking flags. He shook his head and looked at Mira. Do it. She nodded. She was wearing a much sterner expression than usual as she stepped toward Marcus. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them, they were shining silver. She stared at him, and through him, the focus of her gaze seeming almost like a tangible force cutting through the air between herself and him. Marcus's steady expression wavered for the first time, but he stayed still. Mira closed her eyes again and opened them, wavering a bit on her feet. Klein came very close to reaching out to steady her, but restrained himself. She took a deep breath. He didn't do it. There are deaths and other crimes embedded in his soul, but the only recent death written on his soul is the obvious one. There are ways around such detection, said the officer, looking at Marcus with contempt. How would he know them, Locke? He likely didn't even know a diviner with Mira's skill could read the marks of death on his soul to begin with, said Klein. It's a waste of time to focus on him when there are other potential suspects. Makes more sense to execute him and be done with it. He's the obvious culprit. He's a dragoon. A good one. He has real value. Locke scowled and shook his head. None of you are to mention this death to anyone. General Craig doesn't want the exercise interrupted for anything. And what does General Aiken, the actual administrator of the academy, think of it? Asked Klein. The officer stared at him. You're all dismissed. Slowly, the white-clothed moderators and soldiers all dispersed. Michael moved over to Mira, who seemed to be struggling to walk. Are you all right? He asked, helping to steady her. She shook her head. Not particularly. What was that you did? I told you I had abilities other than healing, she asked. He nodded. I can see what evils are carved onto a person's soul, or what kindnesses are, though in my line of work the latter doesn't come up very often. Michael focused and brought a healing hand to hers. She took a breath. Thank you. That helped a bit, but more with my stiff back from how I slept rather than what I just did. Is that a common ability? She shook her head. It's about as rare as healing, perhaps a bit rarer. In peacetime it would be very valued, but given we're at war it's hard not to find people with death on their souls among us. I'd hoped not to have to use it here. She frowned. You should be wary of your friend. I don't believe he murdered anyone here, but his soul is marred and marked. I'll keep that in mind. She nodded. Get some rest yourself. I'll see you for lessons once the exercise is over, and I know Dugan will need your help accounting for everything used in the exercise. I'm looking forward to it. Michael walked back over to where Davi, Pyotr, and Marcus were standing and talking. What were you doing out there? He asked, interrupting their conversation. Marcus looked at him, narrowing his eyes. I didn't kill him. That's not what I asked. I asked what you were doing. It doesn't matter. It does. We all took a risk covering for you and focusing on the game. You may not have killed him, but I believe you would have if you'd had the chance. Now you won't even tell us what you were doing? I didn't think you were the kind of guy to let a woman like Krim turn you into more of a dickhead. Fuck you, said Marcus, stepping toward him. Hey now. Let's calm down a bit, said Pyotr, standing and moving toward them. You don't trust us, that's clear, but I've given you the benefit of the doubt. We all have. Maybe that was dumb, but not nearly as dumb as thinking a woman who considers you a murderer is going to sleep with an older man in the body of a teenager who she saw in the body of a toddler only a few months ago. Marcus's fist flew toward Michael, but hit Piotr instead, who was moving to get between them. Everything went red, and as Piotr fell, Michael tackled Marcus to the ground. He slammed his fist into his face full force. Before he could throw a second punch, Marcus moved up his hips, caught his hand, and rolled him to put himself on top. Michael knew that he'd been holding back in hand to hand, so that didn't surprise him. He let his arm pop out of its socket to swivel and punch Marcus in the face. He healed the arm as he turned around and kneed Marcus in the ribs. After that, it was a blur, even more of one than his fight on the bridge. Just them both rolling around, beating the hell out of each other. It was stupid. Michael knew it was stupid, but he couldn't stop swinging. Davi and Piotr tried to pull them apart, but couldn't. Soon there were dozens of recruits coming to see what was going on. After that, a moderator showed up, and between him and a half-dozen others, they were pulled apart. "All right. Stop," yelled the moderator as they continued to try and tear toward one another. "That's it, you're both out of the games. I'm sending you each to a tomb. 2 weeks. Let's see if that cools you off." Soon more moderators appeared, and they were dragged toward the edge of the woods back to the academy. He found himself unable to calm down and continued to struggle even as they got into the academy gates and back toward the gallows. Michael's clothes were stripped, and he was thrown nearly naked into one of the buried stone structures, his back slamming against the cold, hard floor. Michael sat on the cold stone for a long while, cooling off. He'd never been that angry, at least not in his old life. A lot of it was because of Marcus, but he knew it was mostly something that had been simmering under the surface for him for a while. He didn't want to be there. He wanted to live, that's why he fought against the pull of whatever it was he saw when he died, but not on these terms. He wanted his wife, he wanted his children, he wanted to see his grandson again. He roared again and threw himself against the door, smashing his shoulder into it, then his fists until his hands were bleeding and his knuckles near shattering. He'd tried to be grateful, to be reasonable and make the best of what was happening, but he didn't want to be there, and that just made him feel guilty. He'd taken a life that should have been someone else's, and it wasn't even one he wanted to live. He hadn't known that, but rationalizing only minimized his frustration, put it out of his mind for a short while before it wormed its way back in. He raised a right hand and focused, making it glow gold. He placed it against his chest, feeling the hand itself mend as well as some cracked ribs, dozens of bruises, and a number of scrapes from his rough handling when he was thrown into the tomb, as they'd called it. Once he was healed, he closed his eyes and forced himself to take several dozen long breaths. That was enough wallowing. When he opened them, he looked around his home for the next 2 weeks. There was a bucket in the corner and nothing else. The stone walls ended in small slats that let him look outside if he leapt up and did a pull-up, but as it was night and most of the recruits were involved in the ongoing exercise, there wasn't much to look at. When the magical lights were all shut off, he was left in utter darkness and cold. Even though it was nearly the middle of spring, he'd had yet to experience a warm night or morning. He fell asleep curled up in a ball in the corner. It was still cold when he was awoken by a knock on the door. A slat at the bottom was opened, and a tray of food slid inside. He pushed himself up and managed a thank you, even in his tired and sore state, and moved to the tray. It was bread, some kind of pea-like soup, and bacon. The isolation seemed to be the punishment rather than starvation. That made sense. They had to keep their recruits, willing or otherwise, healthy until they could be thrown into the grind of war. He ate slowly, knowing that food was likely to be his only entertainment for quite some time. He'd had a few friends that had worked as prison guards back on Earth. They'd told him that the boredom and isolation of solitary regularly made people crazy. They'd smear shit on the walls, try to hurt themselves in any way they could, or just rock back and forth mumbling incoherently. Here they used solitary as a way to punish children, which wasn't too much of a surprise given everything else about Stent he'd encountered so far. Michael accepted quickly that he'd probably be spending some time muttering to himself, but he was hoping to avoid playing with his own shit if he could. He practiced his magic for a while, first producing little motes of flame a few inches from his fingertips, then marking different pieces of stone on the walls and activating his navigate spell to see if it still pointed him to the black flag back in the woods. It did, meaning it would as long as he left it marked. When they were in the field, would their equipment also be marked? Would their every movement be tracked when they were off behind enemy lines? It's what he would do on top of the brands. He didn't have any clothing to practice his tightening spell, and there was no reason to purify the water they'd given him. He stood and started doing exercises. He did squats, push-ups, sit-ups, and anything else he could. He would do as many of each exercise as he could, and when he was done doing all three, he'd take a break and do it again. He stopped when, even with his recovery ability, he was starting to feel exhausted. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. He managed to pull up to look out the slit at the top of the tomb and realized it was not yet even noon. He slid back down and laid against the cool stone. He focused on his magicka channels, burning 5 new ones for a lack of anything else to do. He had a feeling that he was nearing the limit of what burning the new channels could do. All of the small pools were connected, and he'd then connected those to the long pool that extended from his gut through his left arm. He'd been widening some of them, and connected a few multiple times to turn some lakes into something more akin to rivers, but the gains were minimal. Overall, he had improved, though. He could extend his magicka 5 inches from most of his body with enough focus, far from where he'd started, and it was much easier to channel it for spells in general, even when wearing or holding iron. Once he'd recovered from his boring of new magicka channels, he considered what to do next. He felt recovered enough for more exercise, but didn't just want to continuously do calisthenics. He could shadowbox, practice his Wu-Tang style, as it were, but most of what he'd been taught for hand-to-hand was grappling and holds rather than strikes, and that wasn't an easy thing to do alone. He looked at the hard stone walls. He remembered watching old movies where monks and karate masters would condition their bodies by striking hard surfaces. Over time, their skin would callous and their bones would strengthen until they could strike even stone without pain. 2 weeks wouldn't be enough time to have the hands of a kung fu master, but he did have the advantage of being able to heal himself when he did it. He stood up and took a stance. He threw a cross at the wall with medium strength and immediately regretted his decision as it came in contact with the wall. He doubled over and grasped his wrist with his uninjured hand. "Fuck," he said through gritted teeth. He healed his hand and flexed it. It felt the same as it had before. He shook his head. His healing restored things as if they'd never been hurt in the first place. He could punch the wall and heal himself a dozen times, and it wouldn't have the effect he was going for. He could still attempt to make some progress on it. With his enhanced recovery, he still had an advantage over what the average person would, but that would mean a lot of pain. He could also punch the wall, let it heal by itself for a day, and then heal it. That may still lead to some improved conditioning, since some of the natural healing was already done with the recovery. He placed a hand against the cold stone. There was another option. He may only know a handful of utility spells, but he'd seen many others, including Shield. He hadn't been taught it, and from what he'd learned from Ollie, inventing your own spell was hard, but not impossible. He couldn't project a shield far, nor could he make a large one, but a small one? Over only his fists? That felt manageable. He'd need a focus for it, a word or phrase. He didn't know the word for shield in Spanish or hard, but he had an idea. He took a breath and started moving magicka through his channels and over his fists. "Soy fuerte," he muttered, taking his stance again. He threw another punch, this time at full strength. His fist hit the wall, and the shield over it shattered immediately. He fell over, doubling over his shattered hand and cursing loudly. He healed himself quickly with his left hand. That hadn't worked out exactly how he'd hoped. He pushed himself up and flexed his fingers a bit, making sure there wasn't any remaining damage. He sighed and lifted himself back up to check the time. It was just hitting noon. The small slit at the bottom of his door opened. "Old tray, then you get your food." Michael took his old tray and slid it under. It was quickly replaced with a full one. "Thank you," he said, though the person on the other side didn't answer. He sat down and started to eat. It may not have worked this time, but that didn't mean it wouldn't with some practice. He had time for some conditioning, he had time to practice it, and he could heal himself if he fucked it up too much. He took a bite of bread. "What else is there to do?" he muttered to himself. Michael spent an uninterrupted week in the tomb. He very quickly realized that the reason that the sun was able to shine through the top was to give those trapped inside an exact idea of how much time was passing. If there'd been no sunlight, no way to tell how much time had passed, then it would have passed much more quickly. With sunlight, he was acutely aware of exactly how long he had been there. He would shiver his way through the nights, clutching his hands that he spent a large chunk of the day shattering, Then he'd wake up and heal them before he ate breakfast. Once that was done eating, it would be several hours of exercises that included push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups at the small slats, squats, and just running back and forth bouncing off the walls for a while. After lunch, he'd switch to practicing magic and trying to refine his spell. With so much time to devote to it and little distraction, he was able to create a solid wall of shimmering force in front of his fists and slam them into the wall at full force. Unfortunately, he had difficulty knowing at what point the spell would fail. It was usually after a particularly hard impact against the wall, which resulted in a tremendous amount of pain. Once his magicka was drained, he'd focus on just conditioning his fists, hitting the walls with as much force as he could before feeling like he'd need to heal them. Then at night, he would curl around his painful knuckles and shiver against the cold until he fell asleep. At the end of the first week, while he was dead asleep, the door to his cell suddenly opened. 2 soldiers appeared at the doorway, and one of them splashed a bucket of cold water on him. He gasped as the shock of it hit him and quickly scrambled to the corner of the cell with his hands up. He hadn't been expecting a beating, especially a week in, but he quickly moved to cover his vitals. A bundle of cloth struck him in the face, making him flinch. "Dry," said one. He looked, realizing at that moment that both men were holding candles. They looked older, more grizzled than the guards he was used to seeing around the academy. He had caught a towel. He quickly dried himself off, and they tossed another bundle to him. This time it was clothes. He recognized a fixed stitch on the shoulder. It was his uniform. Dress, and dress well. He considered asking why, but any reason to get out of the tomb was likely a good one. He guessed it was either additional questions about the murder or something to do with his healing. Maybe an instructor got hurt or a student managed to get kicked in the head by a horse. The games were over, so the healer from the capital should have left. He'd hoped to see them work, to maybe glean some insight from them, but it looked as if that was not to be. He put on the uniform, being as thorough as he could by candlelight. When he was done, one of the soldiers approached him and made a number of small adjustments to how he was dressed, smoothing wrinkles and buttoning a clasp he'd missed in his haste. He nodded when he was satisfied and pointed to the other soldier. "Follow him." Michael nodded and started walking behind the other soldier. He wanted to take a moment to appreciate the night sky that he'd only been able to glimpse at by doing pull-ups up to the small slits at the top of the tomb, but the soldier's pace gave him no time to dawdle. They didn't head into the nearest building, where he'd been interrogated regarding Shio's escape attempt. That meant he was probably going to have to heal someone. When they began to move toward the infirmary, his suspicion was confirmed. They made their way through the dark and into the building. It was mostly dark aside from a few small lanterns lit around one of the beds. The rest of them were clear, and he could see only one medic walking to gather some supplies. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. They reached the lit bed, and the soldier guiding him pulled aside the curtain. There were 2 more soldiers there, as well as a large man with thinning hair and glasses. He had an angry circular red scar under his right eye, and his uniform had the marking of a general that had been heavily decorated. His face shape and the gray of his eyes told Michael that he was Lance's father, though he wore no concern in his expression for the state of his son. Michael hadn't put it together before, given the drama of the moment, but he must be the General Craig that the investigating soldier had mentioned wouldn't want the game stopped because of the murder in the woods. In the bed itself was Lance, his leg elevated and wrapped, and a serious expression on his face that was very unlike the charismatic smile that he'd been wearing when leading the Blacks in battle. Michael didn't even think about it. He just started to focus, activating his blessing and causing his hand to glow gold and radiate heat. He pressed it gently against Lance's leg and felt his broken leg mend quickly. It was a bad break, the kind that with regular healing would have left him with a limp or weak stride for the rest of his life. The general regarded him with a stare. Soldiers aren't meant to act until they receive their orders. Michael smiled politely. "I'm still training." Lance chuckled a bit at that, catching himself and forcing a cough to cover it as he bent his leg, testing it. He put it over the side of the bed and put some weight on it, nodding as he found it completely repaired. The general watched him closely, nodding as well when it seemed he was okay. "You will not always have a healer available to correct your mistakes. There are very few on the front, and their abilities are often lesser than this." "Yes, father," responded Lance, his eyes downcast. "The victory of your Blacks was already assured." A final battle led by you is an unnecessary risk. Your brothers would have known that. Do not let a hunger for glory put you and yours at risk. Yes, father. The astrologers anticipate that there will be another festival of blades soon. Do not disappoint me. Yes, father. The general turned his harsh gaze to Michael, but while it could make a young soldier or a veteran shudder, Michael was an old man who'd met a dozen men like the general. He simply met his gaze. Your service is appreciated. In the morning you will be discharged from the tomb. Thank you, sir. The general nodded at his soldiers, and they gestured for him to move. He complied, and they led him back to his tomb, locking him back inside without a word. He removed the coat of his uniform and folded it into something approximating a pillow, laying down. He was surprised to find part of himself disappointed that he would be ending his sentence early. He hadn't had a room to himself since he'd gotten there, and he hadn't yet perfected his new spell. He could manage it for nearly 5 straight punches, but that was against a wall. It was possible his focus would be much more limited in an actual fight. His hands themselves felt sturdier, stronger than they had before, and he'd managed to put on a bit more muscle with his frequent exercise, but he wondered how much more progress another week would have gotten him. Though those gains would have eaten into the progress he'd be missing in his other classes, which was likely more practical. He chuckled a bit to himself. He was enjoying getting stronger, being physical. Even the fighting he'd done during the training exercise had been fun. He'd never explored that in his old life. He hadn't had to. It was possible to live a long life without needing to be strong or violent back home. He didn't regret missing out on it the first time around, but he wondered what his family would think of this new part of himself. He imagined his children would be amused. Sarah might not be surprised. She'd never seemed too surprised by anything he did. Her intuition had seen through any hidden depths he'd had long before he'd revealed them for himself. He took a deep breath. He needed to get some rest before morning and likely had only 2 hours before the sun rose. He highly doubted everyone would be given a day off after the exercise. It was more likely they'd be allowed a single night of rest and then be sent right back to it. He closed his eyes and found it much easier to fall asleep wearing clothes with something soft to lay on, even if those layers were thin and the buttons of his jacket dug into his face. Michael was awoken at dawn by the cell door opening. A guard was standing there, stifling a yawn as he clipped his keys back to his belt. Head to the infirmary. Get your shot, and then you can return to your barracks. The soldier left and Michael pulled himself up to his feet, slipping his jacket on and patting down the creases from it being folded before climbing up out of the tomb and heading to the infirmary. There was no guard placed on him, which seemed strange, and there was a thick fog all across the ground. He'd see more than 20 feet in front of himself. If he'd been Xiao, this would have been the day that he'd tried to escape, but he had no desire to do that. At least not yet. He made his way to the infirmary. There were no medics there yet, and all the beds were as empty as they had been the previous night. In the back he saw Krim crushing something with a mortar and pestle, muttering to herself as she did so. She looked up at him and gave him a smile with half-lidded eyes. Go ahead and sit down. I have your shot ready. This will be the last one I'll have to make for a while, and your last one ever. She came up to him, grabbing a syringe from a nearby table and flicking the needle twice. Michael didn't say anything. He wasn't sure if his tone would betray him. Instead, he simply tried to look impassively forward as he always did when she gave the shot. She leaned close, rubbing his arm gently as she rolled up his sleeve. She gave him the injection and whispered in his ear as she closed the injection site with a leaf. I guess you'll just have to visit me because you want a next time instead. In spite of his contempt for her, he shivered a bit as her warm breath entered his ear. I heard you got into a fight with poor Marcus. He's a nice boy, but he's just that. Even with his past life, a boy. She moved to dispose of her syringe. You seem to have kept more of the man in you from that life. He'd feel the heat from the injection travel through his blood quickly. It seemed to warm him up. He very suddenly felt as amped up. Like he was in the front row of Ansert surrounded by beautiful women. He'd feel his control start to slip almost immediately. Had this been part of what she'd done to Marcus? While she was distracted disposing of her syringe, he tore the leaf from his arm, letting it fall to the ground. Krim, he asked to get her attention. She looked and saw the blood leaking from his arm. She took a few quick steps toward him to examine the site. Michael grabbed her forefinger and snapped it quickly backwards. Then he placed a hand over her mouth and forced her to the ground. She screamed, but Michael kept his grip firm and held onto her broken finger. "Stop struggling or it'll make this worse." She did struggle a bit, and the pain of moving against her broken finger brought tears to her eyes, and she forced herself to be still. "I am not a horny idiot to be manipulated, and neither are my friends. You will leave Marcus be, and the rest of me friends as well. Understood?" She stared at him with hate, tears in thorner of her eyes. She nodded. Michael nodded back and healed her finger, dragging her to her feet. He smiled at her. "I'll see you next time I'm here healing." She said nothing, just eyeing the nearest syringe. "Stolen story. Please report." Michael noticed, but turned his back anyway. "I know the injections you've been giving everyone are altered. I wouldn't be surprised if what Marcus did is not the first time something like that has happened in your presence. If you come after me and mine for anything, think about how much more scrutiny you'll be under." He stepped out into the fog, surprised by a number of things. Surprised by his violence, surprised that the situation had worked out as it had, and surprised at how little remorse he was feeling. He definitely wasn't feeling like itself. It had to be the result of the injection she'd given him. He'd hurt plenty of people in training and during the exercise over the last 2 weeks, but this was very different. It was a woman, for one thing, and it wasn't training. Still, when he tried to summon some empathy for her or remorse for what she'd done, he thought about the different Lord vials she'd mixed for them, the buttons she'd pushed, the caning Marcus had gone through. A broken finger was a light punishment. He was halfway to the barracks, his mind a million miles away and his blood still hot in his veins, when he heard a whistling sound for a moment, followed by a sharp pain in his left shoulder and a loss of balance. He fell, only barely catching himself. There was something thin and wooden sticking out of him, blood flowing freely from where it had struck. An arrow? Had Krim grabbed a bow and arrow and run after him right after he'd left? She'd had to have run past him without him noticing to shoot him from the front. He heard another whistle, and there was a thud as a SND arrow hit his gut. He rolled, the arrow shaft snapping as he did so, and pain exploding from the wounds as muscle and flesh tore, but a third arrow missed him. He tried to pull himself up to his feet and another arrow struck him in the shin. He cursed and tried to yell, but another arrow hit him in the back and pierced his lung, causing his voice to come out as a gasp as he fell forward. He placed a hand on his chest and started to heal himself as he ripped the arrows out. The arrowheads were triangular and he'd feel them tear through him as he ripped them out so that the wounds would close. He heard slow, deliberate footsteps from behind him, and when they reached him he felt something else enter his back right where the arrow that had just been pulled from his lungs had been. It was sharper and short, a dagger he guessed through the pain. He was turned around with another kick and screamed without air as he was rolled onto the dagger's handle. He looked up to see a man wearing a hood and holding a short bow, a sword at his belt. His pace had been slow because he'd had a limp. It was Destin, the horsemanship instructor. Michael looked up at him in surprise. Destin returned his gaze with a look of disgust on his face. "Why?" Michael wheezed. "You killed the son of the man who saved my life when the Ticinians killed my horse and shattered my leg. I saw him in that face you stole from his son and wrote to him to confirm his loss. I had hoped to kill you during the exercise dash." He stopped suddenly with a look of pain across his face. But it was not to be. The moderator that Marcus had attacked, that he'd been accused of murdering. He had the same color and style of hair as Michael and was the same size. It was dark when the murder had happened. It must have been Destin, thinking he'd taken Michael by surprise. The strange looks that Destin had been giving him since he'd first shown up to his horsemanship class made sense as well. He'd thought he was seeing an old friend, the father of the body that Michael was in. Had convinced the guards to leave him alone as well? How much had gone into his planning? He had slid one hand under his back and started to heal himself with it hidden. Destin pulled the sword from his belt and aimed it carefully over Michael's heart. He raised it and went to slam it into him. Michael channeled his magicka and whispered soundlessly, "Fuerte," to summon a shield over his heart rather than his fists. It was a desperate move, and the incompleteness of the shield meant that the blade slid rather than was deflected and stabbed through the skin near his armpit. He grunted and spun toward the blade, hurting himself further as he kicked out at Destin's bad leg. The man fell with a yelp, letting go of his sword. Michael rolled away from him, continually healing himself until the dagger, sword, and remaining arrows were torn from his body by his violent motion. His vision blurred as the effort of his healing began to exhaust him, but he pushed through. Considered running away, but Destin was clearly a capable marksman and still had his bow. Michael instead kicked his bad leg again as he was trying to get away, and then stumbled forward himself, falling on top of him. They both struck at each other on the ground, not remembering any of their lessons in ground fighting and instead focusing on survival. At some point Michael's hand wound up in Destin's quiver. He yanked an arrow out of it and drove it into the man's gut, feeling hot blood spurt out onto his hand as he did so. He tried to yank the arrow out, but the shaft broke. He jammed the broken shaft into Destin's ribs as the man tried to push him away with a bloody hand, leaving a red mark on his face. Michael watched the light go out in his eyes and lapsed next to him, realizing that at some point he'd broken a number of fingers on his left hand. He heard footsteps approaching quickly and waved vaguely in their direction before placing his hand back on his chest, using the last of his energy to heal himself one more time. Mira stared at him for a moment with silver eyes that bore into his soul. He was sitting in an interrogation room in the disciplinary building of the academy. He had only just that morning been released from the tomb less than 20 yards from it. He was lucky. He'd been found shortly after the attack and, because he'd been uninjured, they'd brought him there rather than keeping him in the infirmary. With what he'd just done to Krim, that would have been very bad. His head was still swimming from whatever cocktail she'd injected into him, and he was finding maintaining any kind of discipline or control difficult. Mira's eyes returned to their usual warm brown, and she stumbled a little. She looked wan and pale. He remembered her mentioning how much it took out of her, and now she'd used it 3 times in the last week. Once on Marcus, once on the body of Destin, and once on Michael. Klein guided her to a nearby chair and helped her to sit with a gentleness he hadn't seen from him before. The guard that had interrogated Marcus was there as well. His name was Locke, as well as a handful of soldiers to make sure that Michael didn't try anything. Mira took a while to catch her breath. The marks on his soul match his story, as do the marks on what remained of Destin's soul. He killed Destin, but Destin is the one who killed Krant. His soul is so clear that the greatest sin on it from his old life is a theft from a place of work he had that was shutting down. He raised an eyebrow. He'd forgotten about stealing that laptop, but the startup was failing and they weren't keen on inventorying things properly anyway. He figured it was a low cost for the fact he was going to be out of the job. Locke nodded, but he didn't look happy about it. The soldiers that Destin bribed to take off from watching Michael will be beaten and demoted. Destin's corpse will be buried in an unmarked grave. You, he gestured to Michael, are released back to Klein. Klein looked to him and gestured to the nearby soldiers. Escort him to the archery grounds. They should be near wrapping up. I will meet him and the others for conditioning. One of them moved to him and unchained him from the manacles on the ground by the chair. Those hadn't been there when he'd been interrogated, though he had been a lot less of a threat at the time. He rubbed his wrists and stood up from his seat, starting to walk toward the door behind one of the guards, with another at his back. Mira reached out and grabbed his sleeve. He looked down at her. Give yourself a good look in the mirror when you get a chance. He frowned, but before he could ask why, he was pushed along by the soldier behind him. They took him across the academy to the archery range where he saw the irregulars and a number of regular recruits all firing their bows at straw targets downrange. As they saw him, a number of them started to whisper and point, one recruit actually misfiring an arrow and causing it to fly into the air, forcing a number of people to take cover until the huntress, Anna, caught it before it fell and handed it back to him. She walked over to Michael with a scowl on her face. She leaned down and turned him around so that they were both facing away from the range. She spat on his face. Destin was a friend, Lifetaker. She sat up straight. Everyone, give your quivers to Michael to fill. If he drops any, he'll owe 20 push-ups per. The penitents all handed him their quivers to him without issue, but the regular recruits pretended to drop them, tried to yank them from his grasp, or just boldly threw them onto the ground. For every one that fell, Anna ordered him to drop. By the end of the class, he'd done something near 300. Luckily, that was something he'd been practicing constantly in the last week in the tomb, so while he was exhausted, he was able to get through them with the strength of spite. Anna had been very reasonable when they'd started their training, even to the takers, but clearly that was just professionalism. With a dead friend Any mask of neutrality had dropped completely. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. On the walk toward their regular training with Ollie, Piotr and Davi managed to fall in next to him. "So it's true?" asked Davi. "You killed the horse master?" Michael nodded. "I didn't have much of a choice. Apparently the man whose son should have had this body had saved his life. He tried to take revenge on me to honor his friend." "Regretting sending those extra silver their way?" asked Ollie. "No. I don't know if they condoned his plan or not. Even if they did, they lost a child. I don't expect them to be reasonable." "The man taking revenge, though, is beyond your empathy?" asked Piotr. "Yes. After the 5th arrow hit me, I'd say my empathy for him ran the fuck out." All of them went quiet. Michael was often the first one to see things from others' perspectives, so they were surprised to hear him so angry. Michael was surprised too, but maybe if he'd had a second to process what had happened instead of immediate interrogation, being spat on, then confronted on it by his friends, he may have felt better. Not to mention the constant heat that seemed to be building in him since his injection. The rest of the day was spent on regular training. His performance was middling, the weapons he'd grown so accustomed to feeling awkward and unfamiliar in his hands after a week without them. He still held his own though, and was grateful when they were done for the day. His shower under the cold water was a tremendous relief as it washed away the filth of not only the tomb, but also the week he'd spent fighting in the forest. He came back to the barracks and laid on his bed for a moment, eager to enjoy sleep on a relatively soft surface, but he was broken from it when he remembered what Mira had told him. He sighed, pushing the thin blanket off himself and stepping over to the mirror at the end of the barracks. He took a breath and focused himself on it for a moment, seeing the golden lettering slowly form into words in front of him. Titles: Michael Mann. The Restored. Deeds: Bridge Holder. Revenge Denier. Blessings: Healing Hand. 2 new deeds. That was a big surprise, but given how eventful the last 2 weeks had been, it made sense. He focused in further on the 2 new deeds, trying to draw forth new information. Bridge Holder was likely for his performance during the training exercise where he'd stopped 10 other recruits from going after his friends, and Revenge Denier was his self-defense against Destin. Bridge Holder. When protecting those who flee grants. Very minor strength. Very minor durability. Revenge Denier. When attacked by someone seeking vengeance grants. Middling awareness. Minor reaction. He blinked, dismissing the text he saw in the mirror. Both of the benefits he got for his deeds were situational, which he didn't realize was a way they could present. It also appeared that the benefits he gained were measured in the words minor, middling, and major with possible adjectives of at least very. It made sense that the first deed, Bridge Holder, only granted very minor situational benefits. He'd earned it in a contest, but it was a safe contest. One where he couldn't have died unless things had gone very wrong. The other ones seemed to grant much greater benefits, though they were also situational. What constituted someone seeking vengeance? Could it be someone simply counter-attacking him in training? Or did it need to be more elaborate than that? He hadn't noticed any changes during the training earlier that day, but he hadn't been paying attention and was on the receiving end during most of the bouts anyway. He'd have to test it the next day. He stretched a bit, yawning, and made his way back to his bed. "Anything new?" asked Davi. 2 new deeds. One for watching your asses and another for defending myself. Did you get any? He nodded. Piotr and I each got one. Fuckers, muttered Ollie. Is being able to shoot flames and summon lightning not enough for you, my friend? Asked Piotr. Absolutely not, and if I'd been able to do that during the exercise, I'd have cleaned up. I don't think leaving a trail of teenaged corpses is cleaning up, countered Davi, making quotes with his fingers. Depends on the corpses, though I'm pretty sure Michael could have saved them anyway. I know he loves touching teenage boys. You're thinking of your mother, actually. Although, I think she really took all comers, said Michael, with his eyes closed as he pulled his blanket back over himself. Not sure I could heal anyone blown apart. I've mostly fixed cuts and breaks. There were some minor burns I covered too, but beyond that I'm not sure. He'd healed some terrible wounds on himself that morning, but they were just more extreme versions of what he'd already done. If someone lost a limb or was rendered blind, he had no idea if he could help them. He wasn't even sure if his ability worked on sickness. Mira had indicated the ability to heal sickness was separated from the one that allowed the healing of wounds. He tried to focus on the ability the way he did for titles and deeds to glean more information, but he'd been unable to reveal anything new. He heard a few more barbs being exchanged by the others, even catching a few strays here and there himself, but he decided to stay silent. He'd killed a man that morning. It turns out that's something that can wear someone out. The next day, Michael was sent straight to Dugan after breakfast. He found that he was nervous seeing the dwarf after all that had happened. He and Mira were the only two natives whose opinion actually mattered to him. He approached the quartermaster's office and went to the desk, knocking on it twice to get the old dwarf's attention. There was the sound of movement inside and the scrape of a stool being dragged across the ground. Then Dugan appeared back at the top, his beard brushing some dust from counter as he did so. "What are you doing out here? Come on back. We have a lot of work to catch up on from the exercise, and the other students that helped me are worthless." Michael smiled. "I'll come right in." He went inside, and Dugan immediately pressed a half-dozen tasks onto him. Forms to fill out, armor to polish, swords to inspect, and a large amount of dry goods to sort. Dugan brought up nothing about what had happened the last few weeks, instead focusing on work and even answering the usual random questions Michael would ask him throughout the day. "Why isn't everything more magical?" Dugan gave him a look he'd grown used to, eyebrows raised and a frown as he looked up at him. "I mean, I've been told there are dragons here, magical beasts. I've met you obviously, I see lights lit by magic, see spells practiced, and have even started to notice a few recruits with slightly pointed ears and wide eyes, but I thought I'd see. I don't know, more of those kinds of things. Stent doesn't like those things. They have them hunted, killed, or driven away. In Ticinia or Svict you'd see goblins by the roads, kelpies trying to drown kids in lakes, or even the crawling skeleton of something long dead brought back by muscle-like fungus. Here the militias in every town eradicate them whenever they can, and during peacetime or truces the entire military devotes itself to removing anything they feel may be a distraction. The lack of those things is one of the reasons I choose to live here," said Dugan, returning his attention to his paperwork as he spoke. "Some of those things are good enough. The bad ones don't make it worth dealing with the good, though." Michael could understand that perspective. He would find all of those things interesting to encounter, but to a local they amounted to pests. Pests that could kill you and eat your corpse. He returned his attention to the sword he was working, finding a gruesome chip at its edge. "What about magical metals? Anything like that here?" Dugan shrugged. "There are a number of weapons, armor, and shields that have gained titles. They tend to be stronger and sharper by default, even if that's not what the title specifically grants them." He paused, scratching his beard. "Back home in the mountains, sometimes we'd find veins of metal that didn't exist anywhere else. Small deposits that would glow with fire, or feel like ice that didn't melt. They had no match, and their properties were always unique. Usually they get scooped up by some dwarven king or noble. A few have made their way to the surface, though, I'm sure." He shook his head as if needing to physically shake himself from a daydream. "Enough questions. I want to get as much of this done today as possible." Michael sighed and got back to work, eyeing the 100 or so more swords he needed to get to. Michael spent the rest of the week getting back into the groove of things. He'd spend his morning healing at the infirmary, practice divining with Mira, and then he'd spend at least 2 hours with Dugan, helping the quartermaster to inventory, file, and distribute supplies as needed. The afternoons were back to physical conditioning, archery, and then weapons training. Horsemanship had taken a pause for obvious reasons while a new instructor was located. Michael noticed during interactions with the regular recruits that things had grown more terse, more unfriendly. Those who'd given him a pass due to his healing them or their friends were more likely to try and start trouble. During some mixed sparring with the regular recruits, a number of them began going for his face or groin with their strikes. Destin hadn't been well liked, but there were a number of recruits that seemed to favor him or were looking for another excuse for violence. He noticed his new deed, Revenge Denier, activating the first time it happened. He was in a mixed sparring exercise with the regular recruits. The weapon was spears, which amounted to staffs with a blunted metal tip. The moment he was told to stand across from a young dark-haired recruit, his senses seemed to sharpen. He could smell the sweat in the air, feel a very slight breeze he hadn't felt only a moment before. He could see small motions his opponent was making, and even hear a conversation going on amidst all the grunting and cries of fighting around him. He was so distracted by it that he barely noticed when the match began. His opponent dropped the head of the spear and thrust it quickly toward his face. It seemed slower than it should have been. Not as if it was in slow motion or anything like that, rather as if he was moving at the speed they'd do for a light spar rather than full contact. Michael snaked his head to the side to avoid it, then batted the recruit's spear away with his own before smacking the side of it onto his head. The recruit quickly rallied and tried to sweep Michael's legs, but again it seemed slow, and he was able to leap over it before kicking dust into the boy's eyes and jamming the weighted end of his staff into his shoulder, causing him to lose balance. He won that round, and the next several against that particular opponent, but in all of his matches with his friends, or other takers, everything was normal. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. The only normal recruit that seemed unaffected by what Michael had done to Destin was Lance. He stopped to greet Michael whenever they ran into one another, and even exchanged a joke or some small talk whenever they passed on another. He was friendly with Piter, Davi, and Ollie as well, though not beyond a simple nod and hello. Michael imagined he was thankful for how useful they'd been during the exercise, and how he'd healed his leg. When he'd done that, he'd seen a bit of Lance that he didn't seem eager to share with everyone else. In general, he seemed to be charismatic and friendly, a natural leader, but Michael had seen his interaction with his father, a time when he was vulnerable and weak. He was thinking of this and looking at him practice with a lance as the takers were heading to the cafeteria. Titles and deeds appeared suddenly in front of him. Titles: Lance Craig, heir to Solda, heir to Vym, heir to Lomar. Deeds: victor of the Festival of Blades Joust, Wyvern Slayer, the victor in black. Along with information he hadn't been able to see before. Heir to Solda. Grants: middling strength, middling durability. When in Solda, these changed to major. Heir to Vym. Grants: middling speed, minor awareness. When in Vym, these changed to major and middling. Heir to Lomar. Grants: minor reaction, minor recovery. When in Lomar, these changed to middling. The deeds flashed in his vision too, but he couldn't process all of the information quickly enough, and felt a hand on his back. He turned to see Piotr looking at him concerned. "Does seeing the horses upset you?" he asked quietly. "Because I killed a man that taught us to ride?" "No, because you know you'll never have a manhood like theirs." Michael sighed sadly. "You're exactly right. It's truly hell to know I'll never match up." Piotr nodded sagely, rubbing the beginning of a beard on his face. "As a fellow old man, I'd like to say I'm above such things, but unfortunately there are some things we never grow out of." They shared a chuckle, and Michael paid more attention to what he was doing as they walked the rest of the way to the cafeteria. That was the first time he'd been able to divine more than the basic list of titles and deeds someone else had. He'd expected the first time would be when observing Ollie, or one of the others in their small clique, but he supposed it was easier to empathize and understand someone so young with so little life lived. His friends were by default more complex, by nature of having lived far more life than the regular recruits, not to mention the added complexity of living a second life. Lance's titles and deeds and what they granted answered a number of questions he'd had. He had wondered what his heir titles granted since he first saw them, and it appeared just being the inheritor of land gave significant bonuses to an individual's strength and abilities. He'd already known that power flowed in this world from the top down, but to see that even a general's son got so many advantages by default showed just how skewed power could be. If someone is born with that many advantages, they also have a greater ability to earn deeds, and even be granted more titles by their kings or the system. The fact that he hadn't heard of any political system other than monarchy since he'd arrived was making a lot more sense now that he knew just how powerful the abilities that were granted by the right bloodline could be. Hard to revolt against that kind of power. He wondered if any kings actually took to the field themselves if they were so powerful. They could likely turn the tide of a battle alone, though from what he could tell they still preferred to send others to do their fighting for them. Made sense. A well-placed arrow, fireball, or blade could probably still end them. After dinner, the final rankings for the week were revealed. Michael had once again taken first in physical conditioning, but his archery was now the lowest of everyone else. The bows he'd been given weren't strung correctly, or his hits were counted as missed. He was fairly certain Klein was aware of it, but didn't care because Michael's archery skills were toward the bottom anyway. After that, they all went to the barracks to clean up and rest. When Michael dressed and made it toward his bunk, he saw Marcus sitting in his own bunk, seemingly waiting for him. Michael walked toward him, and Piotr, Ollie, and Davi moved to be near or between them. Marcus stood up and stepped past them toward Michael. He looked a little wan, but not too much worse for wear. I was in the woods following the moderator that was dead. I didn't want to kill him, I just wanted to hurt him. I don't know why, it was like all my blood was in my dick all the time. I could only think of Krim and any other woman I saw. I had no control over myself. Even not screaming at the slightest inconvenience felt impossible. I tried to cool off by taking flags, but it barely helped. These last 2 weeks I finally started feeling better. I think she was doing something with those injections she was giving me. Michael nodded. I know. I had the same suspicions, and the day you got caned I saw her smiling. I tried to bring it up softly, but I was never able to get through to you. Marcus shook his head. I'm sorry, man. I should have kept myself under control. Michael grimaced. I should have kept myself under control. Yesterday, after she gave me my injection, she came onto me and I broke her finger. Marcus raised an eyebrow and the others exchanged glances. I healed her and threatened her, but it was stupid. Luckily, we're all done with our injections at least. Ollie coughed, not all of us. Michael frowned and brought a hand to his face. Fuck. I'm an idiot. You are, but I can't blame you. Fuck her. I wasn't going to bring it up to Klein, but maybe Dash. Don't, said Davi, shaking his head. Once the accusations go flying, we know how things will land. I'll be okay. It's not like she can kill me. I only have a few injections left. I'll make sure the medics are there before I go, and I'll watch her carefully. He shook his head, smiling. It's worth the risk to not be stuck at 5'0" anyway. Michael chuckled, but sighed afterward. Thank you for giving me grace, he said to Ollie, then looked at Marcus, both of you. I should have had more myself. Marcus nodded, a little awkwardly, and looked around at the rest of them. So, did I miss anything else? Michael killed a guy, said Ollie. What? Michael gave a quick and dirty description of what had happened, then the others started describing what had happened on their end at the end of the exercise. Michael found himself drawn away, toward the barred windows. The light seemed strange. He looked outside, but saw no other light sources, then tilted his head upward. The moons in the sky, all 3 of them, were perfect crescents, one green, one silver, one gold, all giving off an amber-tinted light. The energy around the academy had changed from subdued from the murder to excited overnight. The Festival of Blades holiday occurred less than once a year, and many of the academy students had been concerned that it wouldn't occur during their time there, forcing them to lose out on a chance for glory or even earning a deed and title. It probably helped a bit that the full story of what had happened had slowly been spreading around. Not just that Michael had killed the instructor, but that instructor had killed Krant, a non-Lifetaker, before he'd attacked Michael. It hadn't softened the archery teacher's disposition toward him, but there were certainly fewer glares and threats. They really seemed to like beating the shit of each other, said Ollie at breakfast as he shoveled some eggs into his mouth. We have Christmas, where we give one another gifts, and they have this where they beat the shit out of each other. We beat the shit out of each other plenty, we just don't save it for holidays, replied Davi. He was eating both his own and Ollie's eggs, his appetite still massive despite the injections from Krim being over. It will be nice to have some rest at least, said Piotr. There were only 2 competitions that irregulars could compete in, the melee and the joust, because they were open to everyone. All the other competitions were team-based and required selection for a team by one of those near graduating with officer roles. They could technically select an irregular, but it hadn't happened before from what Klein had told them. It's surprising that we are able to relax during the festivities. I think it has less to do with what they want us to do and more to do with the fact that none of the instructors want to miss anything themselves, noted Marcus as he made a silver coin dance between his fingers. I'm doing the melee, said Davi through a mouthful of food. They'll tear you apart, said Marcus. Any irregular will be public enemy number 1 if they enter. Davi shrugged. They can try. Piotr sighed. I will join you. I can watch your back. Davi shook his head. You can enjoy your rest. I don't think you're big enough to watch my back anyway, replied Davi, whose back was about twice Piotr's width. Half your back then. If you insist. Were you this much of a cocky bastard back when you were on Earth? Asked Ollie. Yes, but I didn't have the bulk to back it up, so I had to be the quickest to violence to have an edge. Michael was eating his own food quietly, considering if he would join the melee with them. They'd certainly have a good shot with all three of them working together. Davi and Pyotr were regularly winning in most weapons categories, with Michael not far behind. And with his endurance and ability to heal them and himself, they could probably give the regular recruits a serious challenge even if they were explicitly targeted. He definitely wouldn't be participating in any of the justs. He could ride a horse, but was by no means skilled at it. Irregulars seemed to be being taught to ride as more of an afterthought than anything. It seemed only knights, like the other students, ever acted as cavalry. He also had a feeling that those who were very skilled at riding were likely students who had learned a lot and appreciated Destin, who may be inclined to seek revenge by accidentally jamming a lance into his neck. He was about to offer to join Davi and Pyotr in the melee when he felt a tap on his shoulder. A guard leaned toward him. "Come with me." Knowing it was pointless to ask why, he shoveled a final scoop of rice into his mouth and fell in behind the soldier. He was short, but older than most of the other academy guards, and Michael didn't recognize him. They exited the small cafeteria the irregulars used and moved toward one of the classroom buildings. He was directed to the first one and found Klein and Lance inside waiting for him. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. He thought about making a joke about how if anyone else had died it wasn't his fault to break the silence as he approached them, but decided against it. He placed his fist against his chest with 2 fingers to salute, and the gesture was returned by both of them. He stayed silent, waiting for one of them to say something. Klein let out a light sigh. "Lance has requested that you be allowed to join his team for the Festival of Blades." He raised an eyebrow and looked at Lance. Lance nodded. "I think you'll be a good addition to the team. Hard to beat a diviner with healing abilities that can take on 10 other recruits alone and win." Klein's frown deepened. "I'd like to recommend once again that you don't recruit him. It'll put a target on his back and your team's. It also just hasn't been done before." "But is it against the rules?" asked Lance. Michael held back a sigh. It seemed him participating was the equivalent of a dog that played basketball. "No," said Klein, "but he himself may still choose to refuse. The Festival of Blades is voluntary, even for irregulars. This isn't Ticinia where they throw them into a pit fight with lesser WRMS for their amusement." Lance looked at Michael. "What are the rewards for victory?" "Those who perform well or win often win deeds from the divinity, though it is not guaranteed. Here at the Academy it has also been tradition to give a single gold to all members of the teams that reach the final round, and an additional 5 gold to the individual that wins the final bout." Michael was sold at the chance at deeds, but the gold he could send back to his body's parents was of great value as well. He'd learned from Dugan that a gold piece was roughly the equivalent of 6 silver pieces, though the value of any coin was based more on who one was dealing with than what it should be valued at. "I'll do it." Klein nodded. "You'll have 2 guards on you at all times. As much for your protection as to ensure your own compliance." He looked at Lance. "You will request meetings with Michael through me so that his movements can remain tracked at all times." "Is there that much time to strategize anyway?" asked Michael. "The melee and jousting competitions are first. The team games occur afterward so that everyone can witness all the events." "Can I request a meeting with Michael and the rest of my team now?" asked Lance. Klein pointed at 2 guards that were standing at the entrance to the classroom, watching Michael, but overall seeming bored. "You follow this Penitent, and once Lance is done with him, escort him to physical conditioning." The soldiers saluted sharply. Lance walked out of the classroom, and Michael followed him. "What are your strengths in combat?" he asked. "I'm decent with everything, but fight best with sword and shield." He nodded. "Good, that'll be easy to work into the rest of the team." "What are the limits to your healing?" "Doing it exhausts me the worse the injury is. If I have to heal and fight at the same time, it wears me down quickly. I saw on the board in there that you had the highest rank in conditioning of any of the irregulars." He nodded. "I tend to recover more quickly than the others do." He stopped, frowning and scratching a small patch on his face where it looked like he'd missed shaving a few hairs. "Were you a warrior in your old life?" "No. I suppose a bureaucrat or secretary would be the closest equivalent you'd have here." How old are you?" "Older than your father." His expression was neutral, but the corners of his mouth dipped briefly at the mention of his dad. He corrected it quickly, though, and they continued walking. "You're a diviner as well, right?" "That comes with blessings like healing." "So you can read others' titles and deeds?" "Yes, But to gain anything aside from a simple list of them, I need to know the person, be able to understand them. He turned and flashed him a smile. I can help with that. I know everyone here. They reached a large building that Michael had never entered before and walked through the front doors. Inside were rows and rows of bookshelves filled with tomes. All of them were bound in brown leather and had their spines marked with the same bold lettering in black ink. It almost looked from looking at it that each book had been written by the same person in the same hand. Remembering the ink transfer spell he'd heard about from Mira, he realized that may have actually been the case. Lance led him through a few rows of books where 3 recruits sat talking around a wooden table. One that stood out immediately was a tall girl with brown hair tied in a bun carefully examining a staff. Aside from her were 2 men Lance's age, both of whom were nearly as large as Davi. One of them had rusty red hair and was laughing at what appeared to be his own joke, while the other, whose head was shaved cleanly bald, pointedly ignored him as he rifled through a tome. The girl with the staff looked at Michael and stood up. Absolutely fucking not. Lance held up a hand at the girl who was brandishing her staff. I've already gotten the permission of Knight Lieutenant Klein, and he's agreed. To take back the offer now would dishonor the festival. It's a worse dishonor to include a taker. She spat the word like a slur, which Michael supposed was what it was. The bald recruit looked up at Michael. You healed me when I was in the infirmary. You looked a lot younger then. A healer, eh? Said the one with rust-colored hair. Lance knows how to pick, though I suppose that's a given since he chose me. Either he goes or I do, said the girl. Michael stayed silent. He could tell there was a delicate balance here, and he didn't know the girl. From what he'd seen of Lance, though, he was a political animal. He likely already had a plan for convincing her. If you leave my team, no other team will choose you. I am the only captain willing to choose a woman, mage or not. You drop from the team and you lose the chance at gold and deed, and I know you want both. She scowled at him, but lowered her staff and sat back down in her chair. Lance nodded. Michael is the final member of our team. He's a healer, as Yakub mentioned, and also a solid combatant in general. He was in my group during the training exercise a few weeks ago and took 10 flags in a single fight. The 2 other boys nodded, impressed, but the woman continued scowling. Michael, this is Lena, a mage trainee, Cole. He pointed at the redhead, and Yakub. He pointed at the bald one. Good to meet you, said Michael, nodding at each of them in turn. We have 2 days to strategize and prepare. The first event we have is the team melee, then the games, then the tourney, said Lance, taking his own seat at the head of the table. From what I've been able to gather about the other team compositions, we're the only group with a mage and the only group with a healer. Michael frowned at that. He understood the lack of healers, as far as he knew he was the only one there, but mages would seem to be very useful in his opinion. Sensing his question, Lance turned to him. Mages are limited during the events, just like they were in the exercise. They can't use offensive spells, only defensive ones, or ones related to movement. Between that and their inability to wear the heavier metal armor, they're usually seen as too much of a burden in the first melee to bother recruiting. He looked at Lena. I know better, though. Her scowl softened a bit at the acknowledgement. And even if she does go down, thought Michael, he would be able to get her back up. Would he have recruited her if he hadn't been planning to recruit Michael all along? He seemed to be putting together his pieces very carefully. What are the games? Asked Michael. Feats of strength, skill, and endurance, said Lance. It's a distance race, archery, the stone hold, the wisp hunt, and the infinite climb. The wisp hunt is already going to be handled by Lena, and the archery by Yakub, but we're going to have to decide among us who handles the other events. Michael nodded, but could tell that Lance already had choices set in his mind, and was playing it close to make sure the others would agree with his assessments. And the tourney? The teams fight against one another in one-on-one bouts. If the majority of your team wins, then you continue. There should only be 2 rounds. After that, there's just the final fights between members of the remaining team to decide who fights their captain. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Lance would do whatever he could to win if they made it to that point. That much seemed clear to Michael. He wanted to make his father the general proud, and considering the relationship they seemed to have, Michael had the impression he'd do anything to achieve that. Starting tomorrow, we need to be meeting every day to train and hone our strategies to make sure that we win. Before and after the melee, and just of course, said Cole. Lance's face flashed a bit of annoyance, but he quashed before anyone, but Michael could notice and smiled broadly. Of course. I wouldn't want to miss them. Besides, he said, looking over at the two board guards assigned to watch Michael, I think if we made Michael's guards miss the festivities, they may kill us. The next morning before the melee, but after breakfast and a meeting with Dugan to discuss teaching him the ink transfer spell to help with some of the paperwork, Michael, along with 2 escorts, arrived in one of the training fields where the rest of his team was meeting. Lena was engaged in some sparring with Cole, his sword bouncing off of shimmering blue shields that she summoned even as she swung her own staff at him. Both were able combatants, though Michael could tell that without her magic, Cole would be dominating the duel. He had a very straightforward fighting style, utilizing his bulk and power well with simple, but fast and powerful blows. It reminded him a bit of Davi, but Davi would mix in the occasional feint or a low blow. Lance and Jakub were watching them spar, and Lance nodded at him as he arrived. I'm just trying to get a good idea of where everyone's skills are. He pointed to a nearby weapon rack. Go ahead and grab what you want. You and I are going to spar. Michael grabbed a sword and shield, twirling the blade with a flourish as he approached him. Lance chose a spear and shield, giving the spear a spin of his own as he took his place across from Michael. Michael took a middle stance, keeping his body relaxed and ready. Lance was a hair shorter, but slightly stockier than him. He also had all of those titles and deeds attached to him that granted him greater strength and speed, as well as, Michael assumed, skills developed over a lifetime of being raised in a military family. Let me show you what an old man can do, Michael said with a smile. Lance took his own stance with a smile as well. Jakub turned to them, looking at both, and raised his right arm high, bringing it down swiftly to signal them to start. Michael slid back, expecting Lance to take the initiative, which he did, and with his back foot he kicked sand up into Lance's face. Lance stabbed forward with his spear blindly, and Michael moved to deflect it with his shield. He was grateful he decided to deflect it rather than take the brunt of the blow, as it was much heavier than he'd been expecting. Michael pushed forward and slashed down with his sword toward the top of Lance's head, but he ducked down and caught the blow with his shield. He then slid forward under Michael's guard and slammed his shoulder into his chest, pushing him backward. Michael rallied quickly and kicked at Lance before he could clear the sand from his eyes, but Lance brought down his spear shaft and slammed it into his leg, forcing it to the ground. Michael used the momentum to slam his shield into Lance and push him back a foot before trying to retake the initiative with a half-dozen swift sword strikes. Lance blocked them all, catching the blows on his shield or batting them away with his spear. Michael noticed that when he blocked his blows, his feet barely moved a centimeter. Lance made a stab with his spear again, and when Michael moved to block it, he adjusted his strike and slammed it into his exposed right leg. Michael's legs were very suddenly out from under him, and he brought up his shield to cover his vitals by instinct, but the fight was over. Lance gently tapped his shield with his spear, and when Michael moved it, he was holding out his hand to help him up. Michael took it and was practically thrown back onto his feet. He'd been right to assume the titles and deeds Lance had gave him a tremendous advantage. Now he was even more curious about the strength of kings. He's good, said Cole from the sidelines. He must have finished his own match with Lena shortly after Michael and Lance had begun. Lena shook her head. He's easily the worst of the 5 of us. Being the worst among the best is still impressive, replied Cole. Jakub looked at him closely. You're not tired at all, are you? Michael shook his head, brushing some of the sand from his pants. Lance was panting slightly, a bit of sweat starting to form on his face, but Michael's own breath had recovered quickly. We may beat him in skill, but the melee is long and the events are frequent. His endurance will be a boon. Lance scratched his chin. Did you climb in your old life? He asked. No, never cared for heights. He nodded. You will handle the run then. Michael nodded, that's what he had figured. He also noticed that Lance had no concern about making it to the games after the team melee. I will handle the climb, and Cole, he said with a smile, how do you feel about holding a heavy burden for a long time? He flexed his impressive biceps. I was planning on carrying the team anyway. What's another burden? After a few more sparring matches in which Michael fared much better than his fight against Lance, they made their way to watch the melee. Over the last 2 days, a series of bleachers had been built around a wide open field toward the center of the academy grounds. It was well crowded as people tried to press in and find seats. Michael considered sitting with his new teammates, but wary of what a crowd might do with a penitent in their midst, he elected to instead sit with Marcus, Ollie, and the other irregulars. As he sat in his seat, he realized that the bleachers weren't the only thing that had been assembled. Piles of dirt, small wooden barricades, and even a few stone columns had been assembled all throughout the arena. The speed with which they'd managed the assembly and execution of the Festival of Blades was another reminder that the people of Stent weren't nearly as backward as they sometimes seemed to him. He searched for Pyotr and Davi in the field, and Marcus tapped his shoulder, pointing at a far corner. Davi was sealing his helmet over his red hair, and Pyotr was testing the weight of his sword as he bounced nimbly from foot to foot like a boxer. They had both elected to take a sword and shield, though Michael could see a number of spears, bastard swords, and even a few mage staffs among the assembled combatants. It was a smart choice for them. They needed versatility and defense. Michael was already noticing a number of gestures and movements in their direction, as if to indicate that the filthy irregulars would be the primary targets before the real fight began. They were seriously underestimating Davi and Pyotr. They weren't the only penitents that had taken the field. A few others Michael recognized had assembled near them as well, and one was by himself in a corner with a spear. Hopefully that would give them some additional coverage. After 15 minutes of shit-talking with Ollie and Marcus, it looked as if the bleachers had been filled. The general in charge of the academy was seated in a box toward the center of the field, and Michael could see General Craig seated next to him. Likely, he was there to witness his son's fight later, but Michael had to wonder why he was away from the front for it. From what he understood, now that the spring thaw was underway, skirmishes had started occurring more frequently with Tessinia, and it was anticipated that full-scale war would pick up again soon. The end of winter had seemed extremely long to Michael, so he surmised it likely that all seasons dragged on longer in this strange new world, though he still had been given only the vaguest idea of their calendar. As everyone settled, the conversation began to die down, and there was a magic-enhanced shout that went out across the field. "Celebrants of the Festival of Blades, prepare yourselves. At the sounding of this horn, the festival will commence." A man standing on the roof of the general's box was holding the horn of an animal that Michael did not recognize. All of the contestants ran quickly to set places they'd discuss, and he saw Pyotr and Davi crouched low with their weapons ready as they started to eye those other contestants nearest to them. The announcer put the strange horn to his mouth and blew. The sound of it was loud and deep, feeling as if it was causing Michael's bones to vibrate. Everyone in the field moved quickly to action. In the blink of an eye, a half-dozen recruits were beaten down. Moderators ran out swiftly, wearing white cloaks to mark them as such, and moved the injured off the field quickly. Michael had been told that he may be asked to help if the injuries were severe enough, but broken limbs and concussions weren't considered pressing enough, it seemed. Pyotr and Davi were a spectacle. Davi didn't wait to be charged. He took the initiative and fought dirty and mean. He kicked sand, slammed his shield into heads, and was not at all shy about using his larger frame to dominate anyone and everyone that got in his way. Even when he would get overwhelmed or cornered, he'd feint charges, throw his entire body into the attempts to barricade him, or let out a roar that would make them balk. Pyotr, on the other hand, was impossible to corner. He danced around his foes, his sword whipping out to strike helmets with beautiful precision even as he slid under and around the strikes of his enemies. He never strayed far from Davi, using his ferocity as cover for his own attacks on the regulars, though he was drawing plenty of attention himself. Both of them were smiling ear to ear as they fought. They seemed to be really relishing in the fight, even as their own bruises and injuries were building and exhaustion began to make their limbs leaden. Michael found himself clenching his fists as he watched them, and noticed that Ollie and Marcus were grinding their teeth and spinning a coin between fingers respectively. They wanted to be down there, helping them. It felt wrong to be up in the stands watching them rather than by their side. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. The crowd was going wild the entire time, with whooping and hollering combined with a heavy dose of loud groans from key people in the stand as their friends and comrades were waylaid and dragged away by moderators. As the number of combatants dwindled, Davi and Pyotr were among the final 10. Michael was unsure of how much time had passed. It felt like an eternity, but it must have been closer to 10 or 15 minutes, given the nature of the competition. The swift movements at the start had slowed to deliberate, almost painful-looking strikes and motions. They were punctuated by heavy grunts and groans that were often loud enough to be heard over the crowd's excitement. Davi slammed the hilt of his sword into the helmet of a recruit with a spear, causing him to crumple. A loud boo went out from the crowd at that, and a similar one when Pyotr blocked a heavy strike from a bastard sword, used the momentum to twirl himself around, and slammed his elbow into his adversary. It was beginning to occur to them that a penitent may be the victor. Ollie noted the booing and angry crowd around them. "Do you think one of us has ever won this thing?" Marcus didn't bother looking around, just staying focused on the fight in front of them. If they did, I wonder if they lived to tell the tale. The remaining combatants ceased their fight against one another and turned to face Pyotr and Davi, who stood next to one another with their shields high and their swords at the ready. The other 6 approached them carefully, surrounding them, and Pyotr moved to stand directly behind Davi. A spear was driven toward Pyotr's center, and instead of dodging it or parrying it as he normally would, he took the full brunt of it on his shield, slammed his sword down on it to make the recruit lose his footing, and smashed the side of his helmet with his blade. On the other side, Davi blocked one blow with his shield, but a spear shaft struck him on the side of his head. He faltered for a moment, and the 3 on his side all struck at once. Luckily, their attacks got briefly tangled up with one another, their exhaustion making them sloppy. Davi took that moment to slam the side of his shield into one of them that moved too close. He and Pyotr pushed against their attackers. It was a brutal slugfest after that. They struck, they received strikes, their helmets rattled and their shields splintered even as their bodies were covered in bruises, but they didn't fall. Soon, the last of the regulars in the melee was downed. There was a boo that went out among the crowd, jeering and even throwing things at Pyotr and Davi. Michael, Ollie, and Marcus didn't give a shit though. They stood and cheered their friends. Michael felt tremendous pride as he watched them panting in the center of the arena. The battle wasn't over though. The melee was a free-for-all, not a team game. Pyotr and Davi smiled at one another as they each took a few steps away from one another, ignoring the jeering crowd and occasional thrown objects. Pyotr tossed his weapons aside and undid his helmet, throwing it on the ground as well. Davi laughed and did the same, putting himself into a low stance. Their actions surprised the crowd so much that the jeers actually started to die down. They charged one another, and it was immediately clear that they were not going easy in spite of their friendship. They seemed renewed by losing the weight of their weapons and armor and stuck one another with reckless abandon. Davi's strikes seemed to hit Pyotr with the force of a train, but for every one of his that landed, Pyotr managed 3 of his own. Soon the crowd was completely silent, with only the sounds of their struggle audible. Pyotr managed to strike on Davi's chin, and he started to fall for a moment, but before he could go completely down he caught himself and drove his own fist under Pyotr's jaw, causing it to slam closed with a noise that Michael could hear all the way from the stands. Pyotr staggered and fell to his knees. He tried to get up, and Davi watched him, panting. Pyotr nearly managed to make it to his feet, then fell down completely, his face hitting the dirt. Davi muttered something in Portuguese, smiled, and fell down too. There was an uproar as the announcer declared the melee over. Michael pushed his way to the edge of the seating and leaped down, rolling forward to keep the fall from hurting him. A few moderators closed on him quickly, but he held up his hand, willing it to heal so that it would glow gold. "I'm a healer, I just wanted to treat them quickly so you can get them out of here," he yelled. The moderators nodded and moved to stop another jumper that had the opposite of Michael's goal. Michael reached Pyotr first, sliding in the dirt at the last moment as he placed his healing hand on him and willed divine energy through it. He watched as the bruises faded and cuts sealed. He could also sense a number of small fractures and cracked teeth coming back together. When he was done, he slapped Pyotr a couple times to get him to stir as he moved over to Davi. A few more recruits had jumped down, eager to take vengeance for their friends' losses, but the moderators were doing a good job keeping them at bay. Their professionalism keeping them on task even though they seemed just as unhappy about the results of the melee. When Davi was healed too, Michael gave him a few pats on the shoulder and went to help Pyotr stand. He had some difficulty. Michael's healing couldn't fix exhaustion, but he managed to steady himself enough to help with Davi. They both helped the large man to his feet and started moving toward where the other defeated contestants had been taken. At that moment, a few of the crowd that had been pushing against the moderators managed to get through. Michael stepped in front of Davi and Pyotr, squaring up as he did so, but before he could take any action, the horn was blown again. All of the yelling and jeering ceased as everyone felt the horn rattle them to their bones. Michael turned to look at the source of it, and instead of the announcer from earlier, it was General Aiken, his face a bit purple from blowing the horn. "Hold," he yelled, with such clarity and force that it echoed across the entirety of the field without any magical assistance. The crowd listened, and everyone looked at him. "Attention," he yelled, and every single recruit's training kicked in at that moment, with all of them snapping their heels together and placing a fist over their hearts with a perfect snapping motion. With everyone's complete attention, the general spoke more softly, but still in such a way that his voice perfectly carried across the field. "The melee has completed. The Penitent has won. We will not dishonor the festival by going against a fair outcome. If you don't wish to be beaten by irregulars, then you should have fought harder." He was silent for a few moments to let what he'd said sink in. "It is now time for food and drink. The first round of justs is after that. If you wish to regain any perceived loss of honor, earn it in your studies, or by bravery in the battlefield." He again paused briefly, still seemingly catching his breath from blowing the horn. "Dismissed." The crowd listened, throwing choice words at the irregulars as they turned around, but taking no action toward them. Those who jumped into the arena either climbed back up or sheepishly made their way toward the same exits the competitors had used, guided by the moderators. Michael moved back to help Davi and Pyotr, who had taken fighting stances too, in spite of how tired they were. He guided them all the way to the infirmary, where a number of the other competitors already were. He flagged down Marta, the medic he'd first met when he started healing, who was in the midst of setting a broken bone. She looked at him and set the bone even as she smiled and walked toward him. "Here to make my job easier?" she asked. "Well, I know you need time for reading." She chuckled and looked over Davi and Pyotr. "Looks like they've been healed, but are still tired and dehydrated. I'll make them a draft and take care of them. As long as you get to work. Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on." Michael smiled and nodded, then started to work his way from bed to bed. Most of those who'd been injured accepted his healing without difficulty. It was hard to refuse healing when one was truly in pain, he'd noticed, but most didn't thank him, and one actually spat on his face rather than let him touch her to heal a broken finger. He was wiping it away when he returned to check on his friends. Davi was awake, but Pyotr's eyes were closed, though he didn't seem to be asleep. "How do you stomach healing them?" asked Davi. "So many of them are ungrateful." Michael shrugged. "I can't stand to see kids in pain. Or anyone really. Besides, the medics have been overall kind to me, and even to you and the other irregulars. I don't think that would have been the case if I hadn't been making their jobs easier." Davi looked thoughtful. "I get it. You do what you can even if people are assholes about it." He turned his head to look out one of the nearest windows. He hadn't spoken much about his work as a police officer in Rio, but Michael had the distinct impression it wasn't the easiest time, particularly considering how he died. "That was a great fight," said Michael, leaning back in his chair and catching his breath. Davi smiled wide. "It was, wasn't it? It felt good to really cut loose like that. Surprised we won, though." Pyotr shrugged. "I think the best students are mostly waiting to be in the team games at the end. We had the dregs that couldn't find a team to fight." Davi shook his head. "You should be saying it's because of how incredible we are." Pyotr chuckled. "Well, that too." Michael looked at both Davi and Pyotr, focusing for a few moments. "Looks like both of you earned a deed." "Oh," asked Davi. "You're as victor of the Festival of Blades melee, and Pyotr's is battle brother." "What do they do?" asked Davi. "I can't tell for sure. I've only been able to read things at a deeper level for myself and a handful of other people, but I'd guess that yours grants you greater strength and Pyotr's benefits him when he's watching someone's back. That will basically always be working for him then." Michael nodded. "Almost certainly." He took a long deep breath and looked around. A few moderators had appeared in the infirmary, as had a few of the guards set to watch penitents. "You think you'll be okay if I leave? I don't want to risk more trouble finding you." Davi chuckled. "It'll be less likely to find us without you here, given your history." "True. I'll make sure Marta gets you both some food, and I'll let you know how the justs go." Davi shrugged. I couldn't give a shit about the justs, but visit anyway. Pyotr seemed to have fallen asleep. Michael nodded and walked out of the infirmary with one of the guards in tow. Only taking a moment to heal and check on Lee, Iqbal, and Ogun, who had all been in the melee as well. They'd done well, but got ganged up on too quickly to recover. Lee had actually been one of the penitents that had first accosted him when he'd arrived, but as things settled, the cliques had become a bit less uniform, and they'd all gotten a bit friendlier. Lee wasn't a bad person necessarily, just acting out of fear in a strange new place. Michael would heal him without question, though he may go a little harder against him and the other when they sparred. He wasn't perfect. After a quick meal, Michael watched the first round of justs with Ollie and Marcus, finding that much like Davi, he didn't consider it very interesting. Sure, the justs themselves could provide a bit of excitement. The smashing of a lance against a shield, or sound of a body in full armor slamming onto the ground as his horse continues running in front of him, but between all that was a lot of setup. They seemed to operate on a series of traditions that Michael was not familiar with and had difficulty following. Some of the Justers would receive favors from the crowd, both from men and women, and they would announce their lineage, then make bold claims in front of the general. There was a lot of pageantry, but it just wasn't holding his interest after the 5th or 6th time, and it took about as much, if not more, time as the justs themselves. There were no penitent Justers, as their horsemanship training was sorely lacking in comparison to those from this world. And even among the recruits, the majority of the Justers seemed to be made up of those from noble backgrounds rather than those whose families had earned them a spot as potential knights in the academy through meritorious service. Michael had hoped the whole event would feel like a callback to A Knight's Tale, but it turned out real just weren't as interesting, particularly without the amazing soundtrack propping them up. He wondered for a moment if maybe the lead in that move had wound up Reincarnated too. Or any other celebrities or famous people for that matter. He toyed with that idea for the rest of the joust, and then spent the evening helping Pyotr and Davi back to their bunks and enjoying a bit of Marcus's homemade hooch to help celebrate their victory before laying in bed himself with his head spinning a bit. After another day of jousting, it would be his turn to be in that arena with a group of people that seemed to mostly tolerate him and in one case despise him. With what had happened with the melee, he was certain that he'd be the only one among them with a target on his back. El stood with his team in the pit. He was wearing a breastplate and helmet, with a sword and shield in his hands. The rest of his team was behind him a short ways, going over final plans, though his own guidelines were simple: keep everyone from going down. The arena had been changed to accommodate the team melee. There were now more of the large pillars to block line of sight, and a trench had been dug in the center, with a few rickety, wooden bridges put in place to allow crossing. There were 9 teams, and Michael had already provided a list of titles and deeds from all of the opposing team's members to Lance before they'd even arrived in the arena. They only needed to eliminate 3 of them for the melee to end, though occasionally more went down, or survived to the time limit. The nearest 2 groups were looking at Michael's, which had wound up positioned between them. It wasn't difficult to figure out what their thought process was, but Lance's positioning was intentional. Those 2 groups had the fewest titles and deeds among any of the teams, and Lance was confident in their ability to win against both of them. Michael was less certain, but eager to get started. Watching Davi and Pyotr had lit a fire in him, and he wanted to see how hot it would burn. The horn blew, and Michael fell in with the rest of the team. He was toward the center with Lena, who was his primary responsibility. Lance stayed front and center and was flanked by Cole and Jakub. All 3 of them were wielding spears with shields. That seemed to be the favored kit for most of the competitors. Michael had seen formation training with those weapons occurring frequently, so that made sense. The irregulars didn't get formation training due to their unique role, but for this particular event the weapon choice made sense. Lance looked back at them, gesturing toward the other group in the corner. "Push," he said simply, and they all began moving in that direction, their footfalls kicking up sand as they moved. The other team they approached had already been moving toward them and began to increase their pace. Soon both groups were letting out a yell to hype themselves up. Michael could hear Lena muttering behind him. "The cloud that blocks the sun, the roof that blocks the snow, the dam that blocks the river, the shield that blocks the sword." Her voice rose to an exclamation, and a shimmering wall of solid blue suddenly appeared in front of the other team mid-charge, just at face level. They slammed into it, running full speed. The one in front jerked backward as his head struck the blue wall. the rest of his body moving ahead of him. The others on his team fared similarly, but one of them managed to slide under the shield at the last moment. He slid between Lance and Cole, who were moving toward their fallen opponents, and stabbed his spear toward Lena, who he'd either identified as the weak link or the largest threat. Michael threw himself in front of the attack, slamming it to the side with his shield. Lena took a few steps back, dismissing her shield and focusing on protecting herself. The one that had avoided hitting the shield was the other team's captain, and had a half-dozen titles and deeds that Michael had guessed by context and name were related to reactions and speed. His theory was proven correct as he began striking. Michael managed to parry or block most of the attacks, but there were several that got through to Lena, who had to block them with her shield or even bat them away with her staff. By the time Lance had turned around to help, letting Cole and Jakub handle the rest of the team, the enemy captain had managed to send out more than a dozen rapid strikes and parries. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. There was a yell from behind them, and Lance looked over to see the other team on their side catching up to attack, missing one of their number. Lena, break off and block them while Michael and I finish him. You couldn't finish breakfast, Lance. I'll take out your whole team myself, said the enemy captain, his lightning-fast strikes not slowing at all as he spoke. As Lena ran, Michael suddenly felt a boost. It was a small one, but it seemed her slight retreat had activated the boon on his deed to protect someone that was fleeing. With renewed strength and Lance's help, he started to send out more and quicker strikes. The other captain managed to block or parry them, but the increased strength of the blows made them heavy, and that gave Lance an opportunity. Lance smashed the butt of his spear into the other captain's foot, and as he went to howl from it, he headbutted him in the face in a surprising display of brutality, leaving him with a broken nose on the ground. They turned to see Lena using a number of shields to keep the other team from getting to them. Michael could see then why she was chosen. Ollie's shields were quicker and more subtle, but hers were solid as walls, and she seemed able to maintain a large number of them very easily. She may be lacking in regular combat spells, but her defensive powers were impressive, and since those were all she could use in these events, that made her a fantastic choice for them. Still, he had a nasty cut on her leg and a dent in her helmet. Michael reached her first, healing her quickly. She dropped a shield, causing one of the enemy team to stumble through, and Michael pounced on him like a lion. He batted the recruit's shield away and slammed his sword onto his helmet hard enough to make him crumple. Another two got through, and this time, Lance took one of them, bashing him onto the ground with his shield before making him yield. Michael took the other, a recruit wielding a bastard sword, but this one was more prepared for the attack. They had a rapid exchange of blows, but he was tired from swinging his heavy blade, and Michael was barely panting. When he overextended on an overhead slash, Michael hit him in the chest with enough force to dent his chest plate and send him to the ground, gasping for air. Cole and Jakub returned from mopping up the other team covered in fresh injuries, and together they all chased down the last member of the enemy team that smartly conceded and threw down his sword once he was cornered. Michael healed everyone, and they started to move toward the rickety bridge when the horn was blown again, stopping them in their tracks. The team melee has concluded, yelled the announcer. 3 teams have been eliminated. The remaining teams will move on to the games. There was a cheer from the crowd, and it got louder as Lance slammed his shield with his spear and raised it high. Michael noticed his eyes darted to his father in the observation box, but from what Michael could tell, General Craig's expression remained dour and unchanged. He looked around the stand and saw Davi, Ollie, Marcus, and Piotr all hooting and hollering at him along with all of the other penitents, and he raised his sword in their direction. While he stayed focused on their excitement for him, he could see just as much venom being thrown in his direction. Still, the reaction wasn't nearly so negative as it had been for Davi's victory in the melee. He had the fact that it was a team game and Lance was so popular to thank for that. The applause died down, and they all went to the team exits. Michael took some time to heal the worst injured combatants, but avoided healing anyone from a team that was still in the competition. If there had been any severe injuries, he would have done it. Good strategy be damned, but from what he could tell, the damage they'd received was mild. Good job, everyone. Lena, your shield timing was perfect, said Lance. She nodded. Of course it was. Cole is rubbing off on you, noted Jakub dryly. Unfortunately, she won't let me. I think she prefers the company of the other lady mages. That, or a man who doesn't look like the ass of a boar, she responded. She'd given as good as she got from what Michael had seen, but that was a necessity, given the profession she'd found herself in. Lance went silent as he looked over the other teams. His face was smiling and his words were praise, but he was already thinking about next steps. Michael was fairly certain he'd never seen a genuine smile on Lance's face. Michael wondered for a moment if he'd ever messed any of his own kids up as much as General Craig seemed to have. Likely not, though, as he'd at least taken the time to hug them on occasion. After a brief break for food and drink, they moved on to the field that had been set up for the games. There was a massive track in a circle inside, which there was a large rock wall, and a series of what looked like boulders set down in a pit. There was an archery range outside of the circle, and on the other end was what looked like an obstacle course with pounds of dirt, scaffolding, rope ladders, and a number of other structures. All 6 remaining teams arrived at the same time, and most of the audience was already seated. Lance looked at them. "You all know what to do." They nodded, and all moved to their respective positions. Michael took his place on the track, Cole moved toward the massive boulders, Jakub toward the archery range, Lance the large and high stone, and Lena toward the obstacle course. Their competition moved into place as well. Michael looked at the others lining up on the track. They were mostly long and lean, runner builds, as he expected. He was a bit broader than most of them, and only one of them had a few titles and deeds based on what he could divine. They looked back at him with contempt, and one shook his head before looking back to the track. There were no bleachers for this event, though a number of seats had been put in place for the generals and officers in attendance. The rest of the audience simply stood or sat in the grass. The announcer moved to the center of it all, near where Michael stood. "Contestants, this is your final chance to get in position." Michael nodded and placed one leg behind the other. The run wasn't based on speed, but rather the number of times he could run the loop. Lance had to climb a rock surface that would constantly change and move. Cole had to hold a massive stone as long as he could, and Lena had to catch a wisp. Jakub's archery contest was self-explanatory. Michael was relatively confident in the rest of his team's abilities. Lance wouldn't have picked them if he didn't think they could win. The 2 teams with the worst overall performance would be eliminated. He was certain that he'd win his own event relatively handily thanks to his recovery abilities and the constant physical conditioning he'd been doing. Still, he wondered just how many loops he could do. It looked like a bit over a quarter-mile track like he was used to seeing back on Earth. The announcer's horn blew, and Michael started running before his bones ceased vibrating from the sound. He took off at a slightly faster pace than the others, but decided to hold on to it, reaching the curve of the track first and making sure to take deep breaths into his gut as he moved. From his position on the track, he could see everyone else's events. Lance had started his climb off strong, with one of his opponents falling almost immediately after it began. The rock he was climbing on seemed to shift and changed, the face of it always seeming to slide down as the climbers worked their way up it, doing their best to keep pace. Based on the strain he was already seeing on the climbers' faces, he guessed that even would end first. At the far end, he could see a number of large men in the obstacle course with Lena, all smashing into one another as they pursued a large mote of green light. Lena herself kept her distance from them and seemed to be muttering something under her breath. It was difficult to make out what was happening on the archery range, but he could see Jakub looking very calm and confident as he let an arrow fly, so he didn't feel too much trepidation about his performance. Cole, on the other hand, had lifted his boulder and was holding it on his shoulders as if he was Atlas. He and the others holding them had their faces contorted with strain, and sweat was already starting to pour from their faces from the strain. Michael was feeling very grateful that he was not the one participating in that event. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. After a half-dozen loops, Michael heard a cheer on the opposite end of the field. He sped up a bit and saw Lena holding a glowing wisp in her hand. It seemed he'd been wrong about the climb being the first one to end. He held up a fist to her in solidarity, but she scowled when she saw him. He ran another dozen loops, watching as a few men dropped their boulders. He was impressed they'd managed to keep them up so long. It seemed only 3 were left. On the infinite climb, he saw that only Lance and one other recruit were still on the wall. They were both captains, and from what he could glean while running, they had a similar level of titles and deeds. though he couldn't tell how beneficial they would be on the climbing. He didn't think anyone would be able to manage climbing the way they were at their pace back on Earth. Lance's face was calm even though he seemed tired. He was completely locked into what he was doing, but his opponent seemed similarly focused. Michael was still feeling relaxed, though he was starting to tire, so he slowed his pace a bit to allow himself some brief recovery. The other runners were starting to tire as well, slick with sweat and panting heavily. He'd actually lapped a couple of them that had slowed to a painful-looking jog. The only other one that seemed to be keeping up with him was definitely breathing more heavily than he was. There was another cheer matched by a groan as the infinite climb came to an end. Michael saw Lance standing at the top of the stone giving a proper salute. The other captain was laying on the ground, trying to catch his breath and unable to stand. Shortly after that victory, Jakub returned from the archery competition having won second. With the victories they'd collected, they would safely continue to the next round of the team competitions, but Michael kept running anyway. As he passed by Cole for the 100th time, he could hear him mocking the other two remaining competitors. "Come on, you already know this competition is over," he said, starting to squat with a massive boulder, raising up with enough force that his feet actually left the ground for a moment. After a few of those and a hearty chuckle, he stopped and simply held it, his body not shaking and his breathing steady. It took less than 2 more laps for the other competitors to give up and drop their own boulders. They'd been shaken by Cole's display, though based on how wobbly his own legs were when he finally threw his boulder down, it had all been a bluff. In spite of that, he still flashed everyone a smile and saluted with a flourish. Michael was now among the last of the competitors. He realized that 2 of the other runners had lost, stumbling and falling, no longer able to keep moving. He still felt good. His major recovery abilities, which had already contributed so much to his physical conditioning and allowing him to regain some of his stamina when he briefly slowed down. He'd lost count of the number of times he'd run the circle, but he was fairly certain he had run more than 15 miles. The other 3 runners were slowing as well. Even the one that had been keeping a fair pace with him was starting to slow. Michael knew that he could win, but decided he didn't want to stop there. Michael began to speed up, shifting from a light run to a near sprint. He lapped the recruit in last, then quickly lapped the others as well. He could see the disheartened looks on all of their faces as he passed them, and watched them lose even more willpower as he lapped them a second time. Surprisingly, the one that had been keeping up with him was the next to fall, then slowly the rest dropped off as well, to the jeering of the crowd, but he didn't stop running. He shifted into a sprint, the cries against him and hateful calls in his direction fading into the background as his focus narrowed to only his feet hitting the track, his heart beating in his chest, and his breathing. He wasn't sure how long he sprinted, but he didn't stop until his legs and lungs gave out, and he fell, tumbling across the track. He lay on the ground, bleeding freely from a number of scrapes, and raised his hand to his chest, healing them with the last of his energy. When he was done, he simply laid there with his eyes closed. He could vaguely hear the approach of feet. The Penitent runs until his heart near explodes, and you couldn't manage to sink an arrow in the center more than thrice, said Lance to Jakub as they approached him. His tone was jovial, but there was a hint of venom in his voice. "You alive?" he asked, leaning down. "Very." Michael dragged himself to the infirmary to get himself a restorative draft. By the time he finished drinking it, he was starting to feel like he was recovering, but he'd need a good night's rest to get back to 100%. The games were the end of the tournament for the day, and after one more bout of healing he doled out to everyone. The team had made plans to meet again the next morning after breakfast. The individual fights between teams wouldn't start until late morning, so that would give them some time to put some fine points on the strategies they'd already discussed. He was nearly back from his walk when he was approached by 4 regular recruits. He looked around and noticed his guard was conspicuously absent, and it made little sense to see them so close to the Penitent barracks. He squared himself up, his exhaustion making him slower than he'd like. Most of the recruits just ran in to rush them, but one stayed a few paces back to say, "You shouldn't be taking our places in the tournament, Taker." Michael muttered fuerte under his breath, channeling his magicka and forming a shield over his fists. He knew he wouldn't have much time before he got overwhelmed, so he needed to do as much damage as he could as quickly as possible. The nearest attacker angled his body for a tackle, and Michael did a quick step backward, dropped low, and brought his shielded fist up under the boy's chin with the full force he could muster. The recruit was thrown back, and Michael was certain that he heard some of his teeth shatter as they slammed together from the blow. He went to follow his hit up with a straight on another recruit, but he was too sluggish, and his fist was easily brushed aside before another fist slammed into his gut, making him crumple. From there it was a flurry of fists and feet as he curled himself into a ball to keep himself from taking too much damage. He considered healing himself during the beating, but felt it would make more sense to wait until they were done. He heard more footsteps approaching, and very suddenly the beating stopped. Michael looked up to see his attackers being beaten back by Davi, Ollie, and Marcus. They were laying into them fiercely, and Marcus was actually pinning one down as he rained down strikes on him. Michael healed himself, feeling another wave of exhaustion hit him like a powerful wave, and forced himself up. Wait. Let them go. Ollie, who was nearly Michael's size now from his catch-up injections, was the first to stop and let his opponent go. Davi practically tossed the one he was fighting away, but Marcus didn't stop. Michael touched him on the shoulder. It's fine. Let him go. He's just a stupid fucking kid. Maybe better he dies before he becomes a stupid fucking adult, replied Marcus, but he got up, spitting on his foe as he did. Michael leaned down and healed the battered recruit, then healed the one he'd struck first, that was still laid out on the ground. He pointed at him. Get him out of here and don't do that shit again, said Michael, too tired to mince words. The one recruit picked up the other and started dragging him away. Michael stumbled again, re-exhausted after all the healing. Davi caught him. Come on, let's get you into the barracks. Michael didn't protest the help and was grateful to be sat on his bed and handed his canteen to chug his water. Pyotr was sound asleep in his bed despite the fact it wasn't even dinner time yet. Is he all right? Asked Michael, pointing at him. He's fine, just wanted a midday nap. Something we don't usually get to enjoy here, said Ollie. You just got the shit kicked out of you. Maybe you should worry about yourself for a second. Michael shrugged. I'm fine. Just need some rest. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Ollie shook his head. You just ran a marathon and then got jumped. You should be dead. Maybe Aussies have a bit less stamina than Americans, he said with a smile. I'm pretty sure they're all fat and lazy, said Davi. You may just be the exception. Oh no, fat and lazy would certainly be my preference at the moment, said Michael, pulling off his boots. Christ, said Marcus, looking at the boots. There were small patches of dried blood throughout them, and the smell they were giving off could charitably be described as a dead skunk drowned in sweat. Marcus and the others exchanged a glance. Why don't you take a shower and get some rest? We can wake you up to give you some food. I can make it to the cafeteria. You aren't going to though, said Davi in a voice that reminded him of when he forced his own children to stay in bed when they were sick. Michael sighed. Fine. Grab me some extra salted fish though. It's strange how different this body's taste buds are from my own. They nodded, and Michael made his way to the showers in the back. The blast of cold water perked him up a bit, and it was nice to feel clean. He dragged himself back to his bed and fell into it. He didn't remember falling asleep, but next thing he knew he was woken by his friends bringing him a meal wrapped in paper. He devoured it quickly and silently, then went back to sleep, not even bothering to brush the crumbs off himself before he did. Michael woke up the next morning feeling much better. There was some soreness in his legs, and he felt wobbly as he tried to stand, but it felt more like he'd had a rough leg day at the gym than he'd run 30 miles. He stretched and made his bed before getting a fresh uniform from his trunk. He put it on and buttoned the jacket in the mirror, making sure everything was in order for the morning inspection. He did not want to do any extra calisthenics. The fact that he'd have a one-on-one fight later was trouble enough. As he looked in the mirror, he took a moment to divine himself. Something felt different. He waited for the floating motes of gold in front of him to settle into words. Titles. Michael Mann. The Restored. Deeds. Bridge Holder. Revenge Denier. Run Conqueror. Blessings. Healing Hand. He was right, he had a new deed. He focused on it, trying to glean more information. Run Conqueror. When running grants. Very minor durability. Very minor speed. He couldn't think of a better condition under which to be granted minor durability and speed than when he was running. Good for a retreat or a charge. So far the very minor boosts he'd experienced were exactly that, very minor, but he could definitely feel the difference when they were active. He imagined if he was earning them in more dangerous or impressive situations, the reward would be increased, but even the small benefits would all add up quickly if he kept it up. He looked away from the mirror and took some time to wake up everyone else. He didn't want them caught in bed by Klein. After a heavy breakfast where he wound up out eating even Davi, he went to the training yard to see Lance twirling a spear. It seemed it was just the two of them so far. Lance interrupted what he was doing to nod at Michael. Sorry, it helps me think. No worries. I personally like to pace and mumble to myself. That's a favorite of Mother's. I could hear her rambling from one end of the estate to the other some days. Where are the others? We already had a talk at dinner, so I asked them to sleep in and get some extra rest. He paused for a moment. I heard about the scuffle yesterday. Are you all right? Michael shrugged. Not the first one I've been in since I got here. I'm fine. Lance frowned a bit. If you say so. All right, so what's the plan for me then? Lance stroked his chin, where there was a small patch of whiskers on the way to a beard. It's going to depend on what kind of risk you want to take on. Oh, the first team we're fighting has a recruit named Reincarnated. He's a captain, like me, and the son of a duke. His brother is also on his team. Michael could see the problem immediately. Two heavily titled recruits on the other team would make one-on-one fights very difficult. I know I can beat his brother, though it would be close. I am uncertain I could beat him. Could Cole or Jakub? It's possible, but not in their favor. Less likely than if I fought him. The issue is that we must announce our fighter first. That means they have control over who fights who in the first bout. I think Lena may actually have a chance against their weakest fighter as he hurt his leg during the wisp hunt. If I can take Rain off the board, then we can win the rest of the bouts, but if he fights me it becomes much dicier. You want me to fight him somehow? Lance nodded. He had a sister who was taken. He hates you by default. If you bait him a bit and we send you up first, I think it will mean the rest of us can win even if you lose. But I'll be fighting a lordling full of titles and experience that hates my guts. Yes. Is there a chance I could beat him? Lance's face stayed impassive. Anything's possible, he managed in his most neutral tone, which told Michael all he needed to know. He laughed a bit. Well, let no one say I wasn't a team player in either my previous life or this one. The arena had undergone yet another change overnight, though the work had likely started while the games were occurring. There was now a wide, circular wooden platform assembled in the center of the bleachers. There were no obstacles on it, no cover that could be used to one's advantage. The one-on-one fights were meant to be clean, with clear victors. If someone was going to win by guile, they'd need to be exceptionally clever. Michael stood on one side of the arena next to Lance and Cole. Lena and Jakub were still putting on their gear. Nearby, Rain and his brother were the only ones that had arrived from the opposite team. Michael had agreed with Lance's plan, and so was going to be chosen first to fight for his team. There was a chance that just his reputation as a Lifetaker and a Penitent, not to mention someone that killed an instructor, would be enough that Rain would want to fight him personally, but he needed to seal the deal, to make sure that's what would happen. Hey Rain Dash, he started, causing the young man to look at him. He was going to mention the boy's sister, but realized he couldn't get it out, causing Rain to just shake his head and return his attention to his brother. Michael just couldn't stomach taunting Rain over a taken sister, but that didn't mean he was out of options. He thought for a moment, considering what kind of insult would work best on a teenage boy of noble lineage for whom reputation was everything. He imagined what he himself would have taken offense to at that age, whether it actually mattered or not. Hey, he hollered at Rain. Rain looked over at him again with a scowl. You look like you lay with men. He paused for a moment to consider how a militaristic society might not think that was so bad, then remembered a way to seal it either way. And you're the one who takes it. Michael said it loudly enough that those in the nearest stands could hear it, and there was a gasp when he said the second part. The opposing captain's eyes bulged and he stepped toward Michael, but Lance stepped in front of him, and Rain just gritted his teeth and stepped back. Lance looked at Michael and sucked in some air between his teeth. Well, it's a good thing you chose to carry a shield today. Michael didn't respond. He didn't actually care if Rain was gay, of course. He'd had a number of gay friends back on Earth, but if there was one thing he remembered starting fights in high school back on Earth, it was one kid calling another a queer. He hadn't picked up any equivalent slurs in Stent yet, but he'd figured the more indirect insult would work well enough, and it had. The crowd all settled into their seats, and the announcer gave a brief blow on his horn when it was time for the fights to begin. Welcome all to the fourth day of the Festival of Blades. There was a warm cheer from the crowd, and the announcer took a moment to soak it in. Today's event will be the one-on-one team fights. He looked down to Michael and his team. Senior Squire Lance Craig, who do you choose as your first fighter? Lance stepped forward. For this first fight, I nominate irregular Michael Mann. There was a boo from the crowd as well as some screams of the slurs Michael had learned since arriving in that world. The announcer turned his attention to Rain. Senior Squire Reincarnated, who does your team nominate to fight this opponent? Rain stepped forward. I nominate myself. That provoked a loud cheer from the audience. The announcer nodded. Fighters, take your places. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Michael and Rain both began walking up the steps onto the platform. As they walked side by side for a moment, Rain spoke just loud enough for Michael to hear. I'm going to break you so badly you'll wish your soul had found oblivion rather than come here. You took my insult so personally, I have to believe it's true, replied Michael, unable to help himself. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll make someone a wonderful wife someday. Rain almost struck him then, but managed to keep himself calm as he walked to one end of the arena. Michael walked to the opposite side and took a breath. He had almost no chance of winning based on both what he could see when divining Rain and based on what Lance had told him. He decided he was going to win anyway. He tightened his grip on his sword and shield and dropped into a low stance. The announcer's horn blew and Michael charged forward, trying to take the initiative and gain the benefits of his new deed. Rain moved to meet the charge. He was also wielding a sword and shield, and their shields collided in the center of the arena. Michael was thrown back several feet, the impact the bones in his arm screaming. He landed well and swung his blade as Rain moved to close the distance between them. He could feel his revenge denier ability activating, giving him a boost as he swung. His opponent ducked the strike and sent out a half-dozen of his own that matched Lance's speed and strength when they'd sparred. Michael did his best not to take any blows directly, instead opting to deflect them as much as he could. Rain was angry, which had been Michael's goal, but he was maintaining tight control of his movements. It was impressive to see in someone as young as he was. At that age, Michael would have lost his head and just started throwing haymakers, especially if he had the kind of strength behind him that Rain's titles and deeds had granted him. The assault had no pauses, no breaks for Michael to take back the initiative. It was just a constant onslaught of strikes, shield bashes, and kicks. Several of them managed to break through his blocks and he started to take hits. One particularly wicked strike managed to push his shield down and hit him on the collar, nearly forcing him down on one knee. He needed to create an opening, or at least find a way to give himself a breather, or he'd have no chance at winning. He muttered, "Fuego," and produced a small mote of flame in front of Rain's face for just a moment. The range at which he could cast had improved greatly since he'd forged all of the new Magica channels, but it wasn't a ploy he'd have been able to pull off if Rain hadn't pushed so close and aggressive. Rain stepped back, raising his shield in front of his face instinctively, and Michael swung his sword with all the force he could muster, slamming it into Rain's unprotected hip. The captain dipped a bit, and Michael struck out with his shield arm, smashing it into his side between where the breastplate was strapped. He tried to follow it up with another sword strike, but Rain recovered and slammed the hilt of his sword into Michael's helmet. Michael stumbled, stars flying across his vision, and Rain kicked him in the breastplate, denting it with force and sending him flying across the arena. He lost the grip on his sword and it tumbled from his hand. There was a cheer from the crowd. Michael took a moment to press his now free hand against his chest to heal himself, feeling cracked ribs mend and burst blood vessels seal. He pushed himself to his feet, holding up his shield. He was on the edge of the arena now. Ring-outs were uncommon, but they were considered a victory. The size of the arena meant the victor was usually clear well before someone was driven to the edge of it. He looked at Rain. He was approaching slowly, soaking in his impending victory. No, realized Michael looking closer. He was tired. Sweat was dripping down his face, and he was breathing heavily. They'd been fighting nonstop for some time, but how tired he was seemed beyond that. This wasn't like his fight with Lance. This was after a team melee and an exhausting physical contest just over the last 2 days. Michael could see a path to victory. He eyed his sword quickly, and Rain noticed. He ran for it, but Rain ran ahead of him, moving much faster, and kicked it out of the arena. Michael knew he wouldn't reach it in time. Fuerte, he yelled as he channeled Magicka and slammed a shield-enhanced fist strengthened by his deeds into Rain's helm. Rain fell to one knee, and Michael followed up by slamming his shield into his head. He could feel it, victory starting to come into reach. He went to follow up with another shielded punch. Rain launched himself to his feet with a roar and enough force to push Michael back. He slammed his sword downward with more strength and ferocity than he had used the entire fight. Michael was forced to catch the entirety of the blow directly and felt his shoulder dislocate from the strike. He cried out, but the cry was interrupted by Rain's blade smashing into the side of his helmet. There was ringing in his ears and he tried to heal himself instinctively, but a shield smashed his hand away, breaking it. He was on the ground, he realized, not remembering the fall. He tried to stand back up, but another kick hit his already dented breastplate and he skipped like a stone over the wooden arena. Everything went dark. Michael was woken by a harsh smell that forced his eyes open. He inhaled with a dreadful gasp of air as the scent made his eyes water and his nose burn. He heard a voice through a flurry of sudden and uncomfortable sensations. Heal yourself. He moved his hand onto his chest, a sudden burst of pain reminding him that his shoulder was dislocated. He felt heat in his hand and the pain across his broken and battered body faded slowly, but even as it did so he could feel exhaustion building in his body and his limbs turning to lead. Once he was mended, he felt himself get sat up and a cup pressed to his lips gently. He drank greedily, not even tasting what had been offered to him, and could feel a bit of his strength return. Everything around him started to come into focus. It was one of the medics that had awoken him and gotten him to sit up, but he didn't remember her name. "Thank you," he managed. She nodded at him. "You did most of the work yourself. I just had to wake you up with some blitzroot." He tried to nod, but his head swam from the motion, so he stopped himself. He focused on some long, deep breaths. He felt eyes on him and looked to see Rain a short distance, being tended to by a different medic. His eyes were fading in and out of focus. He was likely concussed, but he still managed to look at him with disdain. Michael pushed himself to his feet and started walking on wobbling legs toward him. The medic put a hand on his chest. "Whoa, sit back down. Let me heal him first." "I don't want your healing," said Rain. "Don't you want to be able to see the rest of your team fight? Your brother still has to." Rain hesitated this time, and Michael took that opportunity to stumble forward and awkwardly land a glowing hand on his shoulder. The healing took only a second, then he fell back and the medic caught him, helping him to sit back down. "Why?" asked Rain with a scowl on his now unblemished face. "You're just a kid to me. Around the same age as my son when he died." Michael was saying more than he needed to, but his head was blurry and his exhaustion moving him toward delirium. He still hadn't even fully recovered from his run the previous day. Wouldn't want to see him hurt. Wish I could have healed him too. His eyes shut for what he thought was a second, but when they opened them he was looking at the ceiling in the infirmary. He snapped up, panicking for a moment, and made sure that he didn't have any fresh injections on him or strange tastes in his mouth. He couldn't identify anything, but his paranoia after his confrontation with Krim kept him from lowering his guard. He pushed himself up and looked around. He was still wearing his uniform, though his armor had been stripped from him. It was late afternoon based on the light coming in from the window, so he hadn't been out for long. He heard several sets of footsteps approach his bed and pull back the curtain. Lance and the rest of the team were there. Jakub's arm was in a sling, and they all had a number of cuts and bruises, but for the most part they seemed all right. "Did we win?" managed Michael. Lance nodded. 4 of 5 fights were ours. One of our number decided to fight much harder than we expected him to and nearly died. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. If I could have simply fought for everyone, things would have gone much more smoothly, remarked Cole. Lena held a hand out to Michael. He raised an eyebrow at her, certain it wasn't a gesture of kindness. "Heal me," she said. "That's the only reason you're worth having on this team at all, and you nearly cost us the advantage you provide with your recklessness." Lance shook his head. He came closer than anyone expected he would to beating Rain. If he had, that would have given us the victory far sooner. It was worth the risk overall. He frowned. Healing him and causing yourself exhaustion, on the other hand, was a step too far. Michael reached out and gently took Lena's hand to heal her. She was more hurt than how she was holding herself indicated. He then healed the rest of them. It took a bit out of him, but the rest had buoyed him a bit. Still, he'd need a large meal and a long sleep to feel better. "How did the other team's fights go?" he asked. "Elias's team won 3-2, said Jakub. "Those two were close matches though. So we'll be up against Elias's team tomorrow." "Any particular strategy we'll need against them?" asked Michael as he finished by healing Lance. "No. Strategy isn't necessary anymore. We've already won," said Lance calmly as he flexed his recently healed fingers. "Well, of course we have," said Cole with a bright smile. "But, just for curiosity's sake, why do you say that?" Lance smiled. "The Festival of Blades is a test of strength and skill, but also of endurance. The team games take up 4 full days. A melee, the games, and then the tourney. Each of the events increases everyone's exhaustion and increases the likelihood of injury. The final day of fights is often the most pathetic, with hobbled and tired combatants weakly striking against one another until one of them falls. This is why you were insistent on having me on the team," said Michael, though he'd realized by the end of the games that this was likely his plan. "Exactly. I eliminated the possibility of being hobbled by injury. We gained a greater advantage each round thanks to that, which made our victories easier as time went on. The fact that Michael was a decent fighter as well was a bonus. While we're still going into the last round of fights tired, we're not tired and hurt like Elias's team is. We will win all 5 fights tomorrow." Michael ate a hearty dinner and went to sleep early. He had been pushing up against the limits of his ability to recover and knew he needed to rest while he could. The next day, he went through his usual routine of dressing, breakfast, and trading barbs that bordered on cruel with his friends before making his way back to the arena. Standing with his allies and looking across at Elias's team, he saw with certainty that Lance was right. All 5 of them looked battered and beaten. They were stretching and doing their best to stay fresh, but it was clear when comparing the state of each team how things were going down. Elias's team was the first to elect a fighter, and he elected himself. Lance did the same, and they moved to either side of the arena. When the horn blew, they both charged at one another, but it was clear from the first trade how things were going to go. Elias, despite also possessing a number of titles and deeds, was just too worn down to fight at his best, and was clearly injured from fighting another captain in the last round. It reminded Michael of watching a sad Super Bowl game after a tremendously impressive series of playoffs. He'd predicted as much when he was talking to Davi Breakfast, though he'd adjusted the metaphor to be about the World Cup at the time. Lance didn't play around much, and ended the fight relatively quickly and painlessly. Cole fought next, and he was not nearly so merciful as Lance. He played with his opponent for a good long time before pushing him off of the arena platform with a well-placed boot to the back. Michael was up next. His opponent was a large recruit with a bad sunburn and short blonde hair wielding a spear and shield. When the horn blew, Michael rushed him, attempting to put him on the back foot while taking advantage of his deed, but the recruit stayed calm and blocked Michael's flurries while keeping him at a distance with his spear. It was a smart tactic. He knew he was tired, and so he'd fight defensively and hope for an opening. Michael chose to give him one, pretending to overextend himself and leaving himself open for a shield bash. His adversary took the bait, but Michael rolled around the momentum of the shield and spun himself around to the man's back, copying a move Piotr had used on him dozens of times. He smashed his sword into the other recruit's helmet, and when he fell to his knees, he kicked him the rest of the way down and held his sword to his neck, gently tapping it with the flat of the blade. The other recruit dropped his spear and shield and conceded. The crowd booed Michael as he walked off the stage, but his team gave him affirming nods as he walked down the steps. With those 3 victories, they'd already won. The remaining fights were just for spectacle. Jakub and Lena won their own fights handily, their opponents too injured and exhausted to keep up with them, and once they were cleared off the arena platform, the announcer himself stepped onto the top of the observation box. "Congratulations to Lance's team for being the victors of the Festival of Blades tournament." A cheer went out from the crowd, their dislike of Michael dulled by their enthusiasm for Lance. "We will have a brief break, and then the final fights to determine who will face Lance among his team will begin." There was a cheer from the crowd, but Michael was already growing tired of everything and so made his way swiftly out of the arena and toward the cafeteria. He was ready for the festival to end, even with the recent spirit of competition that had seemed to infest him. He'd already earned the gold piece he could send back to his body's family, and from what he understood, These final fights were ceremonial and primarily meant to elevate the final remaining captain. Mira had said that the Festival of Blades was celebrated differently across Stent, with the version practiced at the Academy mostly meant to elevate the already higher-ranking nobility to even higher heights before they were sent to the front. He'd fight and fight well, if only because he enjoyed testing himself, but he was ready to get back to the regular routine. He was halfway through his meal before his friends arrived from the arena to join him. "Good fight," said Pyotr with a smile. "Someone very capable must have taught you that move." "Capable at fighting and not much else," said Michael through a mouthful of meat. "Yes." "That's not true," said Pyotr with a look of mock wounding. "I'm also a good drinker and quite funny." Michael chuckled. "You think you'll be able to win?" asked Davi. He shrugged. "Cole and Yakub are better fighters than me, and Lena is a great mage even with her handicaps. They could normally all beat me, but they're more tired than I am. The events have taken a lot out of them. I may make it, but I still don't think I could beat Lance." Davi nodded. "The titles the captains have are a big problem. In that fight when it was him and the other captain's brother, they shattered each other's swords and shields. I can't imagine many grown men from our world that could have done that." Marcus smiled. "Well, they would just use guns anyway." Ollie was the last to make it to the table. "Have you been hearing what the regulars are saying?" "That I'm bastard son of whore," replied Michael. Ollie smirked. Aside from that, he sat down and placed down his tray. "The fighting has started heating up at the Ticinian front. There's talk that the majority of us here will be sent to reinforce. Most of the officer candidates will get fresh troops from basic training with specialists and irregulars attached." They all sat silent for a few moments. "So we'll go to fight the war then." "It seemed like a long wait," said Pyotr. Michael stayed silent, focusing on his food for a few moments. He was feeling excited. That wasn't what he expected. He didn't have the same cultural hatred that the natives of Stent had toward the Ticinians. He didn't wish them any harm as a whole. He had taken a life that should have been lived by another, and he would always work to redeem himself of that, but he felt no loyalty to his body's country. Still, the idea of fighting, gaining more titles and deeds, seeing how strong he was and could become, it had a certain appeal to him that was hard to deny. Would he feel that way when he was about to kill someone, though? When he had to run through a different kid from another country with his sword? He looked at his friends, listening to them talk as they speared their food. He would be able to do it for them, to keep them alive and unharmed. It was too bad they were planning on separating everyone. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. He went back to the arena after he was done eating. He had a fresh sword belted to his waist and spent some time checking his helmet and chestplate straps, whispering Cordo to tighten them where he needed to. He saw his former teammates arriving shortly after him and gave them a quick nod. They didn't return it. Cole looked at him with a sneer. "I played nice with you for Lance, but that's over now. Prepare yourself for humiliation." Michael smiled at him. He'd had a bit of a feeling this may happen, though he wanted to be kind and give the benefit of the doubt. "You know I liked you the most, but now I actually think Lena may be the best of you." She and Cole both raised an eyebrow at him. She wasn't such a coward that she hid her feelings. Clear hate from the start is much more respectable than being two-faced. Cole called him a word he didn't recognize and walked away to inspect his own arms and armor. The announcer appeared nearly a quarter of an hour later when most of the audience had taken their seats. He blew on the strange horn to gain everyone's attention. "Welcome back to the final event of the Festival of Blades." He held for applause, which he received. "For the next fight, we have Squire Lena." Cheers rang out, particularly from the other female mage recruits, against Penitent Michael. That led to booing and curses that evoked a sigh from Michael. This was getting tiring. "Please take your places in the arena." Michael moved to his corner of the arena without looking at Lena. She had her magic, and was tricky with it, but he had easily 40 pounds on her and wasn't nearly as limited in what he could do as she was. She was also much more exhausted. Still, he wouldn't underestimate her. He went to his corner and took a low stance to ready himself to charge forward. Lena held her staff carefully in both hands in a defensive stance. The horn blew and Michael ran forward. Lena summoned a blue shield directly in front of his face when he got in range, but he knew that trick and managed to duck under it before his face hit it. She followed up with one at shin level to trip him, but he quickly rolled over it and continued toward her. She summoned more that he dodged around until he was less than 5 yards from her. He gave himself another push and launched toward her with his own shield, hoping to knock her off the side of the arena. She summoned a thick blue shield wall that completely surrounded her, and his shield slammed into, before it bounced him away. He charged forward again, started to hack at the shield with his sword, but before he could hit it a third time, the shields pulsed outward and pushed him back. When he was flatfoot, Lena's staff appeared from the center of the large shield, which divided into chunks, and stabbed at him with it. He barely managed to deflect it, and tried to stab his own sword through the same gap, but the shield closed and blocked him. This repeated several times, with him hacking at her shields and her attacking him through them at a random point. Sometimes it was a stab, others a swipe, and where it would be aimed seemed completely random. Michael stayed focused and relaxed, dodging, deflecting, and keeping his own attacks coming. She was a capable fighter and was using her abilities well, but he was already beginning to sense her slowing. Attacking as frequently as she was on top of maintaining her shield was a rapid drain on her stamina. Michael kept his pace steady, and eventually, she made a mistake. Her shield flickered for a moment before she attacked, and Michael saw her staff coming. He dropped his sword and grabbed it firmly, yanking on it hard while she was off balance. Her face slammed into her own shield. The wall of blue disappeared, and Michael yanked the staff from her hand and tossed it off the side of the arena before placing the tip of his sword at her throat. A groan erupted from the audience, and after a brief moment the announcer raised his voice. "The winner of this match is the Penitent Michael." The groan turned to jeers and boos, for both Michael for winning as a taker and for Lena for losing to him. He looked at her and held out his hand. "Good fight." She batted his hand away with the back of her own and walked off the arena platform. He sighed and sheathed his sword before doing the same. His experiences so far had told him they didn't value sportsmanship very highly in this new world. At least not instant. It was victory or nothing. Even if he hadn't been a penitent, Lena and all the others he'd beaten would still take it poorly. He went to the side of the arena to watch the next fight. He wanted to offer to heal Lena, but she was nowhere to be seen. He watched as Jakub and Cole both entered the arena. From what he could tell, they were close friends long before arriving at the academy. They were nearly the same size, but Cole was a bit broader and more muscular. Still, Jakub had had the least demanding of the games to wear him down. Archery wasn't quite as tiring as holding a boulder over one's head. Michael wasn't sure who he was betting on to win. Cole and Jakub made their way to the center of the arena and clasped one another's hands for a moment before moving to their respective corners. Both had opted for bastard swords for this fight, a reckless choice and one that fit Cole better from what he'd seen. Once they were in their corners and had taken their stances, the horn blew and they charged toward one another. Cole opened with a dramatic leap into an overhead swing, and Jakub dodged to the right, swinging his own blade in return, but hitting nothing but air as Cole kept his momentum and rolled forward before following it up with another attack. Their blades clashed as Jakub parried him and followed up with a measured strike toward Cole's helmet. Cole actually moved his helmet toward the strike, robbing it of momentum before he attempted to smash a fist under Jakub's chin. Jakub twisted and batted away the blow with his sword hilt before kicking at Cole to regain some space. Michael was impressed. He didn't think they were the type to hold back just because of their friendship, but they actually seemed like they were fighting one another harder than they'd fought anyone else so far. Even though they must have been exhausted, they struck out with such ferocity and power it almost seemed as if they weren't tired at all. Their fighting styles were a study in opposites. Cole was a performer. His fighting looked like something out of a movie, full of risky ploys, feints, and dramatic strikes. It spoke to his skill as a fighter that in spite of the seeming recklessness of his movements, he was still a dangerous opponent who Michael had watched play with every enemy he'd fought so far. Jakub, on the other hand, was patient and measured with every step. He wasted no movement, and when he struck, it was the moment he saw a perfect opportunity. He was patience where Cole was abandon. The fight didn't let up at all, even as the minutes dragged on. Cole kept his dramatic strikes and even boasted several times to the cheers of the crowd, while Jakub stayed focused on the fight, his footwork immaculate as he narrowly dodged and parried Cole's strikes. Still, they were both tiring as it continued, and eventually Cole seemed to slip. Cole tripped backward a bit when dodging one of Yakub's strikes, and Yakub launched himself forward with a stab at the center of his breastplate, one with enough force that it would have dented it and likely thrown Cole several feet backward, causing him to completely lose momentum. Unfortunately for Yakub, it was a feint. Cole dropped his own blade, ducked beneath the stab, grabbed Yakub's arm, and threw him over his shoulder using the momentum of his stab. Yakub landed hard on his back, but Cole didn't release his sword arm and instead yanked the blade free from Yakub's loosened grasp. He flourished it a bit and aimed the tip at Yakub's throat. The announcer spoke. The victor in this match is Squire Cole. After a short rest, he will fight Penitent Michael. There was a cheer from the crowd at that. Clearly they relished the idea that Michael would be crushed, but he was planning on showing them that wasn't the case. There was a 1-hour break, during which Michael got some food, water, and rest. He considered a visit to his friends in the stands, but given the crowd's enmity toward him, he thought it was a good way to get stabbed in a large group with no one taking blame. He did take a moment to heal Yakub, who had a broken rib, and was surprised to get a thank you from him. I'm sorry for what Cole said earlier. He was just hyping himself up to fight you if it came to it. I appreciate that, said Michael as the gold light dispersed from his hand. I was a teenager once. Well, twice now, I suppose. I said a lot of things that hurt people, and I've heard just as many. It's just a drop of water in the ocean for me at this point. Yakub nodded, unsure of how to respond to that. That was a good fight, by the way. Thanks. I thought I had him. Me too. Wouldn't have expected him to feign tripping like that. It seemed out of character. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. He likes to be boisterous, but he'd do anything to win if it came to it. He's a lot like Lance. Michael nodded and took a few steps away from him, stretching. Well, time to go get called a murderous bastard that fucks goats. Enjoy your rest. Yakub nodded, laughing a bit, and Michael walked back out to the front of the arena. Cole was waiting for him there with a sneer on his face and a fresh bastard sword in his hand. Michael gave him a wink and smile. Good luck, kid. Cole huffed. You don't need luck when you're as strong as I am. Not as good as your other boasts. I think you're getting tired. Cole frowned deeply. The announcer went back up onto the observation box. Penitent Michael and Squire Cole, please take your places in the arena for the fight. Cole waved at the crowd with a wide smile as he walked up the steps, and Michael followed behind with his head up as he moved. On the way to his corner, he felt a loose plank start to raise when he walked on it. He tested it for a moment with his foot, smiling. It would be cruel, but Cole could use some humbling. Michael took his corner and readied his sword and shield, rolling his shoulders a bit to loosen them up. The announcer blew his horn and they both charged at one another. Michael tripped forward at the last moment and nearly lost his sword, causing the crowd to laugh at his misfortune. Cole, sensing a grand and spectacular victory, lunged at him with a dramatic overhead strike. Michael slammed his foot down on the back of the loose plank, and Cole got hit by it in the center of his breastplate. It splintered and broke, sending shards of wood everywhere, including into Michael's hand, and Cole fell and rolled, disoriented as his head hit the arena. Michael quickly moved to slam his foot onto Cole's wrist and place the edge of his blade against his neck. There was a stunned silence that was only broken when the announcer, who hadn't even moved from where he'd blown the horn yet, spoke again. Penitent Michael is the victor. He will continue on to the final bout with Lance, after a short break and some repairs to the arena floor. Cole looked up at the sky, speechless for the first time from what Michael could tell. Michael helped him up and healed him as he did so, and Cole walked quietly out of the arena, not even acknowledging him or the crowd. Michael walked out behind him, tuning out the boos as he'd grown so used to them at this point. Before he could find a place to settle, a soldier approached him. He was older, and his uniform had signs of combat with singed sleeves and what he guessed was a bullet hole on the shoulder. Come with me. General Craig would like to speak with you. Michael frowned, but it was clear that his questions wouldn't be answered where he stood, so he followed. Had there been some injury he wasn't aware of? Was Lance okay? He followed the soldier out of the arena and into a small empty classroom. General Craig was standing inside of it, with 2 other soldiers, smoking what smelled like tobacco mixed with some kind of herbs. The general looked him up and down, his eyes behind wide spectacles that only emphasized the angry red scar under his left eye. He gestured to an open chair near him. "Have a seat, Penitent." He didn't spit out the word like slur, which was interesting. Michael compiled after a gentle shove from the soldier behind him and waited silently to be addressed. "I want you to lose the fight against my son." Michael was unable to stop himself from looking surprised. "General Craig, I don't think I would need to throw the fight. Your son is much stronger than me." He shook his head. "You overestimate him. I've seen you fight. I can tell you have some kind of recovery ability on top of that healing of yours. You're basically still fresh in spite of every previous event. On top of that, you're a half-decent fighter. You will beat my son." Michael wasn't certain of that. He had a chance, of course. His first fight against a worn-down heir had shown that, but Lance had been sparring him, knew many of his habits, and had watched him keenly from the beginning. It wasn't the same. "It would also be saving your life," said the general, smoke leaking from his mouth as he spoke. "Because they'll tear me limb from limb if another taker wins in the festival?" The general nodded. "On top of your survival here, I can make sure that you're sent to a post that's safe, far from the front lines. Your healing abilities will make it easy to justify. We keep none of our regular healers on the front lines. You would only be going there because it's a requirement for penitents anyway, a waste." Michael thought about it. Not having to kill any Ticinians was tempting. Going to war hadn't been something he was looking forward to when he arrived in this new world, but he'd accepted it as an inevitability and knew that at least part of him would relish the test it represented. He'd thought of it as something he'd need to do to survive and make the life he'd taken worth something. He realized in that moment that he had another motive for going to the front, aside from testing himself. "I want to be assigned to the same squad and same location as my friends. Marcus, Piotr, Davi, and Ollie." The general squinted a bit. "I wouldn't be able to keep them from the front. It would look too suspicious. You'd be in the thick of it with them." He shrugged. "Rather be in the thick of it with them than alone and out of it." The general nodded, placing his fist with 2 fingers outstretched in salute on his chest. "It's a deal." Michael and Lance stood on opposite sides of the arena. After Michael's fight with Cole, they had taken the time to replace several boards in the arena. The extra time had added to the crowd's excitement, but it also increased their intensity, and he could feel their eyes boring holes in him from all angles. Michael tightened his grip on his sword handle as he got into a low stance. In spite of what he'd told the general, he had no intention of throwing the fight. He'd just figured, if he was going to lose anyway, he may as well make sure he and his friends all benefited from it. Lance was wielding a sword and shield as well, and seemed very comfortable with both. He saluted the crowd by slamming the sword against the shield once, before taking his own stance and focusing in on Michael. Cole's working of the crowd had been over the top, and Lance was clearly just as focused on it too, just in his own way. Michael felt his bones shake as the announcer blew the horn. Michael didn't run toward his opponent this time, instead closing the distance slowly with his shield up. Charging was exactly what Lance would expect given the previous fights. Lance approached slowly as well, his shield raised as he closed in. When they were within striking distance of one another, Michael acted first. He swung his sword at Lance's midline. Lance batted it away with his shield, and answered with a strike of his own. Michael parried it, checking the weight of the blow. It didn't feel like the strike of an exhausted fighter, but then he'd had a bit more time to recover than the rest of the team had. He threw out a few more testing strikes, and Lance answered them in kind. Neither of them had been tremendously cautious fighters up to this point. Lance had his strength to rely on, and Michael had his ability to recover and heal if he needed them. The crowd was silent, trying to catch every exchanged blow and counter. They started to speed up. A sword would hit a shield would attempt to strike a face, a knee would take aim at a groin, a hilt would attempt to jam a chin. It was a constant back and forth and probing of one another. Finally, Michael risked a headbutt, and surprising himself, he managed to catch Lance on the chin, causing him to stumble. He followed up with a shield slam into Lance's chest to throw him off balance, then he swung his sword at his face. He caught him a bit on his faceplate, but Lance spun with the blow to reduce the force and then swung his own blade out to keep Michael from closing the distance. Lance was breathing heavily, and a look of frustration briefly crossed his face. A small cut sat just under the right side of his nose, and he briefly brought a hand to it and pulled it away, seeing blood. His gaze went cold. Michael swung his sword, hoping to retake the initiative, but Lance bashed it away using his shield with enough force that it almost made Michael spin, and he barely managed to hold on to his sword. Lance followed that up with a slash, and Michael was forced to take it square in the center of his shield. He felt it actually give way and dent toward his arm cracking bone. He let out a pained cry, but tried to force another swing of his sword. Lance moved around it with such speed that it seemed like Michael was standing still and slammed the thin part of his shield down on Michael's forearm, breaking it. Michael fell from the force of the blow, his vision going white for a moment. Lance was faster and stronger than he'd seemed to be in any of his other fights. Had he actually been holding back? Lance kicked him onto his back and held his sword, which had actually chipped at some point during their exchange, to Michael's throat. The victor of the final bout and the champion of this Festival of Blades is Senior Squire Lance Craig. A massive cheer went out across the crowd, but Michael could barely hear it, focusing instead on getting a hand on the end of a broken arm onto his chest and healing himself. He groaned as he pulled at his dented shield, and it deeply cut his forearm, forcing him to heal himself again. It was as he'd thought. He didn't have a chance against someone with so many titles. At least not until he earned more of them himself. He shook his head, wondering what had gone through the general's head to be as worried about his son's victory as he was. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. Lance saluted the crowd, and when he was done he turned and offered Michael a hand. Michael took it, appreciating the help. Lance spoke without expression. Did you let me win? Michael shook his head. No. You beat me fair and square. Don't lie to me. I know you met with my father. I know he didn't believe I could win fairly. Michael sighed. He did ask. And I did tell him that I would lose for a concession, but I chose to fight my hardest anyway. I knew you'd beat me fair and square. I just wanted to hedge my bets. He opted for the truth. Lance looked down, his jaw clenched. I would have stopped fighting after the first broken arm if I was throwing the fight. I'm not that much of a glutton for punishment. Lance nodded, but there was still a look of concern on his face as they walked out of the arena. Michael glanced at the general, who gave a subtle nod to him before he turned out of his box and left, several soldiers in tow. Michael made his way to the participant exit and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to take just a moment to himself. He was grateful it was done. He didn't want any more screaming crowds. He heard rapid footsteps toward him, and his eyes snapped open. He'd lost. Did the regulars really want to give him a beating anyway? He dropped his guard when he realized it was Marcus and Davi. Michael, said Marcus, exhausted from running. Ollie's in the infirmary. He needs help. Michael took off at a run. Michael arrived in the infirmary in less than 2 minutes, sprinting the entire way, with a guard yelling at him to slow down as he tried to keep up with them as an escort. He could hear Ollie's screams even before he pushed open the doors. He saw a number of medics, Piotr, and even a soldier surrounding a bed. He moved over to them quickly and pushed them aside. Ollie was writhing on the bed, being held down by everyone. There was blood coming from his legs, arms, and chest, and when he looked at the wounds, Michael could see they were long, narrow tears across his skin, as if stretch marks had been torn open. Michael placed a golden hand on Ollie's chest and healed him, sealing the wounds. The bleeding stopped, but Ollie kept writhing and screaming. What happened? Asked Michael. Krim stepped close behind him, close enough that he could feel her breath on his neck. He's having a reaction to his final injection. Sometimes bodies have a severe problem dealing with it, often out of nowhere. Michael looked back at her to see a smile on her face that no one else was looking at, though her tone had been one of concern. He turned around. They'd known this was a risk and had been keeping a close eye on her, but there was only so much they could do. Ollie was his focus, not. He wouldn't want him to be in additional pain because he lost himself to anger. What can we do? We've already given all of the pain relief we can. We don't have a lot of it here as the majority goes to the front. All of his bones are stretching out and the rest of his body is trying to do the same, but all at different rates. It could take hours for this to end. You can keep healing him, but the pain may make his heart give out, said Marta as she forced his leg to keep still. Michael brought a golden hand back to his friend's chest and healed him again, feeling a few tears heal, but he kept writhing. He did it again, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes as he did so. Please. If I can't end his pain, let me take some of it for him. I'll take it myself if I have to. Please let me hold on to it to help him. Michael wasn't sure who he was talking to. The god he'd left behind in his old world, long before he died? The divine in this new one? It didn't matter who the original request was to, he got an answer from only one of them. Michael inhaled sharply and nearly buckled as sharp pain slammed into all of his limbs and across the rest of his body. He caught himself on the edge of the bed, gripping the sheets with enough force to tear them as he clenched his teeth. He forced his eyes open and could see white light in his vision that looked to be flowing from Ollie into him. It didn't seem that any of the others could see it, but Ollie had stilled. He was shaking, his body twitching, but it wasn't the violent thrashing he'd been doing before. Michael looked at the white lines, gritting his teeth more and willing the flow of them to increase from Ollie to him. The pain increased for him, but Ollie stilled even more. The medication must have taken some extra time to kick in because of everything else going on with his body, said one of the medics. Marta looked at her, and then to Michael. No, I don't think that's it. Did you just take his pain from him? Michael was unable to speak, so just forced a nod. Get him a chair and a piece of rope to bite down on. She looked at him. How long do you think you can manage? Michael looked up at her. As long as I need to, his voice came out as a wisp, barely audible. The first hour was the easiest. He was full of righteous anger and a desire to help his friend with his pain. The strength of those emotions distracted him, shielding him from the agony he was feeling. By the second hour, those thoughts weren't enough, and he was left with only the pain. He was barely able to keep himself from writhing on the bed like Ollie had been doing earlier, and he was very swiftly gnawing through the rope that he'd been biting down on to keep from screaming. The third hour, he just started counting, telling himself that after another 10 seconds he could stop, just another 10, and he would have done enough. He would have already gone above and beyond what he needed to do. He didn't stop though, he just kept counting. He was vaguely aware that he was missing the end of the festival. He heard what sounded like fireworks as well as trumpets and the dull sounds of men's voices being projected by magic over a large area. The sounds of it were helpful distractions that occasionally broke him out of his counting, but then his attention would return to the pain, and the sharpness of it felt all the worse for the break. He would stumble over to Ollie every once in a while to heal him and mend the tears on his legs, hips, and upper arms. It helped ease the pain a bit, though what small comfort it granted was quickly lost to some new agony. By the end of the third hour, mercifully, the pain had begun to ease. At first, Michael was worried he'd accidentally let go of some of it, allowing it to go back to Ollie, but he realized that wasn't the case. It kept gradually easing throughout the fourth hour, and by the end of it Ollie was still and sleeping, the drugs that eased his pain also blessedly keeping him from waking. Michael gradually released the pain back to Ollie, making sure it wasn't so much that it would wake him, and while it did cause his face to contort a bit, he stayed asleep and still. Michael felt lighter after he let the pain go. He forced himself to loosen his muscles and relax his jaw, taking slow, deep breaths as he did so. He'd experienced some tremendous pain in his old life. He'd nearly lost a finger working as a line cook, he'd broken each of his legs on separate occasions, and cancer as well as its treatment had been no great joy to experience. Still, the pain that he'd taken from Ollie had been uniquely horrible. Another fresh experience on this new world. Michael was awoken some time later by Marta. He didn't realize he'd dozed off. What time? Not long until sunrise. There's a soldier to escort you back to the barracks and another here to watch Ollie. He nodded and moved over to where he'd left his breastplate. I'll take care of that. Michael nodded tiredly. Please do. Dugan will chew me out otherwise. He hesitated as he looked at Ollie's bed. I'll keep a close eye on his as well. He nodded gratefully, wincing a bit at the stiffness in his neck. He saw the soldier at the door to the infirmary and followed him back to the barracks. Physically, he felt fine, if a bit more sore and tired than usual, his recovery ability not able to entirely compensate for the exertions of the last week. Still, he felt a different kind of tired from enduring the pain. A mental numbness that made everything around him feel unreal. He reached the barracks and watched as the soldier unlocked it before gesturing him inside and locking it behind him. He moved quietly to his bunk and slipped off his boots, laying back in his bed without closing his eyes, just staring at the gray ceiling above him. Is Ollie okay? Asked Pyotr quietly from the bunk next to his. He'll be okay. The worst of it is done. There was a pause. You okay? No, but I will be eventually. Piotr nodded in the dark and turned back over to go to sleep. Michael just stared at the ceiling until morning. He sat up when the lights came up, his mind starting to come back to him, and changed out of his uniform before heading to the showers. He only had a few minutes for an ice-cold rinse before he came back to his footlocker and started buttoning up a fresh uniform. Fresh was relative, of course. He only had 3 uniforms and had been sweating and bleeding in the same one since the growth injections had ceased. He was actually lucky. Most other recruits had just 2, but he had one near his own size that Dugan had lost for him. They were laundered once a month, but considering how much he'd been exerting himself for the festival, they were more than a little ripe. He got his uniform up to standard and took a moment to look into the mirror. Titles: Michael Mann. The Restored. Deeds: Bridge Holder. Revenge Denier. Run Conqueror. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Resilient Competitor. Blessings. Healing Hand. Pain Transfer. One new deed and a new blessing. A diviner having more than one blessing wasn't too rare, from what Mira had told him in the past, but usually they only awakened much later in life. Perhaps he got a head start on that. He also noticed that the blessing said pain transfer rather than taker of pain or something else. Did that mean he could move the pain to someone other than himself? Or that he could give his own pain to someone else? When he'd used it to take on Ollie's pain, it had been instinctual, but if he'd focused, would he have been able to give it to someone else? Could he have given Krim a taste of the pain she'd caused Ollie? He'd need to experiment, figure out what he could do with it and what its limits were. It didn't seem to tire him the same way that healing did, but there was definitely another price to pay. He focused on his new deed. Resilient Competitor. When in competition grants. Minor Durability. It wasn't exactly a game changer, but considering he didn't actually win the tournament, he wasn't going to complain. He would have to test how loose the competition aspect was. Hopefully it could be competition with himself, but if not, he was sure he could make a competition out of anything with his friends. He gave everyone an update on Ollie as they got dressed, and they were all ready for inspection when Klein entered the barracks and started going to each soldier. Michael wound up owing 30 push-ups for the smell in his uniform, and Piter's collar wasn't buttoned to the top, so he was forced to do 50 squats. When he was done, Klein stopped at the entrance to the barracks and looked at all of them. In 2 weeks, you will all be heading to the front. He paused, but not one moved or said anything, not wanting to be forced into more calisthenics. Klein smiled faintly. He'd been testing them. The next week and a half will be additional conditioning and combat training, followed by 3 days rest before you're sent out. This training will be different in only one way from what you've been used to. He paused for dramatic effect. You'll be wearing your full kit. I'll be escorting you to Quartermaster Dugan now to pick it up. As everyone was preparing to leave, Michael approached Klein. When Klein noticed him, he gave a salute. What is it, Penitent? Permission to speak privately, sir. He looked to one of the other soldiers with him. Make sure everyone gets moving. He gestured for Michael to follow him outside, and they wound up standing just a few yards from the barracks. Be quick. Sir, I believe Krim purposefully misdosed Ollie. I also believe she mixes her shots for penitents in order to manipulate them hormonally and harm them. Klein's expression didn't change. Do you have proof? I'm not the only one who suspects this. The others are penitents too, I assume? Yes. So, a penitent wants to accuse one of our best alchemists of attempting to kill another penitent and of altering their doses to make them more malleable to her? Klein paused for a few moments. For your benefit, I'm going to pretend you didn't bring this up. This is not a fight you should start. She could have killed Ollie. I am concerned about her handling of a mage with potential like his. I will look into it, but you should not mention this again. He paused for a moment. If anything is to happen to her while in the meantime, know that it will be bad for everyone. Klein looked at the moving line of recruits and gestured to them. Dismissed. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to argue, but held his tongue and let out a long breath instead. Arguing wasn't going to accomplish anything. The odds weren't in his favor, and he likely wouldn't get a chance to do anything about it himself now that she had no reason to be alone with any penitent. Still, he yearned for some form of justice. Michael fell into line with everyone else, jogging lightly to catch up as they made their way to the supply station where Quartermaster Dugan was waiting for them. Before the first person went to his counter, Klein spoke. Take the armor, step out of the way, and put it on. We'll be heading from here straight to the training yard. The first penitent approached the counter and Dugan slid a heavy sack over to him that the irregular had far more trouble taking than the stout dwarf had giving it to him. Michael watched from halfway down the line and observed as everyone got armored. The armor was very similar to that of a knight from his own world, but sleeker. The pauldrons were layered like scales to allow greater freedom of movement, and the suits seemed to bend and move more easily than what he'd seen at Renaissance fairs when he was younger. The metal also seemed thinner and lighter. He guessed either it was some composite that didn't have an exact equivalent in his world, or it was due to magical engineering and forging techniques. He'd seen several of the regulars, and even some visiting soldiers wearing the full silver armor, so it wasn't entirely new to him. He just had never gotten a good look at it. Still, as he watched the other penitents suit up, it was very clear that their own armor wasn't quite the same as the regular recruits. He could see metal patches over certain sections of the armor, old dings that had been beaten out with a hammer, and the cut of several of the armor pieces also seemed to be older, and wider than what he'd gotten used to seeing around the academy. He also noticed that every pair had the same symbol that had been branded on their necks, embedded in the chest. "Old timer," said Dugan, gesturing for Michael to come closer. "Hey, Dugan." He glanced at the others getting dressed. Before any new armor is made for irregulars, or even knights without a good bloodline, we check old suits to see if they can be repurposed for them. He reached under the counter and hauled a heavy sack onto it, pushing it toward Michael. "Your size was a little off," he said with a quick wink, "so yours is mostly new, with only old pauldrons. It may limit your mobility a bit, but they're thicker, so you've got a bit more protection." "Thanks, Dugan," said Michael. He would miss the dwarven quartermaster. He was one of the few natives that had been openly friendly to him from the start, aside from Mira and a few of the medics. Michael moved out of the way and opened his sack. He and the other irregulars had practiced donning and removing armor dozens of times, and that training quickly took hold. He finished and closed his helm, checking his visibility. He could see surprisingly well in it. He looked around to see Marcus wearing a much lighter breastplate with what looked like small triangle points of metal at key areas across his body. It was very odd-looking, but given his status as a dragoon it made sense that his kit would be different. Michael clenched his fists and walked around a bit, adjusting to the weight of it. It was heavy, but it was distributed well across him. He hopped, his armor clanging a bit as he did so, and landed fairly lightly on his feet. He muttered, "Silencio," channeling magicka to muffle his movements. It took quite a bit more magicka than usual, he guessed because of the amount of iron he was wearing. He leapt up again and there was still some noise, but it was much quieter. He looked out at everyone else putting on their armor, many of them flexing or even throwing light punches at one another to see if they felt it. They'd arrived as cherubs, and they were going to march out as a motley crew of knights. Training in full armor was miserable at first, but everyone eventually got the hang of it. Michael adjusted to the weight more quickly than most, and Marcus's lighter set meant he didn't really need to adjust much at all to begin with, but Piotr struggled with the reduced mobility. Davi was one of the only people with a newer suit of armor than Michael was wearing, as there were no repaired suits that could be sized up for him. He had the most difficulty dealing with the even greater bulk than he was used to, but after a few days of training with it, he started to get a handle on it as well. Ollie rejoined them after a few more days of recuperation, and there was one major change in him they all noticed immediately. Davi looked up at him. "Meu Deus." His reaction was the same as everyone else's. Ollie looked as if he'd been stretched out longwise. He was gangly and long-limbed, where only a few days before he'd been short and stocky. Before he'd been around Marcus's height, and now he was taller than Davi. I know, you're all going to miss the easy takedowns you used to be able to say because I was small. Don't worry though, now I can use them on all of you." Michael smiled. "Don't worry. There's plenty of ways to insult you that have nothing to do with your height." Ollie's armor was entirely boiled leather and thick cloth to keep any excess iron from interfering with his ability to do magic, but unlike the rest of them, he was given his weapon ahead of the march. He held a staff of hardened black wood, exactly the same size and weight as the ones he had practiced with. "It's hollow," he said as he gave a testing swing. Teft explained to me. "It has focuses woven all throughout the core that correspond to the spells we'll be using the most often." "But you can't see them?" noted Davi. "I can feel them in there. They made us mark and use each of them once to practice attuning to them." Michael flicked the staff lightly with a gauntlet hand. It makes sense that this world would insist you have a job handling wood. Ollie stamped the staff lightly on the ground, and Michael felt a sudden shock shoot up through his boots, causing him to stand rail straight for a moment. "Fuck," he exclaimed. Ollie smiled as he gave his staff a little flourish. "Oh, I think this is going to do quite nicely." Michael considered a physical retort, but decided against it. He could return the favor during sparring. The rest of the week and change went by very quickly. There was an air of celebration around the academy, not only of penitents eager to see something other than the concrete squares they'd spent the majority of their new lives in, but also of the squire recruits, eager to fight for their country. Michael felt some sympathy for them. He had never seen combat in his old life, but he'd had friends who had. None of them had come back from it unscathed. He couldn't blame them, though. It was hard, even with his experience, not to get swept up a bit in the air of excitement that seemed to infuse everything. The regulars didn't even antagonize the penitents during that time, too eager to kill Ticinians to give a damn about the murderers in their midst. During the 2 weeks they had left, Michael spent his time doing his best to experiment with his new ability and deed. He found it was very easy to take on someone else's pain, but everything else was much harder. He could make someone else feel his own pain, but only with significant focus that tired him out in the same way healing did, and he could make two people feel one another's pain, but that took even more effort still and drained him mentally even more. It was like the difference between a light jog and a sprint. Still, being able to make a sparring partner suddenly feel the bruise he himself had just caused proved very useful in matches and won Michael several bouts, though his experimenting with it cost him just as many at first. "The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement." For his new deed, it didn't activate from coming up with some mental competition, but when he made one up and got someone else to participate, that made it activate. That's also worked, which Marcus was always more than willing to partake in. On his last day of training, after healing a few recruits that had torn ligaments overexerting in their new armor, Michael found himself sitting in the small chapel to the divine with Mira, finishing an ink transfer of the most recent soldier's slave, for her to share with some of the other women at the academy. He'd wound up using that spell more for her than for Dugan. He looked at the last page of the book, seeing it more as an image rather than a collection of words. He held an inkpot in his hand and small globes of the black liquid floated out of it before slowly settling on the page in front of him in an exact replica of the writing on the other page. It strained his mana channels to do, but the practice was useful. He had a feeling the spell could have a lot of potential. "I've heard of pain transfer before, but it's not very common, nor is it considered very useful. I mean, you can already heal, so what's the point of taking on someone else's pain or giving it to someone? Still, 2 blessings, that's nothing bad. If you weren't a penitent, you'd almost certainly have an easy job as a diviner safely behind the front lines, healing officers with splinters and paper cuts from being at their desks all day." Michael chuckled as he finished the ink transfer. He still couldn't do bulk transfers too easily, but aside from some smudging here and there, it looked to be in mostly good shape. He straightened the stack of paper against the pew in front of him and handed it to her. Mira took it with a smile, leafing through it a bit. "I'm going to miss getting your help with that. I've no talent for magic, and it gets tiring asking Teft all the time. He always turns it into an attempt at flirtation." "How does Klein feel about that?" "Amused, mostly. He doesn't consider any other man to be real competition. It's part of what makes him attractive." Michael nodded. He'd met some men like that, and some of the women that liked them. He himself always relied more on trying to be funny and dependable and hoping to God they liked him. He'd been lucky Sarah had. His expression dipped as he thought of her, wondering what she was doing, thinking of what epitaph she'd chosen for his grave. He was certain it was something clever. Mira's own brows drooped as she looked at him, and she left him for a moment, heading to one of the rooms in the back of the chapel. He assumed she was just putting the copy of her book somewhere, but soon she came back with a small box that she held out to him. Michael looked at her questioningly. "It's a gift." Michael took the box and opened it. Inside was a small pendant hanging on a long thin strip of leather. The pendant looked to be steel, and was a simple design with 6 lines crossing one another in the center. He held it in his hand for a few moments, looking at it. It seemed almost warm to the touch. "My teacher gave that to me a long time ago." Michael held it up on the string, looking at how it caught the light. "You don't need to give me anything, Mira." She shook her head. "It's just been collecting dust here anyway. You're the only person I've ever taught." Besides, I consider you a friend as well as a student, and I always thought I'd give that to someone who's both. Michael nodded and put the necklace over his head. Do you have any idea what it's supposed to be? She shook her head. My teacher was given it by her teacher. She said it has something to do with the divine, maybe from back when the gods had names. Michael looked at it closer, imagining the history of hands it had crossed. He saw gold lettering floating across it. He focused, and that lettering came into focus, as if he was divining someone's titles and deeds. Titles. Mark of the Divines. Grants. Very minor protection. Michael blinked at it and looked at Mira. It's got a title. She nodded. I told you items can earn titles and deeds too. This is too much, Mira, I couldn't. She shook her head. It's considered very rude to refuse a gift in this world. Is it not like that where you're from? He smiled and shook his head. It is. She nodded. I don't think I'll need what it offers as much as you will anyway. Michael clasped it tightly in his hand. Thank you, Mira. He left shortly after that, the pendant around his neck bouncing against his chest gently as he walked. Klein had referred to the divine as a tool when he'd first taught Michael and the other penitents about it. It was just another source of power to be used as needed to achieve victory over the enemies of Stent. The divine had been generous to Michael though, maybe even kind. It had let him heal his friend, and later it gave him the ability to save that friend from pain. It granted everyone strength for making effort, for sacrificing for others. Back on Earth, he'd never had much faith in any god. He needed evidence to buy his devotion. In this world, proof had been given to him time and time again. Here he didn't need faith, the divine was real, and he muttered a small prayer of thanks to it as he made his way to the training yard. Everyone about to leave the academy stood in a sea of gray uniformed bodies in a large field. Michael and the other penitents were all in the back corner, far from the podium in front of everyone on which stood General Aiken. The sky was overcast and a light breeze with the final chill of a long spring made a few of the recruits shiver as it blew through their orderly rows. The general took a deep breath and when he spoke his voice carried across the field with ease, aided by a mage standing a few yards behind him. Recruits, this is the day I look forward to the most as the dean of this academy. The day I unleash the strength that I have helped to grow and cultivate here and point it at the enemies of Stent. I have watched all of you grow strong, grow disciplined. Your shoulders have broadened and your back strengthened to carry your home on your back, to act as the foundation of this country. He paused for a moment, and Michael could see gold lettering starting to float around him. He looked around and saw that no one else was reacting to it. It is my great honor as a general granted his title by King Matthias to grant all of you the title of Soldiers of Stent. Michael watched as the gold lettering that had been gathered around him shot out, a piece of it embedding itself on each and every recruit that was gathered, including the irregulars. It is also my honor to grant most of you the title of Knight as well. More lettering flew out, this time marking everyone except the penitents. There are even a select few of you I will be granting the elite rank of Knight Sergeant. More lettering flew out, this time to only a few of the students in the front row. Finally, there is one particular recruit here I wish to grant a title reserved to only one graduate a year. He paused for dramatic effect. Squire Lance Craig, approach. Lance did so. He was wearing a full suit of armor that had been polished to perfection with a sword at his waist and a shield at his back. He approached the general and kneeled. The general placed his fist on his chest in salute and looked down at him. Lance Craig, I give you the title of Knight Lieutenant. A final wisp of gold moved and settled on Lance. I grant you command of everyone assembled here with the responsibility of getting them to their designated assignments on the front. The general gestured to the group. They are yours. Lance straightened his back, standing a little taller than he had been before, and for someone that Michael had been certain already had perfect posture that was very impressive. Lance slammed his fist against his armored chest, and the assembled crowd returned the gesture with enthusiasm. Report to your instructors for duty assignments. Those heading to the Western Tower will report to Rain. Those reporting to the Eastern Tower will be with Elias. The rest of you will report to me. We'll be traveling together on the Grand Road Northwest before it forks. I want everyone ready to move in 30. Dismissed. There was an additional salute in acknowledgement, and then everyone left to go collect their things and report to their instructors. All the penitents moved to their barracks together. It would have been nice to be a knight, said Pyotr as they walked. We only got the same training as them because we're special cases, and this is the only place in Stent that can handle us, said Marcus. I heard from one of the recruits I slipped hooch to that regular criminal penitents get 3 months of training before they're sent off on suicide missions. They invest a lot in us. Klein himself said that takers tend to have advantages that make them more useful than regular soldiers, added Michael. Hell, maybe we'll be lucky and make it to retirement, said Ollie. Though given how things have gone so far, my guess is that we'll all die the day before and be reborn again in another world, and have to do this all over again. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. When they reached the barracks, Michael looked in the mirror to confirm the suspicion he had during the deployment speech. He was right, he had a new title that he guessed everyone else had as well. He focused on it. Soldier of Stent. Grants. Very minor strength. Very minor speed. Very minor durability. Very minor recovery. It was a more impressive gain than he'd expected, and the fact that the general could grant it so broadly across everyone at the academy surprised him. The delegating power of kings was much more significant than he'd initially anticipated. He remembered from what Klein had revealed during a few question and answer sessions, all of the Hume lands used to be one single united kingdom. If a general of a fraction of that old kingdom was capable of granting this kind of strength, how powerful had the old kings of Hume been? He thought about that as he moved to his footlocker. He'd already had everything packed and ready, along with a few extra things he'd gotten from Dugan with the small bit of silver he'd kept for himself rather than sending to his body's family. His last meeting with Dugan had seemed much like any other day of helping him, but at the end of it the dwarf had surprised him by placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't die, he'd said simply, and Michael planned to take that request to heart. Michael put on his armor as he thought of his bearded friend. Even though they were marching through friendly territory, they were expected to be wearing it as they marched. He tightened the straps with mutterings of Cordo and placed his helmet over his head. He took a final look around the barracks before he walked out of them. He'd spent the majority of his new life living out of the small trunk at the foot of his bed. He doubted he'd feel nostalgic about it, but he certainly wouldn't forget it. He walked out of the barracks, falling in line just a bit behind the rest of the group that hadn't cared to take the time to do any divining. They were all escorted by other soldiers to a classroom where Klein was waiting to give everyone their assignments. When Michael arrived, he gestured for him to come to the front of the line. You, Piotr, Marcus, Davi, and Ollie are all being sent to the northern front. I had asked them to have you separated as much as possible, but it looks like that recommendation has been ignored. Michael looked at him and smiled. I guess we got lucky. Klein frowned at him. The northern front is a most brutal one. Ticinians and their mercenaries are gathering there in force. I don't know that I'd consider it luck that you and your friends have an increased chance of death. He paused for a moment and pulled a piece of paper and a small bag from his coat and handed it to him. This is for you. Before you read it, I want you to know that you're the only penitent that tried to do what you did. I respect the attempt. Michael frowned and took the small bag of coin and the letter. It had already been opened, which didn't surprise him. He stepped to the corner of the room and unraveled it. Lifetaker. You stole my son from me. You killed a man I once called brother. No money you sent to us will make us forgive you. Their blood has more value than any amount of coin can measure up to. Whether it was offered in kindness or cruelty does not matter to me. I wish you a short life of agony and misery. May you die disrespected and unloved by your country and your family. The man whose blood you've stolen, whose pride and joy you wear as a skin. Michael let out a long breath as he finished reading it and slipped it carefully into his pocket. He took his helmet in both hands and placed it over his head. He started walking to meet up with the rest of newly minted soldiers getting prepared to march out. He remembered viscerally going to the first parole hearing of the man who had killed his son driving drunk. He remembered the hate he felt watching that man say that he'd served his time, that he'd done his best to atone. He knew a little about how his body's parents felt. He'd tried to make up for it in what way he could, but he wound up hurting them more unnecessarily. That was not even mentioning the fact he'd had to kill a man in self-defense who it seems had been dear to them. He kept walking, vaguely aware of his friends talking shit to one another as they moved. When his children were little and had done something bad or had a bad day, he would tell them that it wasn't too late. The day wasn't over yet. They could choose to be better and do better anytime they wanted, They just had to make that choice. Michael wouldn't bother his body's family again. They wouldn't absolve him of his guilt, and that was fine. He'd do his best to live a good life in the body he was lucky enough to have. That's how he would honor it. The march out of the academy was a grand affair with the blowing of horns, cheers from proud instructors, and even small fireworks shot up into the sky above them as they walked out of the gates and onto the main road. This celebration was not for the penitents, but Michael appreciated the pageantry of it anyway. They, he noticed, were all positioned to march in the center of the regulars. This hid them from view of anyone they passed while marching, and also ensured that they wouldn't be able to make a run for it. During the march, Michael was given the collateral duty of assisting with managing the supplies. There was a physically older recruit that was assigned the job, but he was hopeless at it in comparison. Aside from the supplies for their march, there were also additional goods that were meant for each of the 3 fronts. They consisted primarily of dried goods, but there were also a number of fresh uniforms, arms, armor, and they were also bringing a dozen extra horses that needed to be cared for on the way. Michael kept track of everything without much difficulty. The normal troops might have been likely to try to swipe things here or there, but among the idealistic knights there wasn't any trouble. Michael mainly had to fend off Marcus, who seemed certain he could turn a profit on a few items if he had the chance. How he could do so was beyond Michael, nor did it matter since his answer was always no. The penitents were largely gloomy, not eager to be sent to war to die, but the young knights were full of youthful excitement. They wanted to make their families and their country proud by slaying the savage Ticinians and bringing home glory and honor. At one point they even started singing marching songs. We march, with hearts so true. Our blades are sharp, our spirits too. The Ticinians cowards, they will see. No foe can break our unity. Through valleys deep and mountains high, we raise our banners to the sky. The Ticinians tremble at our sound. The sons of Stent will hold our ground. Fear not the dark nor the cruel foe. Together we stand, tomorrow they'll know. We are the heirs of all of Hume. In victory's light, we'll bring them doom. It wasn't quite as catchy as Yankee Doodle, but he was a little biased. The march was relaxed, meaning that they weren't forced to move in unison, but on those few occasions where they ran into merchants or militias from nearby towns moving along the road, Lance had everyone move into tighter formation to show off a bit. The looks on the faces of the citizens that saw them were full of warmth for the sons and daughters of their country that were going to fight for them. It was easy to see how the young soldiers that marched around them could get so swept up in everything. It was by design. The whole country seemed to have a focus on the military. Not that the US was much better, he had distinct memories of commercials that showed Marines fighting dragons, even though every real Marine he'd met told him that it was all bullshit and their favorite thing had been the taste of crayons. The first night, they made camp in a wide clearing off the side of the main road they were on. Just as they were made to march in the center of the formation, the penitents' tents were toward the center as well, and even when they went to the latrines, they were watched. It made sense. This was in a lot of ways a prime time to escape. With their brands, though, the second they were out of sight or traveled too far, they would be struck with tremendous pain until they could be hunted down and executed. That was if they weren't simply left to writhe in agony until they died anyway. Still, Michael could understand the temptation. He looked up at the 3 moons. The green one was full, but the silver and gold were further away in the sky, looking a bit smaller and only half and a quarter full. He wondered idly how they affected the tides. He was certain that Stent had a coastline. The fish he'd eaten had tasted like they'd come from salt water rather than fresh, though he couldn't identify what the fish itself had been. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Toward the middle of the next day's march, there was a call for the column to halt. There was something happening at the head of the column, and he thought he could see Lance leaning forward in his saddle as if talking to someone on the ground. He heard whispers of questions all around him, but no answers. Taine, Yakub, Michael, Piotr, Ollie, Davi, and Marcus, front of column, came a cry from ahead. Michael exchanged a quick look with his friends, and they all assembled and made their way to the front. Lance was waiting for them, having dismounted from his horse, and he was speaking to a short, squat man wearing a simple, but clean green jacket with brown trousers, riding boots, and a bright yellow cap. Lance acknowledged them as they arrived, but looked to Yakub and Taine when he actually went to speak. Taine was Rain's brother from the Festival of Blades that Lance had beaten. This is Headman Dern of Rundling, a village a short ways east of here. He tells me they're having trouble with a titled stag. It's slain 3 of their hunters, and has gained deeds from it. Tane, I want you and Yakub to take these irregulars to take care of it, and return to the main column afterward. Pardon me, sir, but shouldn't this request be sent to the nearest town's militia? Asked Tane, not quite hiding his distaste for the idea. We have sent a request, sir, but the town was just levied to send troops and don't have anyone to spare, answered the headman. Lance nodded at him. And we will help you. Tane, Yakub, you have your orders. You'll have a healer and a mage with you. Killing a titled beast is a near-guaranteed deed. You are 2 of the only ones with control brands that aren't in command. He smiled and clasped both of their arms. Enjoy the break from marching. Tane sighed and looked at Dern. How far is your village? Less than a day, sir. I took my horse and wagon here. Yakub smiled at him. Wagon, eh? You were confident you'd be able to get the help you needed. Dern smiled. I've never known knights fresh from the academy to refuse a request, sir. The headman didn't acknowledge Michael and the other penitents, speaking only with Yakub and Tane as they made their way onto the wagon and started toward his village. Yakub and Tane didn't acknowledge them either, but from what Michael knew of Tane's history, him ignoring rather than interacting with takers like them was likely a good thing. As they rode, a light drizzle started to fall, and Michael and the others took the weatherproofed tarp fabric used for their tents and pulled it up over themselves to keep dry, though it was tempting not to. Michael imagined it looked dramatic seeing droplets of water fall down the tip of his helmet's faceplate. Marcus had a fully waterproof cloak he threw on, part of the specialized kit he had as a dragoon, and Ollie simply muttered under his breath and the rain ceased hitting him, droplets striking a shimmering purple shield floating above his head. As Yakub and Tane spoke with Dern toward the front of the wagon, trying to learn more about the stag they'd be hunting, the penitents were forced to occupy themselves. Glad we don't have titled beasts in our world, said Davi as he fussed a bit with his helmet strap under his chin. The rainforest would be full of even deadlier frogs. Pyotr would have to deal with even worse polar bears, said Ollie with a smile. There are no polar bears in Russia. We have brown bears and shatun, bears which cannot hibernate and grow feral. He shook his head. One of those with a title would be a fearsome thing. You'd have a dingo titled Baby Eater back home, huh, Ollie? Said Michael with a smirk. Better than Pizza Rat, roaming our sewers. Marcus laughed. What's funny? Asked Davi. Just imagining all the drug dealers with tigers and lions in their houses. They'd start trying to get only titled ones and get themselves killed trying to use them to look fierce. Did you know many drug dealers in your old life? Asked Davi. Marcus sighed. I knew some, yeah. I wouldn't try arresting me, though. I think we're out of your jurisdiction. Michael exchanged a glance with Pyotr. That was the most definitive information they'd gotten about Marcus's past since they'd all arrived at the academy. They traded a few more ideas of what animals may have had titles back home, and before too long Rundling came into view. Rundling was a small village, but Michael noticed immediately that it had paved roads and a number of the strange street lights he'd seen in the town he was born in. The buildings themselves were made of wood, stone, or brick, and all seemed to have been built at different times and maintained at different rates. The entire town was surrounded by a well-constructed wooden fence that seemed more to keep livestock from wandering out than to keep anything dangerous out. It was quaint and charming, the kind of place he would have wanted to spend some time in with Sarah. Not the kids, though. They'd been bored out of their minds. There were a number of people outside their homes and business, with many of them greeting their headmen or bowing to Yakub and Tane. The penitents, on the other hand, received dark looks or were ignored. One old man sitting on his porch actually pointed at them and dragged a finger slowly across his throat. The cart came to a stop near a small stable at the far edge of the village, and Yakub gestured for everyone to get out. They complied, their armor clanking a bit as they landed. It will be dark soon, and I would not recommend that you try to hunt the beast in unknown woods in the dark. Tane nodded. In that case, we need to insist on quartering. Of course, nodded the headman. We have a barn with a small house that's empty at the edge of town. I will take you there. The headman took a moment to secure his horse, removing the wagon from him and getting him in his pen before he started walking them to another corner of the village. You are right that the woods here are unknown to us. Do you have a hunter or trapper that could guide us tomorrow? Asked Yakub. We have only one hunter left, and he is badly injured. I'm afraid we will not be able to help. Michael coughed lightly to draw Yakub's attention. Yakub looked at him and nodded. Our penitent here is a diviner with the ability to heal. Once you show everyone else to the barn, take us to your hunter and we'll see what we can do. The headman frowned. A penitent diviner. I've never heard of such a thing. Neither had I, said Michael with a smile, but I'm not exactly from around here. Yakub smiled a bit at that, but the headman did not, instead looking concerned. Everyone dropped their gear at the barn. Michael was grateful to lose the weight of his pack and helmet, rolling his shoulders a bit to stretch before following Yakub back out to the headman. They walked back through the village and to a wooden house on the far end. The headman knocked on the door, and a woman with eyes red from crying and a bloody rag in her hand answered. She nodded at the headman, then seeing Yakub and Michael curtsied quickly. Headman Dern, I don't think John is up to speaking right now. Her throat was raw as she croaked out her words, barely keeping more tears from flowing. Dern nodded. I'm sorry to take you from him for even a moment, Alicia, but this penitent apparently has the gift of healing and his knight handler here wants him to try to heal John. He can heal him? He can, said Michael, taking the initiative. May I come in? Dern looked annoyed that he'd spoken out of turn and looked at Yakub, but Yakub did nothing but nod at Alicia. Alicia stood aside, and Michael walked past her and into her home. The house was well kept, covered in furs and trophies of successful hunts. He saw what looked to be a small dragon's hide above the fireplace, a 14-point set of antlers, and a rug that looked like a bear's, but was heavily patterned, almost like a calico cat. On the far end of the room was a bed on which a short, leanly muscled man was laying. He was older than Michael expected, with thinning brown hair, and he was pale from blood loss. His stomach was wrapped in thick bandages that blood was leaking through. It seemed as if he'd been gored. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. Michael took a deep breath and light began to gather on his palm. He laid his hand on the man's chest and focused. It was the worst injury he'd ever had to heal, but after only a few moments the man's organs were mended and the wounds closed. The man's breathing steadied almost immediately, and his eyes started to slowly blink open. Michael looked over to Alicia. He'll probably want you to be the first thing he sees when his eyes open. Alicia quickly rushed over and gripped the hunter's hand. Michael stepped back and watched him slowly open his eyes and squeeze her hand back. Michael moved back to the headman and Yakub. The hunter should be well after a night's rest. He smiled at the couple's relief. Do you have anyone else that needs healing? As long as Knight Yakub is amenable to escorting me, I'd be happy to help anyone else who needs it. Dern looked at the hunter with relief on his face, then to Michael. Well, young Rick broke his leg pushing snow off a roof in winter, and it's still healing. The widow Rhea's hand was mangled in a loom recently, and Thomas the miller's limp has only been getting worse lately. He frowned and looked at Yakub. As long as you are okay with it, Knight Yakub. Yakub shook his head lightly. We have nothing better to do until morning anyway. From there Michael was escorted first to young Rick, who was maybe 14, and whose mother immediately sent back to choring once his leg was healed. Next closest was the miller whose limp seemed to have been due to some muscular tearing. Michael was glad to see that his healing powers could repair slightly older injuries as well, though he actually found the process even more tiring than healing the hunter. Next was the widow Rhea. She was younger than Michael expected, maybe in her late 30s or early 40s. She had smiling eyes and long brown hair with waves Michael could imagine surfing on. She opened her door and smirked at Dern. Is this some new military service? Delivering handsome young men to poor lonely widows. The headman coughed and Yakub blushed a bit, but Michael chuckled. Headman Dern tells me you have a hurt hand? I'm a healer, here to help with the titled beast, and my knight escort Yakub here thought it would be a good idea for me to heal some other people around the village. That's quite the excuse to hold a beautiful young woman's hand, but I'll allow it. She presented her left hand, which had been heavily bandaged. Michael took it gently in his own and started to heal it. She had multiple broken fingers and several fractures going all the way up to her wrist. She was in excellent humor in spite of how much pain she must have been in. When he was done, she smiled widely and started to quickly remove her bandages. She flexed some long and delicate fingers before surprising Michael by placing her hand on his face. Sorry, I hadn't touched anything with it for a while, and wanted the first thing I did touch to be young and beautiful. Michael smiled. Only on the outside. That's the only place it matters. Rhea, he's a penitent. Oh, I forgot that all penitents were untouchable and hideous. Excuse me. I am remembering a few more people that could probably use some healing, said Dern, trying his best to leave a conversation he was unequipped for. They all turned to leave, and Rhea shot Michael a wink as he turned around that he returned, smiling. He hadn't had a good flirt in a long while, and found that he still quite enjoyed the experience. Sarah wouldn't have faulted him for it, he knew. She would probably have been more amused than anything by the situation. Hell, she might have even encouraged it. Michael spent the rest of the afternoon healing old creaky knees, shoulders that clicked when they were rotated, and even a few small scrapes and bruises that came from the daily business of farming and herding animals. The old injuries he couldn't fix, but he could at least ease the discomfort they'd caused. He noticed as he worked that there were no young men in the village, only older men and boys. By the end of it, a few of the village people were actually smiling in his direction as he and Jakub walked back to the barn. He would have much preferred to spend his time healing people rather than going off to war. It seemed like if there was any reason he'd been given that kind of power since he'd arrived there, it was for that purpose. He muttered a small prayer of gratitude to the divine for being given the opportunity to heal the people of Rundling before he went to sleep on a large and inviting pile of hay. The next morning they all woke before the sunrise. Their routine from the academy was too ingrained in them to allow them to sleep in. All except for Marcus, who snored loudly enough to fill the entire barn with the sound of it until Davi chucked a boot at him. A little over an hour later, when the sun was rising, Dern appeared along with several other villagers with fresh food prepared in a basket. There was bread, cooked eggs, bacon, and some kind of fried greens. They all tucked into them eagerly, finding the taste to be far better than what they'd been used to for the last year. Even Tane and Jakub tore into their food with fury. Once they were done, they all started getting armored. "Leave your packs here, we don't want to be dealing with the extra weight," said Tane, already wearing his armor. "Spears and shields for this one, the sword won't be much use for a hunt. It's a titled hunt." "Swords may work better," said Jakub. "Not in a group. We all need to be able to strike it at once and avoid getting too close." Jakub shrugged. "Fair enough." Michael felt odd leaving the weight he'd grown used to the last several days behind, but complied anyway, grabbing his spear, but choosing to keep his sword on his belt. If Tane cared, he didn't say anything. Marcus didn't have a spear, but he mounted a fearsome-looking bayonet on the end of his rifle. As they exited the barn, they saw John, the hunter, waiting for them. His color had returned, and he wore a grim expression on his face. His eyes centered on Michael. "Penitent. Thank you for healing me," he gave a salute, which Michael reflexively returned. It made sense he was a veteran. All of the men in Stent were obligated to serve in some capacity. He turned to Tane and Jakub. "I am to guide you all to the titled stag that has been in the woods." Tane and Jakub saluted him. "Yes, thank you, huntsman," said Tane, taking the lead. He looked at them and shook his head. "Yesterday I'd told you not to wear all that damned armor, but given what happened to me, all I can say now is that I wish I had some too." "We'll make sure you don't come to harm," said Jakub. "Forgive me, knights, but I do my best not to rely on fresh-faced recruits. Still, it'll be good to have the help." He looked up at the sun, holding up fingers to gauge the time. "We should get moving. You shouldn't have to muffle your movements until we're in the deep forest, but watch your steps. The hunting trails aren't well made for men in armor." Tane nodded, and they all fell in behind John as they started up the path through the village. The path changed slowly from the wide concrete they'd been used to clay, and finally dirt as they wound their way into the forest. John moved easily, without needing to watch his footing, his experience with the trail making it all second nature to him, but the rest of them struggled. Davi's wide frame had him brushing against every other branch and twig on the side of the path, and Ollie had to stay constantly hunched forward to avoid hitting every twig and leaf with his head thanks to his new height. Michael stayed focused on the ground, trying to avoid tripping, but was fascinated by the brief sights of native flora and fauna that he managed while he did so. He saw pillbugs with iridescent shells the size of his fist crawling across the ground, heard bird songs that sounded almost like they were made with human voices, and watched as a snake with wings glided from one tree to another above him, nearly losing his footing while he watched it. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. As they got deeper into the forest, the foliage got thicker and very suddenly everyone stopped. John looked back at them and held a finger to his lips and muttered a word softly. Everyone cast muffle on themselves, with Michael near the back of the line whispering, Silencio. Marcus didn't have any magic, but his own footsteps had barely made a sound anyway. They started moving forward even more cautiously. After an hour, Michael was wondering why they had muffled so soon, when suddenly they all came to another stop. John held up a hand and gestured it forward slowly, pointing ahead. They all moved to stand next to one another and look. Ahead was a clearing with a small creek running through it. Drinking from that creek was the stag. It was the size of a large horse with rich black fur and horns of silver. Michael didn't even try to count the number of points on them, estimating at least 30. There was still some dried blood on the tips of them, likely from John, at least partially. He focused for a moment, seeing little words of gold floating around it. Titles: Lord of the Forest, The Midnight Stag, Deeds: Slayer of Huntsmen, Gorer of Lions, Trampler of Wolves. Michael was starting to feel very worried about what they were attempting. Tane whispered, John, take Marcus around the back and ready your bow and gun. Davi, Piotr, and Michael approach it from the front. Jakub and I will approach it from the side. Ollie, do you have any way to restrict its movements with your magic? Ollie looked at the nearby creek and frowned. Maybe, but wouldn't it make more sense for me to just blow it the fuck up? Tane scowled. Absolutely not. We don't want the body to be destroyed. The materials of a titled beast are too valuable. He shook his head. We'll try to weaken it and keep it in place while you prepare your spell. Its hide is probably far tougher than you think, said Jakub. I don't think an opening salvo of a fireball is a bad idea. I'm in charge, Jakub. You're just the backup. I want that creature as intact as we can make it. Michael couldn't help but notice how Tane's orders put the penitents in the most danger, but he wasn't exactly surprised. This was their entire purpose. They all waited while John and Marcus got into place, and once they received the signal, Tane pushed Michael and Davi forward. Go. The movement drew the attention of the stag, and it looked down at Piotr, Davi, and Michael. For a moment, he thought they'd spooked it, then it reared up its head, its silver horns catching the light, and it let out a strange yodeling noise before it charged them. Michael and Piotr were able to divert the horns a bit as they slammed into them, but Davi took the full force of it and his feet briefly left the ground before he was pushed back and landed on one knee. Michael stabbed out with his spear, managing a shallow wound on the great beast's shoulder. Its hide was incredibly tough. It slammed its head toward him, knocking him and his shield back. Piotr managed to drive his own spear into the stag's leg, causing it to cry out and rear up, its front hoof landing a glancing blow on Piotr and knocking him back. Davi lunged forward to cover the Russian with his spear before the beast could stomp on it, and Michael tried to draw its attention by stabbing at its head. His spear got tangled in the beast's horns, and he was forced to release his grip on it. He blocked another blow that knocked him back, causing pain to shoot from his elbow up to his shoulder. A bullet fired, and Michael saw a spray of blood fly from the beast's neck then start to flow freely, but it didn't go down. The bullet was followed by a number of arrows, 2 of which managed to bury themselves in the creature's haunches. The stag whipped around, throwing a blind kick at Michael and Davi that they were forced to duck as it looked for the source of this new attack. With its back turned, Jakub and Tane finally made their entrance. They both ran out from the tree lean and slammed their spears into the beast's side, driving them as deep as they could, blood spurting from the wounds. The stag made another angry yodel and tried to turn, but it couldn't. Its hooves were sinking in mud, far more quickly than they should have been. Ollie stepped out from behind the tree lean with his staff held aloft, muttering under his breath as wisps of magicka made themselves visible from the force of his spell. It started to jerk around, and Jakub and Tane stepped back several paces. A recovered Piotr and Davi moved toward it with spears ready, and Michael followed them close behind, raising his sword. The stag was soon sunk up nearly to its neck and was losing mobility. It was time to finish it off. They approached it, and very suddenly, all of the penitents doubled over in pain. Tane, a hand over the brand on his arm that matched the ones on their necks, stepped forward, grabbing Piotr and shoving him to the side away from the struggling stag. The kill is mine, he said, the pain in the penitent's necks fading as he stepped toward the beast with his spear. Back away so I can finish it. Davi clenched his own spear and started to move toward Tane, but Piotr grabbed his arm and shook his head. They stepped back, as did Michael, whose own teeth were still clenched from the shock of pain in his brand. "What are you doing?" asked Jakub, stepping toward Tane. "Getting myself a new deed." There was no reason to use the brand for that. "What, did you want the deed? Was gallivanting around the village with your pet healer not enough?" "Of course I want the deed, but even if we should be the ones to get it, there's no reason to use the brand to force them back. They've cooperated this whole time. They're takers. Who gives a damn if they experience some pain? One of them killed my sister for divine's sake." He shook his head. The stag was still struggling, and Michael noticed that Ollie had stopped muttering, his concentration broken by the shock of pain from his brand. With Michael and the rest of the penitents further away and Jakub and Tane closer, he chose not to say anything. "I'll tell you what, we can both keep stabbing the damn thing until it goes down. Whoever wins up getting the killing blow gets the deed. I doubt a beast like this will go down in only one strike anyway, and it'll be faster to work with the two of us," said Tane with a conciliatory tone. Jakub sighed. "That's not the point of what I was saying, but I'll dash." The great stag jerked a bit and started to pull itself from the mud. Jakub and Tane whipped around and moved to stab again before it could completely free itself, but it swung its great antlers around quickly enough to hit them with a glancing blow, which was enough to push both of them back. Just before it could completely free itself, a shot rang out. The stag suddenly went limp and fell forward, its body twitching, a wisp of smoke rising from a fresh hole in its skull. Marcus stepped out from the brush on the other side of the clearing with the barrel of his gun still smoking. "Biggest thing I've ever killed. Surprised it was able to get out of all that mud." "You idiot," yelled Tane, reaching for the brand on his arm, but Jakub grabbed him before he could. "It's done. He probably saved us a lot of trouble. There's no reason to do that." Tane scowled and jerked his arm away from him to brood in the corner, glaring at the rest of them as he did so. John, the huntsman, moved over to the corpse of the beast and placed a hand on its hide, gently running his hands over its thick fur. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened his eyes and let out a long breath. "You all right?" asked Michael. He nodded. "It was a beautiful creature. It may have almost killed me, but these woods will miss it." Michael looked down at the massive black creature and its enormous horns. He bent down next to it and placed his own hand on its fur. It was short and coarse, and he ran his fingers through it for a moment. "I thank the divine for letting me witness such a creature," he whispered under his breath. He then stood and looked over the massive beast, then at the thick forest all around them. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. How are we going to get this back to the village?" he asked. John laughed lightly. "We aren't too far from a wider portion of trail. If we cut away some brush and build a pallet to help move it, we should be able to haul it back. We aren't too far from the village. We just needed to do a lot of circling around to approach the beast without it realizing we were here." Michael nodded. He hadn't even realized that they'd been moving in circles. He'd been too distracted by the sights and sounds of the woods. He whispered "Dondi" under his breath and sensed the village markstone not nearly as far away as he thought it would be. Ollie walked over to him and patted him twice on his armored back. "Well, aren't we lucky that you're the only one who brought their sword?" Michael raised his visor and looked at him with confusion. "Why?" "Well, John just said that we need to clear the brush. You better get to work." Michael was sweating so much that by the time they got back to the village, he thought the inside of his armor might begin to rust. Ollie, despite his words at the start, had wound up helping him to clear the brush with a cutting spell, but on top of that he had to heal everyone of the damage they'd taken, then he and Davi as the two strongest, at least of the penitents who could be forced to do grunt work, wound up being the ones to actually drag the massive dead beast through the woods and back to the village. The others focused on removing any remaining brush that needed to be cleared, or adjusting the carcass so that the horns couldn't get jammed up. As they arrived back in the village, John's wife ran and embraced him, relief clear on her face at seeing him returned safely. Other villagers quickly flooded the street to see the massive beast. Michael dropped the rope he'd been using to help drag it, fine with letting them take a look, and went to lean against a nearby wall, his armor clanging as he landed on the ground. He closed his eyes and focused on his breathing, already feeling himself starting to recover. He heard the sloshing of water and saw the boy whose leg he'd healed approaching with a bucket of water. Michael took it gratefully and drank deeply for a few moments. It was cool, likely fresh from the well. He thanked the boy and watched as he took the bucket to Davi, who drank greedily before patting the boy on the back. Michael shook his head. He was thinking of him as a kid, but he was 14, only a bit younger than his current body. He'd be on his own way to military training soon. The headman appeared and approached Tane and Yakub, shaking their hands. "Thank you, knights. We can roam our forests safely again." He looked at the corpse. "I know that you have claim on the body, but please allow us to butcher it for you and cook the meat tonight for a feast. All of the other materials will be given to you, of course." Tane had a look in his eye, but Yakub stepped forward before he could speak. "We'd be grateful for it. We wouldn't be able to catch back up with our company if we were hauling the entire beast with us anyway." "Wonderful. There's a small stream up the way if you want to wash beforehand, and we'll have a small meal brought to you while we work on the rest of this." They all returned to the barn to remove their armor and change out of their uniforms, then they all went up to the stream to bathe. Michael had acquired a few extra bars of soap from Dugan before he left, and so he took some extra time to scrub, and when he was done he took his sweat-soaked uniform and took some time to clean it as well while the others were resting back at the barn. Yakub gave him a warning about straying too far, but left him alone to do it, probably trusting him more than he should have, but Michael had no intention of running. At least not yet. He laid down in his drawers while he waited for his uniform to dry. He could have put on his fresh one, but he was enjoying the feeling of the sun on his bare skin while he lazed on a large white rock, feeling a bit like an overgrown lizard. He heard a sound from nearby and sat up quickly, looking around. He saw Rhea approaching with a smile. He relaxed a bit. "You startled me." She took a few steps closer, weaving behind a tree as she did so. She was wearing the same outfit as earlier, but it seemed looser. She was practically spilling out of it in places. "Well, I'm one of the best things you could run into in these woods." He didn't disagree, looking her up and down while his teenage hormones started to rage at him. "So, as a taker you have the body of a young man and the experience of one that's much older." Michael laughed a little, but backed away slightly, finding heat rising to his face and other places. "You could say that." "Well, I think I'd like to do more than just say it. I want to know for sure." She loosened her dress a bit more, and it fell to her feet. Michael's mind immediately went through all of the ways in which the situation was fucked up. It was probably dangerous for him to sleep with a woman as a taker, especially if they were caught. He was in a body that wasn't his, and she was doing something that would be very suspect back on his own world. His wife wouldn't mind. Over 40 years of marriage, you tend to talk about any number of hypotheticals, and what would happen if one of them died had been one of them. They hadn't brought it up when he was actually dying, for obvious reasons, but she'd always said she wouldn't blame him for taking lovers, and he'd said the same to her. Though they did agree that remarrying would lead to them haunting one another forever. He shouldn't dwell on that. He shouldn't do this. It was stupid. Oh, fuck it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.